Okay, is it on or not? It is. Ooh, that sounds nice. Hello and welcome to STAX Talk. We are coming to you live from Colorado Springs, Colorado, from the Value of Space Summit. And we are going to be talking about science, technology, acquisition, and exploration. That's actually what STAX stands for. And before we actually get to our show, which is going to cover space, science, technology, and some acquisition, I would like to invite Aaron Miller, who is the Executive Director of the Space Information Sharing and Analysis Center, to come up here and actually explain what the Space Isac does and what the Value of Space Summit is all about. Aaron, come on up and have a microphone.
Well, thank you. Thanks, Laura. It's so great to be here.
No, it's pretty amazing, right? That we actually made it. So, hey, yeah, what is the Space Isac? What do people out there, I mean, everyone who is here in the room, because we are actually doing this in front of a live audience, right? What do the people who are not here need to know about the work of the Space Information Sharing and Analysis Center?
Thanks, Laura. That's a great question. And thank you so much for being here and everything your team has done to get us ready for STAX at VOS. This is awesome. So Space Isac, we host the annual Value of Space Summit. And what we do as part of our mission is we collectively protect global space systems to secure the future of humanity. We do that by tracking the adversary from ground to space and conducting operational collaboration from our watch center here in Colorado Springs. It's also a global watch center, so it's not just here. We actually track the adversary from ground to space around the world. So we have an expansion of this watch center that is building in Australia, the UK, and we're working towards even future expansion in other places like Japan. So we're really thrilled to be able to share what our mission is and to be able to facilitate conversations around raising the overall security posture for global space.
And what is the Value of Space Summit? And this is the 6th annual Value of Space Summit, which is also called VOS, so hashtag VOSS, right? Yeah, what is this meeting about? Like, why do people come basically from all over the world? I mean, we have people here from Japan and other nations, right?
Yeah, well, to explain Value of Space Summit, I do have to take a couple steps back. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so back in 2019, when the Space Isac was stood up at the request of the White House, then we did this because there's a strong recognition at that time that we have a huge dependency on dual-use commercial space systems, and we have to trust those systems. But most importantly, we have to understand what the value is of those systems first in order to realize why we need to trust them. So what we're using all of those dual-use commercial space systems for is the primary focus of the first parts of the discussion at Value of Space Summit. The U.S. government initially made the request because they said that all around the world, our systems are highly interconnected, and we see that today with the Space Isac membership. We have 120 members from around the world, a couple dozen international partners, and all of them work together. Space is international. Everything is connected in space. It's not just one nation state ever. It can't be. So when we produce our value offering from the Space Isac, the most robust threat intel feed for the global space community that exists, then we're doing that so that companies have access to threat information. So then the conversation transitions from value to managing the threat and managing risk. So at VOS, you see this arc where you start with conversations about the value, and then we start realizing the value is so intense and so strong for these dual-use technologies, we must do everything we possibly can to manage the risk and protect them and share threat intelligence with the global commercial space community.
And in fact, we're going to start off with a discussion today. Our first session is actually about the value of space. Because when we talk about the space economy, right, usually numbers really are pretty inward looking, like what's the value of the space systems, like the ground systems, the satellites, the technology that's coming out of space, going into space systems. But we don't actually understand the value of space to the national economy or to the international economy, because that kind of underlays national and international security as well as prosperity. So without further ado, right, let's get that first session started. We have Sam Visner, George Pullen, and Leslie Kahn. They're going to talk about the value of space. Is it $1 trillion? Or is it worth $3 trillion? Or maybe even more?
Thank you. Grazie mille. Thank you. You want us to sit?
I want you to go wherever you want to go.
All right. I'm the moderator?
I think so. Well, the board chair always gets his own place.
Oh.
How about that?
For Laura for making all this possible. Where is Laura, by the way? Has she disappeared completely? All right, good. I feel more, space is more secure when Laura is around. That's the way we feel about it. We all agree. And when Erin is around, we're completely secure. I'm Sam Visner. I'm the chair of the board of directors of the Space Information Sharing and Analysis Center. I'm not going to give you all that much about my background. I've run a couple of cybersecurity businesses, chief of SIGINT programs at the National Security Agency. My obituary has been published on LinkedIn. You can look it up there, so please go and do that. Joining me today are Leslie Kahn from the Space Foundation and George Pullen, who is an economist. Try to be nice to him because being an economist is not always the most popular thing, but we don't have as many economist jokes as we have lawyer jokes. But there's still time. Day ain't over. Well, thank you all, and thanks for coming. The topic that we want to explore today is why securing space is important from the perspective of the economy of our country, of the countries that are our allies and partners, and the global economy. And I want to be clear about something that is not always made explicitly clear. And that is that the Space Information Sharing and Analysis Center was established from its very beginning, from its inception, with the concept of collective defense, and that it would be a global endeavor. So countries that are working with us, Japan, United Kingdom, United States, Israel, Taiwan, France, Greece, Germany, Canada, Australia, and if I've missed somebody, I apologize. These are countries that share basic values and share a basic economic system, an economic system that depends increasingly on the space environment. So our ambition from the very beginning was to build a global space ecosystem that would be secure for our partners and our allies, that would be secure as well in such a way that it would encourage the development of good normative behavior worldwide, perhaps behavior that even adversaries, or as somebody said recently, the bad countries, would be forced over time to adopt. One of the drivers for getting this done is the value of the economy, of the global economy and of our national economies that is derived from space. I have very specific views on this, but I'd like to start by asking, what are your perspectives about how we should look at how we should measure the value of the space economy? What direct measures might be useful for us in this analysis? I have my own view as well. George, let me start with you.
Sure. So I think one of the things that's really important to start with when we're talking about space economy estimates is to make sure that we're taking into account all of the secondary and tertiary impacts that space has. It is too surface level for us to only focus on the amount of economic activity coming out of launch, coming out of the number of satellites that are in orbit, or coming out of something like GPS, which everyone is probably very familiar with and might have used to get here today if you're in person. It's important that we also include other metrics. We have to think about the scientific second-order impacts. We have to think about something that I've said for a long time, which is that biotech will be the killer app of space. The killer app analogy is something that we've seen talked about pretty often among Silicon Valley folks with reference to SaaS and more recently AI. But if you think about the way the space economy works, if you're only ever measuring economic activity by have we had more launches or have we put more satellites up, you're missing the bigger picture because that can never be a self-licking ice cream cone. We have to have a space economy that also delivers value back to other sectors of the economy. And for me personally, I think keeping a very close eye on biotech is an important place to start and to drive some of those numbers from.
I think that's a very good insight. And one that is not necessarily given enough attention. That is the connection of space to other very specific sectors, including biotech. Leslie, what is your view? How can we measure the value of the space economy? We always say that it's critical, but just how critical is it?
Well, it is very critical not only to how we live our lives today, but I would agree for the potential that it represents. So what we've done at the Space Foundation through the Space Report for almost 20 years is to look at least what those strong foundational markets are, but then to also look beyond that. I think certainly there could be analyses done that I've seen some that take it all the way down to what soft drink companies will do from a logistical tracking standpoint. So I think there's some medium territory there, but certainly in terms of an economic driver, space is vitally important now, but the potential that is being represented in microgravity research, in what can happen in terms of cislunar communications, the potential that we're seeing in terms of lunar exploration and the potential that might be there. When you look at alternative fuels, this is really, I think, the new proving ground for many new economies that will have global impact and global economic prosperity.
Well, the way that you're both putting it suggests to me an analytic framework, but one that's not going to be easy to employ. And I would think of it as maybe in 4 components. One would be the direct value of the space industry, building, launching, operating space systems. I think, knock on, I think a termite had starved to death here. But I think one might be able to measure that. And there's talk that that could reach $1 trillion by the end of the decade. I think it's likely to reach $1 trillion more like by 2027 or 2028. The second is, what is the dependencies of space on essentially on other infrastructures? So the example, if we lose space, what happens to shipping? If we lose space, what happens to communication? If we lose space, what happens to energy? If we lose space, what happens to any of the other sectors, all of the critical infrastructure sectors that spend on space? What would be their economic losses? I think they would be significant, but I don't know that we have yet developed the means to measure that. The third component is, if we really were to lose our access to space, have a day without space, and I think Space Force has conducted an exercise, what would be the effect on our national economies? The national economy of Germany, the national economy of Israel, the national economy of the United States, of France, of our other partners. How significant would that be? That would be a third order of analysis. And I think I'd be curious to get your thoughts as to how we might chew our way into that problem. And just to make it more complicated, there are all the new industries that Leslie was talking about that will emerge that might not emerge if we lost our access to space. Manufacturing in space, cislunar operations in space, mining in space, manufacturing in biotech under microgravity. So understanding the metrics associated with those 4 things seems to me it's going to be a pretty difficult but interesting challenge. But one, if we fail to meet it, we won't necessarily make the investment in securing space that we should. George, over to you.
So one of the things that Milkway Economy has put out for a while now is our $4 trillion by the 2040s estimate for the size of the space economy. That's much bigger than some of the other estimates out there, but I personally feel the other estimates are wrong. And so $4 trillion by the 2040s, growing to $10 trillion by the 2050s. And some people in the room might already be familiar that the $10 trillion by the 2050s number is actually in line with the Chinese Space Agency's number. They also believe it's a $10 trillion future economy in the 2050s, okay? Now, how do you get to those numbers? So let's take one step back and then talk about your question here, which is, how do we get these economic forecasts right? So one of the tools that we use in economics, and especially if we bring in our sister science, finance, which then you're really making friends if you're a finance guy and an economist, right? But putting on our financial econometric hats for a second, one of the things we'll do is a cost-benefit analysis. And we'll say, what's the cost of our substitute good? right? So if we did not have space, if we did not have access to space or the space resource that provides these economic functions and activities, what is our next alternative and what's the cost of that next alternative, right? So for many things, the answer is hard because the answer is there isn't a next alternative. And so in a cost-benefit analysis, when your next alternative doesn't exist, that means the replacement cost becomes infinite. Now, I'm not saying that the value of the space economy is infinite, right? That's more of a Star Trek thing. But what I am saying is that when you're pricing out models like this, that's how you have to think about them, because it's the cost of the substitute good, right? If we were denied access to all of our satellites tomorrow, what's the cost of that? Well, that means that we'd have to use our deep sea cables way more than we are now. Well, the deep sea cables are already pretty full. So now what do? Where's that excess go? Well, now we have to make complicated decisions about which data is important enough or which data is not important enough to travel in those other alternative routes. The same thing with shipping, right? If we have limited access to space and therefore we have to start deciding who has access to something like GPS, which let's all hope that doesn't happen, but if we have to start deciding, who has access to GPS and who doesn't in this fictitious scenario, then you start running into situations where it's like, well, do I need to make sure that that cargo ship knows where it's going, or do I need to make sure that the oil tanker knows where it's going, or do I need to make sure that Fred knows how the quickest way to get to the hospital is to get his son there because he just got stung by a bee and he's allergic? Those are hard decisions, which right now we don't have to make, but if you don't have an alternative, that's the situation you get forced into.
But I think one other thing that you can look at is if that scenario were to happen, and again, we all knock on something, hope that that doesn't happen, but the lack of having an asset that we've all become so dependent on, I think could become an additional economic trigger where you would see, if the conditions were correct, you would see such a global response, and you'd see so much more invested into NASA budget, into restoring launch capabilities, into looking at, what spaceport development do we have? So I think really the interesting question is, certainly we here and many in this audience recognize the value of space. I think if you go one or two audiences outside that, is there still enough common recognition of just what space does on a daily economic basis? And if there were some kind of situation like that, I think that's where you would have a much greater global understanding and then renewed investment in space.
I agree with that point, and it raises a thought as I was trying to complicate the question of doing an analysis of the value of the space economy. It occurred to me that I was being simplistic in my analysis in any case. There's maybe another area that Leslie, you just made me think about, and that is the value of the space economy to driving science and technological advancement and development. It's a forcing function. We're going to be developing new energy sources from space, potentially beaming via microwave energy down. Companies like BWXT are developing small nuclear reactors for spacecraft, which is going to lead to advanced development of small and modular reactors here on the ground. In fact, I've been telling my wife I thought maybe we needed an SMR for the house. And she thought the neighbors would really like that idea. But in any case, if you think about all of the advances in biotech, in aerospace, in energy production, in optics, in remote sensing, in every other technology. And I think I spent last week at a conference in Tokyo called Cybertech that was co-sponsored by Japanese and Israeli partners. Well, think about that combination. Those are two technologically adept, technologically entrepreneurial countries. These are countries that are looking at the role of cybersecurity and the role of space, not just because it's good for their national security, though it is. It's absolutely important. But it's also, I think, very much a driver of the technological entrepreneurship and innovation for which those two countries in particular are known. One last and maybe even a sixth element is this. More and more our national security systems depend on commercial space systems today. Where are we buying our imagery? You know, companies like Planet and Maxar have more imaging satellites in orbit than any government does. What is that? How do we impute value to some of those things? And so I'm curious, how do we look at the value to national security? Is there a dollar value to that? And, oh, by the way, how do we look at the value of space and the need to secure space in terms of future science and technology, the development of which is not always easy to foresee?
Okay, so I'll take the second part of the question first, which is the science and technology development that's coming down the road for us, right? I think what we have to think about is if we're talking about science and technology that's developing 5 years later, 10 years later, we have to be realistic with each other and apply a discount, right? Because the way it works when you do any sort of estimation or modeling, it doesn't matter if you're involved with private equity or your own forecast for the future. If something is happening in 10 years from now, you're going to discount its value versus something that's going to happen tomorrow, right? If I told you I could give you $100 today or $1,000 in 10 years, which one would you take? Well, that's based on your discount formula. And so as much as I believe in our Star Trek future, I think that we have to discount its value today, right? We have to think about what are the next most likely technologies that we will not be competitive on as allied nations if we don't have space and we don't have assured space access. And I think that comes down to really the core, 4 tenets of our current industrial revolution, right? It's access to big data. So this goes back to your imagery points, right? So much of this data is imagery. It goes back to our connectivity to healthcare and biotech, right? Are the biomedical sciences able to access platforms that they need, such as the ISS, to conduct experiments on? If they lack that access, that impacts their ability to make those experiments happen and then bring those medical cures and potions back, right? Your third is fintech, and believe it or not, the financial markets very much function on a matter of speed. And so if they can have greater speed and better accuracy based on either data from space or data relays from space, they will 100% be using that for payments, et cetera. And then the fourth component, which we shouldn't overlook, is of course not just nuclear, but also new energy in general, right? So even if we're talking about the tracking of emissions or the deforestation patterns, all that comes from data from space. And so if you're not tapping into all 4 of these things, that's where it gets muddied, right? Because these 4 are immediate. These are 4 current trends. And so space's ability to help and amplify those trends and make the economic wins happen domestically or those with our partners, that's where it lies for me. For the first part of the question, I'll pause for a second. I'll let Leslie go, but I have a couple thoughts there too.
Well, I will say, without hopefully getting too dark and twisty here, but I think currently what we're seeing in terms of global space access and activity is at least a fairly level playing field. There's still, good access for those who can align. I think one of the things that we're starting to see, the attention that is ramping up, certainly from a national security standpoint, is we need the national security investment in order to ensure that all have access to that. If that national security component were to be removed, I think very quickly we could then start looking at very stark differences in terms of continued access to space. I think one balance, though, that we also have to look at while we're examining that is as we invest more and more in national security, again, an important component, but what happens to the balance of the science and the technology and the truly emerging profound effects that we might discover through science and technology? And now I'm curious to know what your first part is.
So for my first part, I look at national security through 2 lenses, right? The first is I was once and will always be a Marine, even though it's been many years. So I look at it from that point of view. But then I also look at it from the point of view of buying down risk. So I also wear my banker hat when I think about national security. And so if I know that national security and information sharing, things like Space Isac, who's hosting, right? If I know that they're buying down my risk, that they're participating in my ability to participate in this market commercially, that matters, right? Because I can only insure away so much risk. I can hedge away some other parts of risk. But when it comes to national security, what's spent there buys down that third bucket of risk that as a commercial participant, I don't really have much choice over. So I have to know that the national defense spend is adequate to buy down that risk for me, particularly if I'm a commercial participant where dual use is involved, right? You mentioned Planet, Maxar, there are plenty of others, where if my risk isn't bought down, then how do I participate in a market where I have investors and those investors have other alternatives for their money? And if I don't see a situation where national security interests are bringing down that component of my risk portfolio, I'll spend my money elsewhere.
That gives me a thought that I'm not all that comfortable with, but I'm going to try it out anyway. I used to study, because my father was a nuclear physicist, I used to study the question of nuclear deterrence. And nuclear deterrence relies a lot on stability, signaling, transparency, understanding. This is what I'm going to do. Don't you do anything I won't understand. I'm not going to do anything you won't understand. I know where my red lines are. Don't you cross them. You know where your red lines are. I'm not going to cross them. We understand these things. And by having signaling and good predictability, we've managed to achieve a sort of healthier global economy. One of the things I think I just heard you say, George, is that it's time for us to have more transparency and more predictability in our investment in space for a couple of reasons. First, it helps buy down risk. And second, it helps buy down the risk of war. If people understand that the space systems that we use for deterrence are secure, then they are deterred. If they don't think they are secure, if they think they can be attacked, if they think that they can be undermined, then war becomes more likely. That's a way of not buying down the risk. I'm wondering if there's a way to impute any value to that. Now, that's something that planners at ministries of defense in Paris and Canberra and London and elsewhere have to figure out. But I do think it's actually worth understanding the extent to which the security of space systems is important to international security. As an example, by the way, I will note that when Russia invaded Ukraine, they did not, they did not send their boots over the border as the first shot fired. What did they do? What was the first thing they did? That's right. There was a cyber attack on Viasat, the commercial satellite system on which Ukraine depended. They knew that if they could disable the command and control of the civilian and civil economy in Ukraine, this would give them an advantage. And so that's the first thing they did. It didn't give them a decisive advantage, fortunately, but it was something they did. So understanding the value of space to national security, I think, is vitally important. And I think it should, in fact, be used as a driver for the investment. Thoughts?
Well, absolutely. And as to George's point, investors want assurances and security and confidence in where they are placing their money. And fortunately, what we've seen in the last 12 months is some really impressive return of private investment into the space industry. And what we're hearing now, I always love it when an economist will agree with me, like on stage. That was not practiced at all. So yes, we are seeing that. We anticipate that clearly for the next year, we will continue to see that strong investment. But again, it's really about the signal that is sent. If there are concerns that their place of business is not protected and secure, to George's point, they will look elsewhere. I think one other point that we can talk about is that the more national security investment there is in partnership with commercial companies, that provides those commercial companies, for lack of a better phrase, a line of business. And with government contracts tending to be long-term contracts, that does give commercial space some confidence, some stability where, yes, they could deliver here, but would that also allow them some bandwidth to continue in some other work that perhaps would have larger scientific and technological benefit?
I think there's something there that you hit on that I want to go into a bit more, which is we've had some fantastic returns in space over the last 12 months. And one of the conversations that we have a lot in economic circles is, does commerce follow the flag, or does flag follow commerce? And this is an expression that has its roots back, hundreds of years. But essentially, if you apply it to space, what you can see is that as governments spend more on space, commercial entities are also willing to follow and spend more on space. So there's really a following of the flag, right? A following of national interests, whether those be security, scientific, or otherwise, through commercial participation going up. And I think we're seeing that right now over these last 12 months.
So what do you think are the risks to the impediments to investment in space? Any investment environment is lumpy. People are always talking about buy land because they're not making any more of it. But, although they may be, we'll see. On the moon. But on the other hand, even the real estate market can be lumpy. One of the questions I would ask is, what are the impediments to investing in space? What are the risks, not only of an investment in space, but what might make space investment more difficult, less likely to occur?
I think a good portion of that is really predictability, and also the level of business acumen that is being demonstrated by some of these companies. So one of the things we saw in 2020 to 2023 was perhaps a real uptick in startup companies, a lot of money being pushed toward it. But a lot of these companies, while they may have had the great idea and they perhaps were fabulous engineers, didn't have the kind of long-term business prospectus that someone from a economic or finance standpoint would look for. And so I think it's predictability and stability are two main factors there.
I think another thing that we should all think about is, as space investments are something that everyone in this room is probably very interested in, if we think out past this room, we have to remember that dollars compete, right? So dollars aren't black, they're not white, they're not red, white, or blue, they're green. And that means they'll go wherever they can make the most of themselves. And so your money doesn't care, right? Your money doesn't care if it's space or it's cool or anything like that. They just care that they're getting the best return, risk adjusted, that they can. And so that's why I really want to just circle back to this whole buying down risk, right? When governments lead, it buys down risk. When national security is high, it buys down risk. When political stability exists, it buys down risk, particularly for things like space. But we just have to remember that because our dollars compete, right now those dollars for space are competing with AI. We all knew the word was going to happen sometime today. And it's $1 billion a day going into artificial intelligence, right? That's a conservative estimate from some of the stuff I've read. And so we have to remember that those $1 billion, not all of them, but some of them per day could have been coming into space, but they didn't. They chose to go to AI. We have to keep in mind that because dollars compete, if we don't make ourselves look competitive, whether these be small or medium-sized firms like you were talking about, or even larger firms that are publicly traded, and yes, there's not that many publicly traded pure space plays, but they're competing against every other company out there for those dollars, because the managers of that money, whether they be family offices or Wall Street bankers, they have other choices, right? And very, very few have a mandate to just do space. They could do a number of other things. And so if you're not competitive on a risk-adjusted basis, then the money won't flow to those areas.
Well, I think that's part of what we are starting to see in terms of the increased investment activity, is that companies such as those, whether family-owned, private, they are starting to see some stability, some lower cost of doing business. And so for them, they're starting to enter this market and saying, okay, now could be the time. So companies that traditionally have not been involved in space are starting to see, enough stability, enough return on investment that they are willing to enter the market. Any type of black swan event, any kind of, economic disruption could affect that.
I understand. One thing that has happened as a result of this, of course, is that the cost of getting a kilogram to orbit has gone down enormously, and the capability of a kilogram on orbit has gone up enormously. this must be having an effect on the space economy. Not just is it's creating a demand for it, not only is it creating a healthier launch services business, again, we hope, and I think it is, but is it also creating the ability for other companies, not in the launch business, but to take advantage of the launch business, to leverage that and say, well, an investment in space would have been risky before because it was too expensive to get my payload up there and it might blow up anyway on the launch pad. Now it's not likely to blow up on the launch pad, and it is easy, and it's a lot less expensive to get up there. Is that acting as an accelerator to the space economy? Is there a way of measuring that?
I think that we are beginning to see that. Absolutely. Just from one quick example you can cite is just the number of companies that are beginning to invest in Earth observation. You know, for so long, it largely has been a government function. Half a dozen companies easily, I think we could list, that are now putting assets in space, very quickly getting up to speed, and are understanding markets that want very specialized data, not only about climate information, but about natural disaster detection, you know, wildfire detection. So to see half a dozen companies that are already beginning to enter that market and compete, I think is one good example of the benefit of reducing launch costs, having more off-the-shelf application that can then be deployed into space. I think we're barely scratching the surface of the potential.
I think if we talk about the reductions in launch cost, we obviously have to realize that those reductions in launch costs and the rapidity of launch has enabled more things to get up into space, right? And more kilograms to get up into space in an affordable way. But we also have to keep in mind that we still operate outside of the idealized free market. Right, the idealized free market is many sellers and many buyers. It's easy to enter or exit a market, right? We've all remember Econ 101. And so in our market, though, we have a monopsony-like player, right? And then we have a monopoly-like player, right? So for monopsonies, that's someone who is providing the majority of the signal on one side of the market, and the monopoly is someone who's providing the majority of the signal on the other side of the market, right? So even though space is maturing and we are removing some of these factors, we still have a predominant provider of supply and a predominant provider of demand. And so it's not an idealized free market yet, right? But it has created enough room for more participation. I think the other thing too is, and you were talking about Earth observation data, and one of the things I like to share is there was a number of companies out there, and no one has to raise their hands, but I know statistically speaking, at least half of the gentlemen in the room probably have a gambling app on their phone. Luckily, women are less prone to gambling. And so there are right now companies out there selling data on the number of cars in parking lots for NFL games and the number of cars in parking lots for practices in the preseason. So they know which players are there and if they're practicing, if they're healthy or not, and then they're using that data to build back statistical algorithms that tell them whether they're more or less likely to win their next game. Access to data from space has a lot of great uses, and I'm not saying if this is a good one or not, but what it lets us do is create all these new markets, and all these new businesses can have access to this data to create products. And again, I'm not condoning that product, but what I'm trying to make clear is that if it wasn't as cheap it is today to get things up into space, based on your question, or if it wasn't as easy for corporations today to buy that imagery data, you would never see a product like that, right? 10 years ago, that would have been unthinkable. Each image would have cost millions of dollars. But now, it's affordable enough that if you so wanted to, increase your odds, you can subscribe to something like that.
I think that's also a really good example, though, of the unanticipated markets that can develop from space technology.
Oh, absolutely. I hadn't really thought of that. And no, I don't think I have a gambling app on my phone.
Who would have thought of that in 1957 or 1963 even, or maybe even 1984?
Well, no, not at all. Let me ask another question that's been on my mind. We talk in the Space Isac about collective defense of the space systems environment among allies and partners. But we're not the only actors in space. China has clearly developed an ambition to equal and surpass the United States as the leader in space. And they have not only the ambition to do so, but they believe they can. And they're working hard to do it. They are also building a space launch business and a commercial space launch business. I'm wondering what effect that will have on the value of the space economy, and oh, by the way, on risk to that space economy. They're not the only ones building it, by the way. India has a very robust space program. They've landed on the moon. They've done asteroid exploration. They've developed both a set of ambitions and a capability to begin to match up to those ambitions. Other countries who are not necessarily either members of the space Isac or, in the case of China and Russia, still have robust space programs that are competitive. And in the case of China, they're building a commercial space program. I can't comment on its links to the government. They're probably fairly close. But on the other hand, there are also a lot of entrepreneurs in China who are as motivated by entrepreneurial reward as anybody else. What do we think that is going on in terms of their contribution to the space economy and the opportunities and risks that that might pose?
Well, I'm going to jump in first here because I know that George will provide a more layered answer as a follow-up to this. But I think one of the first things to look at is, yes, we are all well aware of the robust nature that China is taking. I think a second thing to look at, though, really goes to in the marketplace, if your choice is limited, but you want your dollars to go somewhere and you see the economic potential, say in microgravity research, if your choice is so limited, eventually you are going to go with the choice that you have. And we're already seeing that in terms of China's space station, that other nations, some who are Artemis signatories, have already signed on to do research because they feel it is the best bet that they have. So yes, China can continue to be an economic driver. We do see what India is doing as well. I think there is more attention and more discussion happening with the United States and its allies. I think it's about response time and pacing.
So I think one of the main reasons that Milky Way Economy's forecast is bigger than some of the banks or consultancies' forecasts is because we see Chinese space activity being a major contributor to overall space economic development in the 2040s and 2050s. And if we are all honest with each other, we realize that there is a possible future scenario where the only commercially available space station, or space station at all, available in the next decade will be the Tiangong, or the Tiangong 2, right, when they put up their second one. There's also a very likely future scenario where you had 7 SpaceX clones, more or less, all funded in China over the last decade. 3 of them are looking to be quite successful these days, right? That ensures a level of access to space that we don't even have. And so if those trends continue, you have a space economy that is growing. It's just that our percentage of it isn't growing as fast as their percentage of it. And that also means that partners engaged with sciences and other activities will have to make some pretty tough choices on where they want to have their laboratories done, where they want to do their advanced research in circuits or chips in microgravity, where they want to develop new drugs. Do they want to wait for the United States to put up a commercial space station, or are they going to take their chances and do it on the Chinese space station? I think businesses will have to make business decisions, but I think we all know some of them will make the second decision there.
What about the contribution of other countries? Another Space Isac members do include Japan. The Japanese Space Agency, I think, was our first international partner, as I recall. The French Space Agency, I was down in Toulouse meeting a few months ago with the Centre National des Études Spatiales, the French Space Agency. Very impressive program, very impressive people. Germany, DLR, and is working very hard. The UK Space Agency, the Israeli Space Agency, which is a smaller effort but is impressive technologically. The Taiwan Space Agency. All of these are, I think, working to carve out a role in the global space economy. What do we think of their contribution to the global space economy? How significant is it? How serious is it? What might it look like in future? And I don't know, by the way, if we're going to have time for Q&A, But if we will, some of our partners are here and they may want to allot us. We'll have 5 minutes for Q&A, I'm told. Pardon? 5 left. So we have in our 5 minutes left, what do we think about our global partners?
I'll do a 30-second answer so we have time for Q&A. So my 30-second answer is, if you follow the money, you have about $120 billion that is spent on space across all governments across the entire globe. Out of that $120 billion, upwards of $70 billion is the US. So the answer is we're spending a lot, and all of our partner spends is fantastic, but we just have to make sure that we follow the money and that we realize how much of this percentage spending is coming from the US. And of course, the next biggest spender is China.
I'm going to jump in really quickly and maybe do 20 seconds. Another thing, though, that we have to look at is because of recent geopolitical situations, we are seeing some nations and groups of nations, such as Europe, really making fundamental changes in how they look at space, how they are structuring themselves, and the amount of money that they are willing to invest. You're also seeing that in Africa and Latin American regions. Certainly not to the extent of the United States and China right now, but there are big changes coming as these nations recognize the value of space.
Well, I guess that accords with the impression that I have from talking with people and reading media, that countries don't want to be left behind, that if countries are not involved in the space economy, that by 2030, 2040, 2050, there really is going to be another sort of class break in terms of countries that are and countries that are not. Not first world, second world, third world, but countries that are spacefaring and frankly countries that are not, that we're really are going to have more difficulty counting in the international system, given the importance of space both to geopolitics and to the economy. I'm told we're down to something like 3 minutes. Can we take a few questions from the audience? And if so, may we have them? And I guess we can get a microphone in front of you. I know it's Monday. I know it's in the morning.
George is
and please
really
identify
eager to
yourself
answer
if
questions.
you would.
Look, he's alert.
Good morning, panel. It's Kev Jones from CGI, UK and Australia. You wanted an international perspective, so I thought I'd start the questions. I wanted to pick up on a comment, Leslie, you made right at the top of this session in terms of carrying the narrative or shaping the narrative to win the argument. And I think what we find, I suspect everybody in this room would agree wholeheartedly what everybody said on the panel this morning. But we need to shape the narrative and carry the argument outside of this room. And I'm wondering whether focusing on, we talk about value, focusing on 1 trillion, 3 trillion, 10 trillion, it's useful but potentially not helpful to create the right narrative to the broader society in terms of thinking about how we, as a set of collaborative nations, are going to drive forward, secure our way of life, advance it, but most importantly, secure it, become more resilient. So I'm wondering whether there's a common framework. George mentioned frameworks earlier on. Common framework or maybe a common taxonomy that we can use to better articulate what the value of the space domain actually provides to the other sectors. Given that we're still in a geocentric argument, geopolitics are playing a huge card here. So if we started talking about integrated reporting, if we started talking about other capitals of value, because all we've talked about is the financial capital of value, there's an intellectual capital of value, there's a social, technical capital, there's a physical, there's a natural capital that might provide the language that we can carry that narrative to the broader society that will start to understand and appreciate actually what space, nationally and internationally, can deliver to the rest of the economy and therefore to society's way of life. I'm interested in your perspective on that.
Well, and I think you raise an excellent point there. What I would say is talking about the global space economy from a financial, economic standpoint, that is one talking point. That is one way to engage in audiences who, might pay attention to a big number. But there are many other ways, you're right, that we should continue, and we do engage in trying to talk about other elements of space. For example, what Redwire and other companies are doing in terms of tissue and science development on ISS. The fact that they see within 10 years that we could grow organs in space and end organ donation, that is also a huge talking point, not only from an economic driver standpoint, but how it could fundamentally change life on Earth. I mean, imagine if we no longer had to have an organ donation list. So I think there are ways like that that we can still spark imagination and talk about what space is doing. Certainly when we look at, nuclear energy and how it potentially could start out as a moon application, but then come back to Earth, that's another way. AI, we're all mad and crazy for it now, but we probably haven't had enough conversation around how really AI was born so much out of what space was doing, out of the long-range missions, out of the vast amounts of data that our telescopes are returning that AI analyzes, and how, the autonomous driving that we're all doing now really began with Mars rovers. So I think there's a lot of conversation around how do we better tell that story, but there are several storylines about space, and I think finance and the economy is just one storyline.
I would say that just to give a fuller picture, in addition to Milky Way economy and the consultative work I do, I also teach, and one of the things that comes up quite a bit is the connection between space and ESG and UN SDGs. And so these are the environmental, social, and good governance standards, right? And I will tell you, every classroom I have with young people, that covers 2 different lectures, right? They want to understand how that connects to space, how space plays with it, and how space plays off of it. And so I think you're right. I think when we leave these rooms, we have to make sure that we have the right narrative, particularly for each other, but also for the people coming behind us, so that they're also involved with space and know to care about its value outside of maybe just the money, because of course as a money guy, that's what I focused on.
And we haven't really even touched on the risks to the space economy from the lack of the STEM workforce. We could do another session. I know we're at time, but I'll take one more question if there is one from the audience. Enough of you people are technical. You don't like to speak publicly. Come on. And please identify yourself if you'd be so kind. Thank you.
All these things are great, but I spend most of my days in government offices and with commercial dual-use technology companies. Please give me your opinion on how we're overcoming the acquisition hurdle we still face with the government.
There's the old joke about the genie who when asked about fixing acquisition, says, wouldn't you like a highway from San Francisco to Hawaii? Something easy. I've, for better or worse, and probably not for better, I have been talking with the acquisition community, so I'll take this one if you don't mind. This is going to be really hard. There is a very embedded set of practices and capabilities and traditions and perhaps even tribal behavior associated with how we do acquisition. The good news is that it actually has resulted in systems that really work pretty well. The bad news is it takes so long to deliver many of these systems that it can be an impediment to the environment. I know that the current administration is trying to focus on ways to streamline things. I do believe that what the commercial space sector has done represents in some ways a model of new ways of coupling system development, systems engineering, and acquisition to speed that cycle. It's my hope that we will learn some of these lessons in time to actually be as competitive as we need to be. Whether or not that'll prove to be true is something, frankly, I don't know, but I wish it would happen. I'm going to close the panel at this time. I would like to thank our sponsors. I'd like to thank STAX, the Space Isac, Amentum for playing such an important role here, and my panelists, Leslie and George. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Space Isac is an information sharing and analysis center. And it sounds like we do really important things like fly satellites or save the world. And the latter is true. We are working towards saving the world. And the reason why I say that is because our space systems that Space Isac protects underpin everything that is our way of living. We share threat intelligence to space companies that own these space systems, and our lives depend on them. So we use PNT every single day, whether you're driving a car and you pull out your phone and you're using Google Maps, and you do this safely, of course, or you're getting on an airplane. We're using that pilot is using PNT to figure out where to navigate. We also would be using this anytime we're building future spacecraft. So thinking of the International Space Station, the commercial sector is building commercial space stations. And for us to figure out where anything is in space, we have to use PNT. Now, today, we're even working on, not Space Isac, but NASA and the European Space Agency and JAXA are working on critical problem solving, like having PNT for the moon. There's a lot of alternatives to PNT that are being developed using quantum capabilities. So these new innovations, they're all security-focused technologies. And we are so dependent on the innovations around security technologies and applying those to space because our daily lives depend on these space systems. Space Isac truly exists to share threat information and to encourage an increased security posture for the global space industry.
Okay, we're back. Hey there, my name is Laura Winter, and we are back with STAX Talk. Thank you very much, Sam, George, and Leslie, for letting us in on just how critical space systems are to our prosperity, what the actual value of space and what it brings to our national and also international economy, right? Because without it, well, we don't get a whole lot done. So we are now on to our next session, and our next session is with Gwen Clavon of Amentum. She is a Senior Vice President of Cybersecurity and Threat Mitigation. And Gwen, could you take a moment and tell us a bit about Amentum and what you do there?
Certainly. Thank you for having me, first and foremost. And second, Amentum is probably a mystery to a lot of people because I just came from about a year ago, almost 3 weeks in, September 27th will be our 1-year anniversary of 20,000 people from Jacobs Engineering merging with Amentum.
And
so,
by the way, Amentum is our presenting sponsor for a STAX Talk, so thank you very much.
And so Amentum is a 50-plus thousand person company, $15 billion a year in revenue, I think we'll do this year. We're in all of the Intel community, all of DoD, and we're in 80 countries around the world. We have been, this journey for the last year has been very transformative for the Jacobs team that's come in to Amentum, and we have a lot of work that we're doing in space, in Intel and Cyber, which is where I work in the Intel and Cyber business. I've been doing that for almost 40 years. I know my face and my voice doesn't tell that, but yeah, I've been doing this for a very long time, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to do what we do to keep space, our defense, our EU and NATO partners safe.
Now, Gwen, right, when we start talking about security and cybersecurity particularly, which is what you really work on, right, and space systems, most people do think about that in terms of IT or information technology, right? But you're here today to talk about something a bit different, and that is operational technology. And I'm not really sure everybody understands what that is, both here in the room and actually, those who are watching us, right? So what is operational technology? What does it really mean in, vis-a-vis information technology, OT versus IT?
Sure. If you think about IT as data and confidentiality and things that users do on a daily basis on their network, think of OT as those critical infrastructure, your transportation, your wastewater treatment, your manufacturing, your space stations, keeping those safe. And I actually have some statistics from a DoD survey where if you think about the endpoints, the number of endpoints from an IT versus an OT, it's exponential in number. You've got 10 million endpoints from DoD to 2.6 billion physical ICS endpoints for a physical security problem. That is a big problem. You also have 5 operating systems from a IT perspective, and you've got 180,000 operating systems from a physical cybersecurity perspective. So the work that has to be done to keep those systems, you also, from a IT perspective, most times you're looking at 3 to 5 years to refresh. Most physical assets, most ICS systems are refreshed every 30 to 40 years. So if you think about the vulnerabilities that exist in something that has been sitting for 30 years with no updates, no changes. And one of the easiest ways to talk about that is if you took an elevator today or any day, they're running on Windows 95. Exactly. Out of support from
that's
Microsoft.
Old stuff.
Correct. And we have operating systems older than that on some of our OT infrastructure.
Are there any people who actually work on fixing Windows 95 anymore?
No, you just pray it doesn't break. Just kidding. No, there are people, if you remember, and a good example is I was here during the millennium change, right? And we had to go and find COBOL developers. And we dug into some deep HR files to find where are our COBOL developers to help us with the change from 99 to 2000. It is almost the same. That is one of the biggest problems we have with the OT cyber. It is very different from IT cybersecurity training and what you understand versus an OT cyber engineer.
You also used an acronym. You said ICS. What is that?
Industrial Control System. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
My
We just want to
apology.
bring everybody
I come
along
from
for
an
the ride.
acronym-heavy world, and I apologize. So thank you for calling me out.
No, that's fine. I just want everybody to understand what you're saying so that they can, feel, what it is that you're trying to do. So, right. Well, then, what is the state of play in securing these systems? I mean, if we're working with things that are Windows 95 or Windows 11 or whatever that is.
Yes.
I don't know. I mean,
no, I think the state we are very vulnerable. If you think of some of the events that have happened in the last few years where our adversaries have taken advantage of those systems being in the state that they are. And so every time we allow those kind of exploits or those vulnerabilities to be exploited, we have put critical infrastructure. If a wastewater treatment system is vulnerable, it can have devastating implications for a community. If your water is infiltrated and puts a lot of toxic waste into it, no one is going to be well after that. You'll have a lot of sick people. You'll have hospitals. You'll have a lot of vulnerabilities that will have devastating impact to a community. And people don't realize that there's a lot to go in. It's not just having someone walk around and make sure nothing drops something into a wastewater treatment. It's making sure that nobody does anything that offsets the levels or the balance of what's being done to manage and maintain those systems.
So now that we know that IT and OT are different things, how is the approach to securing operational technology for space systems different than doing it for information technology for space systems,
well,
right?
The data side of doing IT or the enterprise IT is very different than thinking about a launch system or a rocket system or even the manufacturing a system that or development of a rocket or a space asset. If somebody compromises that, gets the wrong data in, guess how much money is wasted? We were just talking about money. If somebody infiltrates a system and puts the wrong information into the development and it gets manufactured, it's going to fail.
Well, give us an example. What do you mean?
So
there's a lot of its and things.
Well,
and
if someone infiltrates the design of a space system, a rocket.
Okay, let's start with that.
And
infiltrates the design of a rocket.
And they put in some elements that shouldn't be there. Is that rocket? So I'm not a rocket scientist. Nor do I play one on TV.
It's a scary dream, but let's dream.
But if I were developing a system and it's as opposed to its trajectory being whatever, I don't know the elements of it. But if I put something in that design that said go down instead of up, just to put it in layman's terms that I can understand.
That would be a bad day.
That would be a bad day. And think about the sometimes billions of dollars that went into that design and build. Does that make sense?
And the effect afterward. Because
Correct.
there's
and who knows where it's going to go down.
Right.
Right. It could go down in a residential area. It could go down in a system where it could be a nuclear target. So you just don't know. And if these things aren't secured properly, or at least we have the resources to secure them and see when things aren't acting the way they should or built the way they should be, bad things can happen.
What about damage to reputation for a company? That would be pretty valuable.
Yes, but I'm more concerned with the individuals and the business. Yes, but reputation is definitely a bad thing if that happens on your watch, right?
All right. Well, we know that multiple administrations have made cybersecurity and also securing space systems a priority, right? We have Space Policy Directive 5, that was 2020. Earlier this year, one of the last things that the Biden administration did was a presidential order on cybersecurity and developing more tools for cybersecurity. So it's not like various administrations or parties, have a different view towards securing space systems and securing operational technology.
It is a priority. It has to be. And it has to be a collaboration between the government, industry, because industry brings that innovation, government brings that policy and guidance. And then we also need our other partners, our EU, our NATO partners, who are also battling and going about trying to see how to utilize space to advance their communities and their worlds.
So for it to be a priority, right, and for all of those different nodes that you explained was 180,000, which is kind of a big number for me to get my brain around, just that many different endpoints, yep. Right? Seeing that there's so many endpoints, then what would be some of the tactics that our adversaries and malicious actors use against operational technology? And these malicious actors aren't just always adversaries, right? I mean, they can be non-state actors, they can be criminals.
Oh, it could just be some kid who's curious to see what they can do, right?
That's not malicious, but yes, or at least
no.
I hope not, right?
Well, it isn't, because they don't understand when they do these things that there are consequences, right? And some of those consequences could be end of life for people. And so when you have a vulnerability that's exploited, be it an outdated operating system, be it an inroad, and they do, now what we're seeing is people using IT assets to get access to OT assets. And so if you're using passwords, but a lot of these systems are air-gapped. So the one thing I tell my OT engineers is you're going to get dirty, right? I don't want to go to a wastewater treatment plant, but I have been there. I'd much rather put on a hard hat and go to a construction site rather than mucking around in wastewater. But the only way you're going to find some of these vulnerabilities and where there are problems is to get dirty. And that is what I would say the difference between an IT and an OT engineer. They are the guys who understand the infrastructure. They understand those critical assets that they're trying to secure and make sure that any vulnerabilities are at least as well as they can be covered.
Yeah, this summit is really about space systems, right? And it's interesting that you've mentioned terrestrial infrastructure. And there is terrestrial infrastructure for space systems, right? There's ground control, mission control, launch, manufacturing, Major Tom, exactly.
Sorry.
That's all right. We need a soundtrack, and I know you do music as well. So right, okay, we're going there. But space systems really present a different kind of a challenge here, right? I mean, because once it's launched, it's in orbit. It's not like you can go, put on the hard hat like a construction.
But think about those ground systems,
right?
Think about those ground systems.
Right.
Some of those are 30 years old, right? Some of those ground systems have those vulnerabilities.
So then
some
what
of
kind
those
of tactics
assets
would be used against a ground system with those kind of vulnerabilities?
Well, if you think about, let me give you probably an easier one, a satellite system. If I take down a satellite system, and we talked about this in the previous session, GPS, if GPS systems go offline, they have more devastating impact than somebody driving into a lake, right? If they take them down, somebody's not going to get to a hospital in time. Somebody's not going to, life could be on the line because those systems are no longer available. But think about it from a launch perspective. If those GPS, if we think we're launching an asset to an area that's open, and it's not. And so we also have assets in space that if those data lines, those payloads that we're expecting don't come down, they come down, but they're not really the information that we want. We're giving bad information to our intelligence community, to our DoD community. So as they do their planning for their mission, if we're giving them bad data because we think that there hasn't been or there has been a compromise, what does that do to protect our warfighter, protect the communities, the areas that they're protecting?
Is there a particular kind of thing, though, that you're seeing in the sense of our adversaries targeting ground systems, our adversaries targeting on-orbit assets?
They're targeting everything, trying to find the inroads, right? So it's just like our IT systems. If you think about how many pings or opportunities that people try to find, openings or inroads to get into their systems, they're doing that with our space assets. And now that we have the $250,000 constellations going up almost daily, and I know that's an over, but not really, right? We have constellations going up almost on a weekly basis, let's say.
We have a launch about, what is it, every 28 hours?
Correct.
Leslie, are you here somewhere to check my homework? But yeah, I think it's every...
But it is, if you think about every time those assets go up, there's a vulnerability that could be going up there with it. And I don't think that we as a nation or as a industry are taking that lightly anymore because of the fast-paced movement of space, the fast-paced desire to get to space and to use those and to create those data sources and to use them and to create this digital economy that is coming from all of those space assets and all of the things that can come out of having those assets in space. But if we don't secure them, it's almost back to, dirty data. What you put in is what you get out. But if somebody's putting something in there that wasn't expected to be in there and we don't know it until it's too late, there could be catastrophic damage done. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But I was wondering, do you have an example of perhaps a recent incident with space systems and operational technology you could share with us?
So there was a Russian attack in 22 where they actually, that was more...
You talking the Viasat?
Yes.
Okay.
Wasn't that 22?
That was 22. That actually occurred late at night, early morning, prior to Russian tanks invading Ukraine. They were
Correct.
coming over from Belarus.
Correct.
Right? And before that all kicked off, before that sort of physical activity on the surface of the Earth, there were multiple attacks that were launched against Viasat systems. One, I believe, was a DDoS attack.
That is correct.
Another one was an attack on firmware, which went specifically to an operational technology of allowing the routers that would receive the signals and route them to other
Wherever, correct.
other systems. And something went wrong with the routers, and so much so that they broke, but they didn't break. They just didn't function anymore. And this problem actually was felt, not just in Ukraine, but throughout Europe.
Correct.
It stopped a wind farm in Germany, and I think it was felt as far away as Morocco.
Correct.
Right? So that was, yeah.
And
I
that
guess
was
I've just given the example.
No. I appreciate it. So it is happening, right?
Right.
And that was one of the major ones in 22. But we get reports all the time of different attacks on not only our space infrastructure, because those mission systems can't fail. If we are thinking about what it costs to take those missions on, and then two, what the payload that we're expecting once those missions are successful. And so if they're disrupted by a nation actor or some nefarious person trying to do, or country, or trying to get to them, they could do damage and cost us a lot of money and set us back. Because a lot of work went to getting us to the point where we're making that investment to launch those assets.
So can an attack on operational technology in a space system impact space operations, which we're pretty sure
Yes,
it can?
it can.
But could it also actually threaten our personal security?
Of course it does. I'll go back to the GPS. I'll go back to the data that we're getting out of those systems. If that data, if we don't have it, the increased knowledge that data allows us to have, and a lot of that data comes from space, especially our geospatial, our telemetry that we get. A lot of our IC agencies depend on space-based data for their decision making, for also to make sure that they can keep us and our allies safe. So if we don't have that, and the Ukraine example is a great one, right? If you think about the attack that happened because of a space asset and a space problem.
We also have here in Colorado, and I'm from California, and we share, unfortunately, some similarities in terms of mountains and wildfires, right? And I would imagine that keeping those systems that actually support fighting wildfires, monitoring wildfires, being able to send out alerts for wildfires would be a pretty big deal, no?
They are, and I sit on the board of a company called Earth Daily Federal, and they just put up a constellation about a month ago, and they use their data and their resources to help with fires and extraction of folks who are lost in places that are hard to get to and hard to get out of. And so there is so many use cases for using those kind of resources as they get. And not to give Earth Daily a plug, but
Give them a plug, why not?
I know that one intimately because I sit on their board meeting every month. So.
All right, so then what steps should organizations take? What steps should, let's say, the U.S. government take? I mean, we have SBD 5, we have the presidential executive order, which I believe has not been rescinded, that particular one on cybersecurity. At least I hope not. Right? What should government do to support securing operational technology, do you think?
Well,
and then after that, organizations. I'm splitting them up just because they have different kind of powers,
I
right?
think the government is taking this very seriously. I believe the government is working to collaborate with industry. I think they are also looking to make OT cyber just as important as IT cyber. And I think what we have is an education problem as much as a physical and people problem, right? Like I said, we have a lot of systems engineers and IT engineers. The cybersecurity in an OT or industrial cybersecurity, the numbers are not as great. And so one of the things we've been working on at Amentum is collaborating with education organizations like ISC2 to get people certified and get people excited about the difference that they can make focusing around not sitting at a desk looking for those problems, actually getting out in the field and learning what industrial security is and the importance, and from a space perspective, which is probably even a better selling point with it being the final frontier. An opportunity for young people to get excited about what's next and the next generation of what cybersecurity is all about.
So you said 180,000 endpoints as an IN dash points.
Correct.
All right. Well,
And
in, right. So that means there's stuff that's already in the system.
there's stuff that's already there that we haven't looked at, that hasn't been touched, that needs an update, but it can't break, right? We can't take something, we can't take a space launch system down and say, oh, we're going to replace it, right? It has to go through a life cycle to be replaced. It also has to make sure that we understand everything about it before we even think about taking it down to replace it with something else. And it has to be a switchover. And that's one of the things that we do in industrial security. Nowadays, we're building digital twins to show us what some of those systems look like. And I thought it was interesting when we were talking about the finances, because there's so much room to grow in space, but if you think about all of the cabling and the stuff that we have under, that is an industrial problem. If somebody cuts, and we had an incident, right, where wires were cut, that cuts down a lot of connectivity for countries for states and counties and countries that manage their infrastructure to some degree. If those data lines, those pipelines are cut and shut down, not only does it impact what's going on up top, but it goes above the water as well as on land.
Okay, so let's complicate it.
Why not?
Artificial intelligence. That's
Yes.
pretty complicated. That's scary. That's like fast thinking, fast machine learning. I mean, the attack vectors can increase. The AI-powered attacks are allegedly able to learn how to evade detection.
But
right?
we're using machine learning tools to help us do intrusion detection a lot faster, right? Machine learning is not new to the Intel community. And so I like the fact that AI is the new hot button for everybody. But as I said, I've been around the block quite a long time. And we've been doing machine learning for a long time, using those tools. They've gotten better, don't get me wrong, but we are using them now to help us with intrusion detection, to look at those data sources. When we're building our digital twins, we're taking those and building out scenarios that take that data and we process it fastly to see where we're going. So everything has a place. And I think AI is only going to help us get better, get to some of those resources. But for industrial security, we also are dependent on signals. We're depending on monitoring of those signals to see where, and getting those signals in places that can tell us, is it breaking down? Is there a vulnerability? Has there been a hack?
So we're getting to the end of our time. So this last question, I want you to think hard on. Excellent. What's your call to action? What do you want the people here in this room, right? A lot of them are working in this sector, in space. They are threat experts, mitigation experts, and they're folks that are listening and watching online. What is it that you want them to walk away with? What do you want them to do?
I think the biggest thing for me is collaboration. I think the more we get together and talk about what the vulnerabilities are, where the possibilities are, especially as space is evolving so fast, the better off we'll be. And I think just like anything else, you have to admit that there is a problem, that those vulnerabilities are there, and that if we don't pay attention to them, they will kick us in the shoe.
For lack of a better term.
That's right.
I see.
And I think that's the call to action, that everybody in here who has a stake in space, who has a stake in cybersecurity, who has a stake in the organization that they support, owes it to get out there, find out where those honeypots are, where those opportunities to collaborate and talk to people about what they're seeing, or what they're working on. I mean, we don't have any shortage of engineers who are happy to talk about what they would like to see and maybe collaborate with the right partner to build it out, or to at least write a paper or put it out there. I think there's so much opportunity for us to come together as a community to do that.
Now, I'm going to give a shameless plug for the Space Information Sharing and Analysis Center, the Space Isac, because the Space Isac is in many ways a clearinghouse and a way for, at least for commercial organizations, and actually also for government organizations, space agencies, to collaborate, to share threat data, and to push out threat data and alerts. So there might be a good foundation right here in this building where we are coming to you from right now. Anyway, Gwen, thank you so much. And also thank you to Amentum for sponsoring this STAX Talk. And hopefully we're going to do this again.
Thank you, and I appreciate everybody's time, and I look forward to talking and meeting with anybody who's interested. Amentum's done some really critical work in space. We have a very large NASA program. We are looking at doing some really cool stuff with Golden Dome, as is everyone else. But we certainly have a lot of opportunity to share and meet. So thank you.
Everybody, give it up for Gwen, please. And we'll be right back.
Our world faces intense challenges and immense possibilities. At Amentum, we believe in a secure, vibrant future, but achieving it requires protecting our people, resources, and planet. For over a century, we've tackled pressing issues with historical significance. Yet we remain focused on what's next, advancing initiatives that clean our environment, support our nation and our allies, and explore our universe. We're delivering advanced engineering and technology solutions to address the most significant challenges in science, security, and sustainability. Our mission is clear, and our time is now. Amentum, advancing the future together.
threats to space systems vary. They're diverse in nature, they're kinetic, meaning you can actually go move a satellite in space, right? There's kinetic features to that. There's also non-kinetic, so electromagnetic pulse and electronic warfare are different activities that are non-kinetic. That's also one of the features of cybersecurity for terrestrial systems, is that we send telemetry and we do non-kinetic information transfer. These types of non-kinetic threats are harder to see, but they can be monitored. New technologies like intrusion detection on a spacecraft are going to allow us to monitor and detect when a spacecraft is potentially vulnerable to attack or it's susceptible to a threat because these data sets are being made available that were not previously made available to monitor this. Yeah, so there's cyber attacks and there's physical attacks. A physical attack might look like two satellites getting really close to each other, and a satellite is trying to pick up and use the sensors off of another satellite to learn what's going on. It could also be an antenna on the ground that is blasting a signal up to a satellite, and when they blast that signal up to a satellite, they can take over, spoof, or jam the signal that's supposed to be there, that's being used for a business purpose. That's a non-kinetic attack. These types of attacks can be found on something called Aerospace Sparta. Aerospace developed the Sparta framework in order for the commercial sector to start looking at the different tactics, techniques, and procedures that an adversary might use to be able to attack a system. There's also threats to space systems that are not related to humans. We're not the only problem. There's also the sun. So solar weather creates a lot of effects against LEO, GEO, and HEO, and MEO, and spacecraft in all different ways that are hard for us to predict. There's a lot of research that's underway. NOAA and the UK Met Office, as well as the Bureau of Meteorology in Australia, are all actively working, and others, on monitoring what the sun is going to do and trying to predict what the sun is going to do. That's a hard thing. But what we do at Space Isac is we work with the owner-operators to collect information from them on how the sun is impacting their system. It gets really hot up there, and it can break things.
Well, good morning. If I could, we could start the next session. So the next session is titled Demystifying Quantum in Quantum for Space and Security Systems. My name is Joel Mozer. I had the distinct privilege to be the first chief scientist with the United States Space Force when it was stood up in 2019 and served in that role at the Pentagon until last year when I retired. I consider myself a technologist and a futurist, and I get to do a lot of those fun things today. I'm joined by a couple of distinguished gentlemen. Austin Hood is the president of Secured Quantum Systems U.S. Defense Company. And he brings quantum communications technology out of the lab and into the hands of our servicemen and women. He's been with SQS for only a couple of years, a company that I'm proud to be an advisor with too. But he has more than 30 plus years of operations, communications, and cybersecurity behind him. And he's working to build a paradigm-shifting quantum communications case in his current role. Also, I have Mr. Colin Doughan. Colin is founder and CEO of Gravatics, focused on building space infrastructure for the DoD and commercial markets. He wants me to say, these guys build space stations and aircraft carriers for space. We'll talk about the physics of that in a minute. Prior to starting Gravatics, Colin worked at Lockheed Martin for 20 years, developing large satellite constellations for the US Air Force and Space Force. But before we get into talking about that, I just could not resist as a physicist. The title of the talk is Demystifying Quantum. So I have to give a little bit of a spiel up front. This is your talk from a physicist to tell you what you need to know about quantum mechanics, quantum physics. No physics degree required. If you already know about quantum mechanics and how it works, then maybe I'm going to give you some ideas on how to explain it to your friends at parties. But I'm going to tell you, there's just a few simple concepts that you need to grasp. Anybody in this room can do quantum mechanics. You just have to be a little bit mindful of the weirdness and to put your intuition on hold for a second. So I call this my 2-bit quantum mechanics talk. First of all, because I'm going to use a quarter as my quantum analogy a lot here, you'll see. And second, because it may only be worth 25 cents, so you can tell me afterwards. So this is a spinning quarter. Your classical intuition about spinning quarters will tell you that this thing is eventually going to stop and it's going to fall down and it's going to say heads or tails. In fact, if you were able to measure the spinning of this and the balance and all the details, you could even predict whether it's going to be heads or tails when it falls down. That's our quantum intuition. I'm here to tell you that's not so in the world of quantum mechanics. So when I talk about quantum mechanics, I'm talking about the world of the very tiny, that scale of molecules and atoms and electrons and photons, very small. And it's a very sensitive area in terms of things only work in a delicate sense. They're easy to disrupt. So it's a world that we're not familiar with. And again, you have to suspend some of your intuition to understand it. So the first thing I'm going to talk to you about is a phenomenon called superposition. So in the classical world, your quarter is heads or tails. In a quantum world, so imagine this quarter is brought down into the world of quantum mechanics. It can be both heads and tails at the same time. That's called superposition. So what is that? Is that a heads or a tails? I don't know. In fact, it can display the behavior of a heads quarter and a tails quarter at the same time. But when you look at it, it's going to collapse into one or the other. It'll be a heads or a tails, and it'll be that way forevermore. That's kind of weird, and I'd like you to think about that a little bit. If I were here and I flipped a quarter and landed it on my back of my hand and covered the hand up and said, is it heads or tails? You wouldn't know, but it is either one or the other of those two. It's heads or tails, and we're ignorant of it. What I'm telling you at the quantum scale, it can be both heads and tails at the same time. You can do experiments on it. The way it propagates, the way it moves it'll display a superposition of both states. And this applies to anything in this microscopic world that you can measure. It could be the energy of this quarter or an electron, or the polarization of a photon, or the position. Is it here? Is it here? Is it there? All of these things can be in superposition at the same time, and that's the part that we have trouble with intuition on. So one way to think about this in the real world is think about dropping a pebble. A pebble is think of it as a particle. It's got size, it's got weight, you can measure that. It's hard, you can measure the dimensions of it. But now release it and drop it into a pond, and it turns into a wave, so to speak, sort of. A wave is a little bit different. A wave is moving in all directions at the same time in this case. It's moving everywhere. It has high points, it has low points. It has different features, and it propagates differently than a stone would propagate in water. That's the way quantum superposition kind of is. It's propagating as a wave. It's moving as a wave. And you might also have heard the concept of wave-particle duality in quantum physics. This is what they're talking about. Now imagine you look at this, you just look at this wave in the pond of water, and it snaps back into a stone. It collapses from a wave back to a particle. That's the phenomenon of wave function collapse in physics. And once it goes back to being a particle, it'll never be a wave again. Kind of hard to get your mind around, right? But let me stretch your mind a little bit further. Let's talk about another quantum physics phenomenon called entanglement. So imagine I take this quarter and I put it in a undercover in a box, and I slice it down the middle, flat way. So I have two pieces of metal, one that's got a heads on it, blank on the other side, and the other one that's got a tails on it, blank on the other side. So I'm going to call those two entangled, because now anytime you have the one coin and you see that it's heads, you know that the other coin must be tails, or vice versa, right? Because they came from the same place. Well, back to superposition. If we did that under the cover of darkness, we cut the coin in half, and I handed one of those coins to somebody, we'll call her Alice, and I handed the other coin to Bob, and say Bob goes off to Mars or to Kansas, which is even further, or Alpha Centauri, doesn't matter how far. Alice and Bob, as long as they're not looking at their coins, they can be in superposition. They can both be a head and a tail at the same time. And it's not just because Alice and Bob are ignorant about what they have. It physically obeys the properties of both. You could do experiments on these coins, and they would behave some strangely. And it's not until one of them looks at the coin. So let's say Alice turns it over, looks in her hand, and she has a head. Well, she knows automatically that Bob has a tail. Bob's magically becomes a tail because Alice is his head. And it happens instantaneously. It doesn't matter how far away they are. And if Bob now opens his hand, he'll see that tail. That's quantum entanglement. And you might imagine it might have some applications for communications, or if you sent a series of these quarters or entangled bits by Alice to Bob, you could use that as a decryption key for a cybersecurity key. That's one of the uses for this. We'll talk about it. So, you know, this is all mysterious. It's very hard to understand conceptually. It's just not our natural life. But mathematically, it's actually quite simple. Just to introduce, this is all the math you need to know to understand quantum mechanics. First of all, the quarter on the left, see the little funny symbol? It's called the bracket notation. It says H on it. So that's a quarter in the state of heads. To the right is a quarter in the state of tails. A quarter in superposition, which we'll denote by psi in the bracket notation, is just the sum of the heads and the tails. Notice there's no indication of position or velocity. It's just the sum. So the physics flows very naturally from very simple concepts like that. It's our intuition that needs the work. That's the hard part. So what good is all this? So quantum computers, we all hear about those in the news. The interesting thing about quantum computers, if you consider your quantum quarter to be a bit is usually 0 or 1. one or the other. Just like a quantum quarter, a qubit can be in a superposition of the 0 and 1 state at the same time. And you can come up with gates and processes and algorithms that operate on that without collapsing it to either a 0 or a 1. If you have 2 qubits or 2 quarters, you can have 4 states, heads, 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 tails, tails, heads, tails, tails. And you can process those all simultaneously using quantum gates and this property of superposition. If you have 3, you can have 8. There are the 8 states that 3 quantum coins can be in. You notice a pattern here. Every time you add a qubit or a quarter, you double the amount of things that you're looking at once. So that's why quantum computers are so appealing. All you have to do is add another qubit and you double its capability. So imagine what would happen if you had 10, 20, 30 qubits. Amazing, right? So why don't we just do that? Why don't we just build a quantum computer that has a lot of qubits and solve the world's problems? Well, it's not a conceptual problem and it's not a quantum problem, it's an engineering problem. What do quantum computers look like? They look like this. That's actually not the computer. That's all that tubing and wiring and metal plates. That's the refrigerator that cools the bits down to close to absolute 0 and keeps them isolated. Remember how I said quantum physics is very shy and very sensitive? In order to take advantage of it, you have to isolate these things very, very quietly and carefully. That's the challenge, engineering challenge. That's why it's taking so long for quantum computers to come about. So there is one exception to that. You can actually have a quantum phenomenon at room temperature that you can hold in your hand. And to do that, I need to talk a little bit about quantum materials. This is the last concept I'm going to give you, so I don't see anybody passing out yet. So we all know that a diamond is just carbon atoms that have been compressed over time in high pressure and heat and create a crystal lattice of carbon atoms. That's a diamond. Turns out there's a defect that's possible in the crystal lattice of a diamond, where one of the carbon atoms can get replaced by a nitrogen atom. And when that happens, just to balance the chemistry, you also get a vacancy right next to it, an empty spot. And that's called a nitrogen vacancy diamond, NV diamond. And these happen in the real world. They occur in nature. In fact, if you find one, they're very rare. They sparkle more than a regular diamond. It's cool. But fortunately, we know how to make them in a laboratory. So we do make these, and the interesting part about NV diamonds is that nitrogen and vacant spot can do all this quantum physics, the superposition, the entanglement, at room temperature, because it's embedded in a crystal. You don't have to reduce it to near 0 temperature. These kind of quantum materials are very useful for quantum sensors. So beyond the scope of this talk, but using something like this, you can create a sensor that can detect very minutely changes in the Earth's gravity field or magnetic field. With that, you can render the oceans transparent and see every submarine down there. Very amazing things that can happen with quantum sensors. So my simple 2-bit talk, I've told you about superposition and entanglement and how that relates to quantum computers. I've also talked a little bit about quantum communications and quantum security. And finally, a little bit about quantum sensing. These are 3 technologies that are set to revolutionize the world. And that's what we want to talk about. So I hope that was worth 25 cents. So. So I would like to turn to my colleagues here and ask a couple of questions. And the first one, there's a lot of hype around quantum too. Everybody seems to want to throw the word quantum in front of their product. There's quantum phone cases you can buy. There's a quantum dishwasher tablet. So I used to sign officer performance reports for Space Force and Air Force officers. And I can't tell you how many times I saw Officer Stuffy made a quantum leap in new technology to acquire something. And I would always circle that and say, a quantum leap is very small. It's tiny and sensitive. So there is some hype. So I'd like to to turn to first to Austin. What do you think of this hype, and how do we know when the technology is broken out of this hype cycle?
Yeah, thank you, Joel. And so when I think about this hype and a hype curve that comes through there, and from my perspective, when I want to kind of get to more what's really out there and what's available, I have to take a lot of what I get with a grain of salt. And I have a couple tools at my disposal that I use to do that. And so I've got a reference architecture so that I know what's in and out of the bounds of the realm of the possible. And also I've got a roadmap for digital transformation that helps me to identify the relevant opportunities, what's that closest alligator to the boat on that piece. But using, basically measuring those things that are being made, and research essential, right? But someone like me would get lost in the research and in the hype of the promotion of that. And so I take my measurements more so from what's being built and what's being fielded out there.
Colin, any thoughts on hyping quantum?
So most of my answers today are going to be related to how do I apply it to my products. So we are not an inherent, I don't have quantum in my name yet, although that might be a good thing we should add.
Quantum Colin, okay.
We are building large structures for the civil space industry, so think like modules for space stations, cargo vehicles for space stations. And then on the military side, Golden Dome related, we can host your space-based interceptors. We're just won a large contract to be able to provide these orbital carriers for space that can pre-position third stages in orbit, and then when needed can quickly shoot them out anywhere in systems. And I hear quantum, and I hear an exciting new maybe on the comm side. And I have to then say, if I put it on one of my vehicles, if I put that capability on one of my vehicles, what do I have to give up? And what happens if it does not work as advertised, either initially or over some extended window of time? And so largely, I'm viewing that along almost any technology I consider. Many have a lot of sizzle to them and would be exciting to be able to take advantage of. At what point does that add enough value to be worth the risk? But I think with quantum, there's the reverse risk also. In general, space moves slowly. You're almost never penalized for saying, you know what, in the interest of human safety, if I'm going to go to the ISS, in the interest of whatever it is, I got to make sure it works. And so I will take that old, rad, hard CPU rather than the latest and greatest that comes out from NVIDIA or whatever. In this case, though, the danger is, what if it moves quick enough that some of my data becomes exposed? People are gathering that data and decrypting it later. There's a whole reason why we're going to be forced to get on the quantum train. And so trying to wrestle with that right timelines can't just be that a product exists, but it also can't be that, in general, we hold off as an industry too long because it's going to leave us behind in some scary ways if we don't get on board.
You bring up an interesting point. There's sort of a fear of missing out in terms of any new technology. Everybody wants to be on board with the latest, but there's also a competitive aspect of that. And for defense, it's, does your great power competitor get this technology before we do is a big thing. For business, does my competitor bring it to market first? I'm just wondering, how much does that change the calculus of quantum technologies, whether it's computing, communications, or sensing in space? Either one of you have a thought on that?
Yes, Joel. And so I've heard others say that, when it comes to this quantum thing, specifically from a defense, national security area, there's no points for second place, right? And so we have to forge ahead and get there as quickly as possible. And our economy is no exception to that national might. And so a lot of application in that area. But I think one of the ways that we can kind of accelerate and bring those things in is to just get to know the technology, to get close to it. And so I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, from our sponsor at Space Isac that, they have a quantum test bed pilot project. And so that's a place where companies can come to literally put their tech, their thoughts, their ambitions, and get them validated in a test environment, and not like a research and development kind of test, but like a practical day-to-day kind of application. And so just getting to know those, helps to bring down the hype a little bit, helps to get people comfortable, bridge that educational gap that you'd spent some time on us. Thank you for bringing that in, so that words like superpositioning and entanglement have a little bit more meaning toward their business. And now it's now it's starting to work toward applying that within each kind of sector. And what could it bring to you and accelerate from your business capability perspective?
The way that we'll on-ramp this tech is by first flying it on the ground, so taking advantage of some of these opportunities, introducing it into our HITL, hardware-in-the-loop lab type capabilities on the ground. That makes tons of sense. But the reality is I'm going to fly two. I'm going to fly the old tech and the new tech and try before, I guess I've already bought, but before I rely on those capabilities, because most of them do a job I already do, but can do it better. And I can't wait for the day that I can fully rely on this quantum tech across a variety of these use cases. But until then, you're going to still see me flying some of the old stuff too.
Yeah, that's great. And I'd like to follow up on that a little bit, and maybe something you said too, Austin, about, there's ground test beds testing this out. What would either one of you want to see before you did rely on a quantum technology as your primary, not just as a backup? As George Pullen said earlier about future technologies, you kind of have to discount those for the things that are available today. Any thoughts on that?
I mean, let's just take, you had mentioned earlier some of the comms-related advantages that could come from this. Some of the uniquenesses of this technology, that the very act of taking a look at it in flight, in process, while it's traveling from here to there, will identify that information, and it's no longer in superposition. I'm going to lose it. I'm going to know it, that I've been breached, and that sounds very attractive. I'll never get hacked again. What happens if that device breaks down partway in? And so I'm gonna need a long track record before I trust it, because most of this equipment goes up that has to last decades. And so anything new is going to have that same hard convincing me to not fly something that, if that does all of a sudden stop functioning, I'm loving it for 2 years and it no longer works, I'm going to revert back to old RF comms and some other methods of being able to communicate.
You remind me of something I learned from Rich Joseph, who was the chief scientist of the Department of the Air Force when I was a Space Force chief scientist. He would say, if it smells its chemistry, if it's squishy, it's biology. If it doesn't work, it's physics. It's kind of around that. Any thoughts on what you'd like to see?
And so for me, it has to be usable and reliable. And I know in pure science, when we're doing these researches, like you showed on your picture there, it's a very controlled environment. And quantum mechanics right now, while physically bounded, is still very fragile in the way that we're developing it. And it comes down to me into the implementation of it. And so I need to have something that has a certain maturity to it. And as advances come, I'll be kind of lagging behind those advances in favor of that reliability, so that when we go to somebody or somebody wants to use this technology, we have high confidence that it's going to work and work for them, because the stakes are too high, like you said, Colin. If you're putting a couple $1 million into a satellite launch, you don't want your quantum clock to flake out on you right after it leaves the launch pad. And so that's where I put a lot of due diligence into looking at that reliability factor.
Yeah. So, question for both of you, but maybe start with Austin. Will quantum technologies for space or for any use become their own vertical, or will they be absorbed into, you know, other industries like aerospace and space? Any thoughts on whether we'll see a quantum industry, or will it just be a tool that's used in other products?
Yeah, and so the quantum industry is absolutely critical to securing space systems, period dot. And so I'd submit to you today that that industry, nascent, is comprised of what Colin and his company do. You know, they're highly advanced, they're highly specialized. He's alone and unafraid out there, and he's doing the things that he has to do. But it'd be nice for Colin, not to speak for you, but it'd be nice for Colin to have an industry out there of partners that specialize in areas that he doesn't have a 25th hour in the day to get to, some areas that he can't think through. And so I think it's important to build this industry up. And so will it? I think the answer is it's there. It just looks in that form. And much like artificial intelligence has grown, you know, in 2022, it was put onto the NAICS code, which is headed up by the U.S. Census Bureau and overseen by the Office of Personnel and Management, but it's the National Industry, the North American Industry Classification System. It's how we go about tagging those business efforts and putting them in bins. And it's also a way for federal agencies and others to monitor the spend of that activity. And so in 2022, we see artificial intelligence gets its own NAICS code under the R&D umbrella, but it doesn't address the business side of the house where Colin operates. And so in there is, you know, how are they going to classify and qualify that spend to formalize it as an industry when it comes through?
I'm going to use partners like Austin to help make sense of this, but I'm guessing the where I'm going to see it is I'm going to have an alternative to a star tracker. Is that going to come from a star tracker company that jumps on the and puts quantum in their name and jumps on that bandwagon? I'm going to have an alternative to other sensors I would otherwise be using that give me alternatives to GPS and other things. Again, are those going to come from those incumbents or a fresh startup? I mean, history shows we see bits of both, and then who ends up winning, I think is going to be a fun adventure to watch.
Yeah, and I would point out that we have quantum technologies in operation today, had them for many years. For example, the clocks on our GPS are basically fundamentally use a quantum technology. Lasers are based on some of the same quantum technologies. So life is funny that way, right? New technologies seem mysterious, but once they creep into things, we just deal with them. I mean, we adapt things very quickly. So with that in mind, I'm just wondering, how is quantum mechanics going to help us build aircraft carriers in space?
So a lot of our products right now are in low Earth orbit, well within the reach of GPS. As we get further out, we have options. We can build new GPSs or their equivalents beyond GEO and continue to operate into an environment where there are these signals that give me precise pointing of my location. Alternatives, it's a pretty pricey way to do life, is to carry some of that capability on board. Better onboard clocks, that's a huge piece that can help, and better precise positioning beyond GEO. You can still reach the signal, but the closer you get to the moon and beyond, it becomes harder and harder to be able to use reliably. So I see that as a huge capability as we want to be able to utilize more of cislunar space. Additionally, that navigation gear of knowing precisely where I am. I mentioned some of those products are, Lego brick style assembling modules in space for like space stations. That RPOC, rendezvous prox ops, making the final connection is going to be huge. And I think some of these technologies are going to be powerful there. But I think I'm also unaware of where this could go. The idea of making the ocean transparent. I mean, like how far are these sensors going to go that there's not an equivalent product that we're simply going to make better, but it's just going to change the game, and that's going to be very fun to be able to explore.
Yeah, very, very good answer. And one last question maybe, and then we'll open it up for some audience questions. But Austin, so several years ago, the National Security Agency came out and said quantum key decryption (QKD) is just not the way to go. It has some problems, some fundamental problems. I'm wondering, from the perspective of a company trying to commercialize quantum communications, what do you what's your rebuttal to that, and what's the way forward? And has that declaration slowed you down any?
The declaration hasn't slowed us down any, but I would love to have the discussion with organizations like that about what the future may have. You know, you've already mentioned that it's underpinned by physics, which is pretty hard to compete with and great to take advantage of in that area. And, you know, when it comes to security applications, it's a lot about the computational risk that you're going to put out there. And not just on the technology itself, but also in the implementation. And so we're undertaking a white paper to get more thoroughly after those concerns that might be out there. But you know, when it comes to it, I see that, you know, other areas of the globe, like the EU, are a little less hesitant to adopt some of the ones that are already in place, like quantum key distribution type technologies, ones that we use too, but they're just scaling at a much higher comfort level than that. And so I think they're seeing both the pressure to need to move to an environment like that, and then also, you know, maybe they've done their homework in that area to understand what that true risk would be for them.
Yeah, thank you. Great answer. So I'd like to turn it to the audience. Anybody have any quantum mechanics lecture questions that you'd like to ask? I see one over here. Here comes the mic.
Thanks, gentlemen. I'm Clay Bosler. I support the Space Systems Command out of U.S. Space Force. I worry, I mostly work on SATCOM, and my fear for our future in SATCOM and more broadly is something I've started thinking of as spectral Armageddon, with thousands of overhead emitters, the uncoordinated, the ITU regulatory environment that was built for a pretty staid, geocentric regulation. I think we're going to have a Kessler-like syndrome, but it's going to happen in spectrum, not with birds running into each other. Given that, I hear stories that quantum will help me resolve that, move beyond that, sidestep that problem. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that and how dependent with quantum distribution are we still going to be on spectrum? How fundamental is spectrum, and how can you sidestep that with quantum? Thank you.
Yeah, Clay, thank you for the question. And so, number one, I don't think any of us up here have all the answers to all the problems up there, but I would frame my response to you in that, like I mentioned before, quantum is fragile. And so there's a lot of things that we have to take into account for noise and the complexity that comes through there. But I like to look at it as a maturity journey. And so much like when we invented the transistor in 1947, you know, it could easily fit in the palm of your hand. And through decades of continuous improvement, research and development, miniaturization, applications across the board, you know, we're on track to put maybe 30 trillion of them on a chip by 2030, if I don't misquote that. And so we've gone down to having something that fit in your hand to now something that's 5 nanometers long and in place. And so I think while today it's hard to envision that time when this technology will reach its stride, I feel confident in the teams and the companies that are getting after it and the research agencies that are putting toward this to make it more usable for you in these space systems. And so it might just be a question of how, but more of a question of when could we start to see these things become meaningful and purposeful in these applications that we have.
Yeah. Where's the microphone?
How's it going? Nick Goddard, CISO at a company called GoGo. We run corporate aviation worldwide. 26 years doing DoD work over on the private sector now. And I'll tell you, one of the challenges I've run into on the commercial side is when government's usually been the primary driver for innovation when it comes to very elite systems that require the IOS constellation, you know, as an example, at Geo, very significant engineering requirements, very defined processes. We know what cold welding does. We know all the things that happen internally. Now I'm on the business risk side when it comes down to when I look at these technology companies and we talk about quantum, and I'll talk about snake oil and the amount that is out there when it comes to what quantum is, right? And so when NIST published the actual 3 algorithms, well, 3 plus if you include Falcon and a few others, on the algorithm side saying, okay, NSA certifies algorithms, but vendors build implementations, right? And they field those. So the challenge is how do we advance on the business side so we can invest in companies that are not snake oil? Well, from a technology standpoint, I evaluate things that come into my current company by looking at their track record and who's on their board. Do they have a chief scientist position? Do they have somebody that knows math, right? I got people that are selling me things that are piecemeal together from other organizations, and the risk at running quantum and turning it into a nothing burger is very real because AI is currently distracting everybody. And it really comes down to a data problem, not an AI problem. So as we feel the maturity of this organization and we want people to invest in these companies, how does folks like the Space Isac and others come together and say, how do we actually evaluate vendors? And how do we prove that these folks are actually value added to an organization? I don't want to say like a good housekeeping seal of approval or a Better Business Bureau type of deal, but how do we build that type of framework in so that way we're not being sold magic beans?
Either you have any response to that?
Yeah, so it might be a self-correcting, self-policing kind of effort, right? If you have a good name and you're doing good work in the business, you'll be a victim of your own success. And if you're in it for the quick win and you don't have any plans for longevity, then I think it's very transparent when those companies come up with their hand open for that. And so, like I mentioned earlier, Space Isac has that quantum test bed specifically where you can come up close and touch the components and use the things and walk away with your own validation. It's not like it's a slam dunk like, hey, I used quantum and it worked. It might be that the lesson learned is I used quantum and it didn't work for me in this case. And so that helps for me to separate the wheat from the chaff when it comes to people that can deliver and help solve the problems that you're looking for. But I imagine, much like the AI market, and it's not a poke, it's just kind of an observation that, that they are, there's folks in that crowd that are also taking the hype and people are adding on and stacking on to a phenomenon that is growing and sweeping throughout. And so same challenges apply, and I would probably suggest it's the same litmus test that you would take for an AI company that you would take for a quantum company to do your due diligence and due care as you bring those to bear.
Yeah, when I give my futurist talks, I often talk about Jim Dater, who said we often overestimate the effect of a technology in the near term and underestimate it in the far term. And that's an important concept. In quantum computing and communications falls exactly in that. We've been hearing about it for years. I started working in the quantum field 30 years ago, and it's always been there in the background, and we always have this is where the hype comes from. We have these great, it's going to eliminate our problem on spectrum. It's going to solve world hunger. But in reality, it comes slower than that because there's a lot of work that happens, and so we've overestimated the effect in the present. But at some point, our human brains to extrapolate that kind of technology, which is going to grow exponentially eventually, is limited. We can't imagine some of the things that we'll do with quantum physics in the future. So we underestimate that. Just think of the internet as a model of that. Think back in 1972, did we imagine all the things that the internet could do? So it's dealing with that hype, and that was back to our first question, that you're spot on. How do you separate the wheat from the chaff, and how do you know what to look at? And I think the answer to that is things like the test bed at the Space Isac and other places like that. So I think we have time for one more quick question.
So Josh Sorensen, also from the same team, GoGo Air, doing cybersecurity and everything of the like. So my main question was actually more of just an intrigue question for for a lot of the research and development that University of Singapore has been doing towards quantum satellites and quantum communications via light source, is there anything that's kind of incorporating into a lot of what any of y'all are touching currently?
Yeah, and that's kind of the, without getting into a long physics description of quantum communications, one of the problems is the distance over which you can communicate, because your entangled particles or photons become, they collapse as they interact with the world. So, you know, sometime you're thinking of hundreds or thousands of kilometers as your distance. But if you think about projecting into the vacuum of space, you can realize longer distances, especially if you can figure out how to make hops in space. So there's a natural tie between quantum communications in the space business that's yet to be realized, but there are places like Singapore and other places, happening in the US too, testing out these technologies of communicating using quantum mechanics through space. And we didn't talk much about it, but I think that's you know, a fundamental area where we're going to see some development. What do you have? Okay, well, I think we're out of time, so I'd like to thank Austin and Colin for being my panelists here, and thank you very much.
Agile is the leading provider and innovator of chemical propulsion for space. So what that means is that we enable our customers to get faster to where they need to be more efficiently and take advantage of the new space economy.
If you're trying to build a spacecraft today, one of the biggest challenges you have is procuring the necessary components for your propulsion system. Today, it takes up to 24 months, sometimes longer. Agile's goal is to reduce that lead time to 3 to 6 months. Spacecraft today just don't have the efficient and responsive propulsion that they need. What they really need is to be able to evade, reorient, and otherwise maneuver whenever they want without regret.
We have an understanding of our products that's far deeper than anybody else, and we're able to capitalize on that through rapid iteration.
What we are trying to do here at Agile is solve new problems with new technology.
The team here really has a fantastic combination of talent, creativity, but also perseverance to deliver for our customers.
We're not just a parts provider. We enable missions.
Is it working? All right. Hello, everyone. Lori Gordon here with the Aerospace Corporation. We've heard some great presentations this morning all about AI and quantum. And interestingly enough, before we can deploy those capabilities, we need to go through test development. That's the first valley of death, and then also the deployment valley of death. So people always think there's just one, but there's really two. So we're going to talk through some lessons learned and best practices about how do you fail fast in order to deploy quickly. And we have two extra special people here who know all about this topic. We're actually doing a little roadshow. We had the same panel at Ascend, which was fantastic, so we must have gotten some great feedback from there. So we have John Reed, who's Chief Rocket Scientist at ULA. We have Will Francis, CCO at Agile Space Industries. So you can read more about their bios in your app. So let's get started. So we're going to start with the big picture, John and Will, and we're all focused on two big government initiatives right now for space, layered missile defense on the defense side and Moon to Mars on the civil side. And so we're going to be needing commercial capabilities, obviously integration, interoperability, with government systems. So how do we set up a secure testing environment for space systems so we can fail fast to succeed first before nations and commercial companies send these systems into orbit? So just high level, Moon to Mars.
Yeah, I think, there's a whole lot of different systems that need to be tested in those different scenarios. There's high risk portions of those different missions that need to be proven out. And I think we're doing part of that by doing some experimental missions in space. But then I think the real question for this panel is how can, what can we do on the ground? And how can we be best prepared for launch and have the highest chance of success on orbit? And I think part of that is it's really a similar scenario on the ground as it is in orbit, in my view, where we need to be willing to fail fast. And being willing to fail fast can be difficult when you have large programs of high importance. Just like on orbit, we tend to want to design a test so that we succeed in that test, so that we meet that milestone and we move to the next program milestone. I think it's important to have the attitude of let's allow failure and let's design a test to find the unknowns and find the possible failure scenarios rather than designing a test so that we succeed.
So designing scenarios, that makes sense. John, thoughts?
Try it now. There we go. I wanted to build on your comment and say, actually, for me, I think there are 3 valleys of death. And the third one is actually one of the first ones, and that is the integration readiness and the ability to integrate. And so you go prove the technology. You then have to figure out, how do I know it's going to be integratable to whatever the operational systems or operational ecosystem are, and then you've got to get it to work successfully in space. The reason I bring that up is because, to your point, I think that first set of testing is really to prove out, do I understand what I know about the physics behind the system or the element or the new component? Then you've got to have a test program that says, do I understand the interfaces well enough to be able to integrate it into the system that I think is going to be how I'm going to bring it to space? It's also part of the challenge that we've had working with NASA and other government agencies when they go burn down risk for technologies and don't understand the operational side of things that I'm looking to ingest that technology to go do. And so that becomes part of the challenge that we have to move fast for these big systems.
Excellent. So now moving on to maybe some of the challenges as a first step. ULA and Agile, Aerospace, commercial companies, NASA, other government entities have test beds and proving grounds, but sometimes there's challenges at the outset. Maybe there's like a long queue or a long wait, and particularly in situations where we're in a situation we need to move fast for Golden Dome layered missile defense. What are some of those challenges that you're seeing sort of on the ground at the testing site? Has the capability that they'd like to put through a test bed and proving ground, but where's some of the friction that might happen, and how have you mitigated some of those challenges?
Yeah, I'll start by saying in my industry, which is chemical propulsion, in space chemical propulsion, a bottleneck is just the availability of those facilities. To vacuum test a thruster is a unique facility. It's not your typical vacuum chamber. It's a vacuum chamber that you can fire a thruster into and pump the resulting chemicals out fast enough, the resulting gases out fast enough to maintain a vacuum. And there just aren't that many of those facilities. We started with our company, in order to develop thrusters, we had to first develop test stands, which is a massive capital investment. And that's a big barrier to starting a company. It's a big barrier to developing a thruster, just finding that availability of test stands. So one of the things we're doing right now to try to alleviate that more generally in the industry, not just for us, is we have a partnership with the state of Oklahoma to design and construct the Space Test Center. It's going to be in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And we have a grant from the state of Oklahoma and the city of Tulsa in order to build that facility. It'll be called the Space Test Center. And the starting point for that facility will be a vacuum test center, so that anyone in the industry can come use that facility in Oklahoma and use it to develop new rocket engines, but also use it for acceptance testing of existing rocket engines to kind of alleviate that bottleneck. And it's not just a development bottleneck, it's also a supply chain bottleneck, because generally in space we do acceptance test every engine before we fly it. Once we get to large enough volumes, we'll have the statistics that maybe we don't need to do that. But right now, we basically acceptance test every engine before we fly it. So that's just part of the supply chain. You have to have that piece of equipment in order to fly your engine. So that's something we're participating in and creating in order to alleviate a bottleneck.
So you're looking to partnerships to be able to develop more capability, at least on the testing side. That's great. I know that in the United Kingdom, there's a feasibility study about rocket test stands, and some of the options are, building off of historic sites. So you're bringing in, a historic, organization that's has their thoughts about that too. So, John, over to you.
So, if we could go ahead and roll the video. And I'll talk over it to answer the question. A little eye candy as we're talking about test and test environments and test systems. I think you raised a couple of really good points that I wanted to build on. One is when you get to that exquisite end product, the test that you're going to have to run is really going to be in a bespoke test environment. So the example here is our solid rocket motor for the new Vulcan. We did a test firing, and really, back to your point, it's our supply chain. Our strategic partner, Northrop Grumman, developed this generation of solids for us, and this is the final test before flight to go prove out that system was going to give us the thrust that we need, the impulse that we need, the burn characteristics that we anticipated, and designed the rest of the system to be able to accommodate. And so when you get to this point, it requires an expensive bespoke system to go test an expensive bespoke solution to the mission need. Ahead of that, you've also got sub-tier suppliers that are going to have to build things and go test them. To our earlier conversation, when you're even trying to understand, can I do this, and understand the basic physics, you're in a different test environment to be able to stand up and go show the characteristics that you want to have. And so you have a tiered approach to testing. When we think of government test facilities, those tend to be the bespoke end state for you guys and for some of the other engine suppliers I've worked with. They end up having their own in-house capability to go do small-scale things before they need to take the turbo machinery or the power pack to a more exquisite test stand to be able to go prove it out. And so it really becomes a hierarchy of test capability in the marketplace. The other thing that I wanted to build on your comment, and that was that bottleneck issue that we have becomes a business opportunity. And so that becomes, how do you find the right institute, the right partnership to go bring capacity into the marketplace to meet the emerging need? To the whole challenge we have with these giant bespoke systems, how real will they be in the time domain element of things, right? Is that funding going to be there in order to show I can close the business case to invest that kind of capital to create the infrastructure we need? And that's going to be a challenge that we have in the marketplace.
Interesting, yes. And just kind of comparing some government test sites to commercial test sites, we were looking at Marshall's rocket test. It looks like the Taj Mahal. And then you look at SpaceX, and it's just, very, very small. So there's definitely some innovation just in, the testing infrastructure that's going on. So in terms of defining qualified test beds, what makes something qualified to be able to test, and how does the companies that are trying to test a capability, kind of trust that test bed, a proving ground? We've kind of talked about this before, the idea of a flight-proven paradox, where anyone who wants to insure or acquire or invest in a capability, they want to see it fly. That's expensive, especially for newer companies who are just emerging across the space enterprise. So, what are your thoughts about what it might take to be able to develop the trust and even greater trust and confidence in these test beds on the ground, so that we may not need to fly to be able to prove to the investors that needs to take place?
That's a great question, and I'll extend it a bit by saying it's a common worry in our industry that really holds us back. We are stepping into the test industry at my company at Agile, but we also have a part of the company that is a product division and does rocket engines. And on that side, you go to a test stand, any given test stand, and you say, here's the data we collected on that test stand. And people will associate that data with that test stand. But they'll question it. What would the data show if you tested it on someone else's test stand or a different national lab test stand? Because there are a lot of things in space. RF testing is another one I've run into in my career, where you characterize an antenna in a certain way and you show your data, but there aren't a lot of test standards that show you're meeting the need on orbit. So I think as a country, as a nation, we could, and broader than that, I think we could do a lot of work to develop test standards somehow. And the way you talk about it, I really like. It sounds like more of a general test for can we develop some sort of general set of tests that are widely accepted for qualifying a product or a satellite before it launches. And I really like that idea. And I think even doing that at a subsystem level is difficult. What tests can we develop that everyone can agree to? That's something we'd really like to do with our test center in Tulsa, is work with the industry, work with academia, and really the gatekeepers at the national labs, in academia, at the large organizations, and think through, can we come to a test standard, in my case, for chemical propulsion, that even proves one aspect. How do we really believe that we tested minimum impulse bit in a reliable way, or thermal equilibrium, under certain operating conditions, to make sure that we didn't overheat valves and fry the valves? How do we develop test standards that will be universally accepted? It's really a question that I would love to answer. I'd love to hear inputs to. We'd like to do that because I don't think that currently exists today.
Maybe that's a question back to the audience during the Q&A. We can ask the audience this question. I don't know, John, did you have some thoughts there? Maybe what criteria?
Well, and actually I was going to say, and for once we disagree. In my mind, a lot of the reason for test and what you're trying to accomplish is risk management. And so the test has to be designed to address a risk that you're trying to ensure doesn't get realized either when you go into the system level or when you go to operations in space. And so for a lot of things, it's not necessarily going to be that you have to have the one test that everyone does, as much as you have to understand the risks that you have, and are there common ones that engine systems might have. Then you would want to have a standard around it. I do think there are some standards out there. I know Space Force and Air Force have done a lot of standards work in tests and certifications, but I wouldn't claim to even be, relatively knowledgeable about the content anymore. When I was doing GNNC, I had a lot more familiarity with radiation testing and single event upsets and those kind of aspects for testing. But even then, the standards and approaches we used back then really aren't relevant to today's market needs, because you've moved from radiation hard to now fault resilient systems, I would call it, right? Where it's not just tolerant, but you're able to recover from the effects that occur in order to get the kind of lifetime you need. Part of the challenge we have is where those systems are going to evolve to may not even be stable from that perspective. It could be that we're not understanding some of the effects that we're going to be exposed to once we're on orbit, or as the contest continues into conflict or anything else in space. And so there are elements of this that we need to think through from a risk management for the domain as well as for the systems that we're trying to employ.
That absolutely makes sense. One thing that we are doing, Space Isac is doing, stood up an ASC 100 group, Accelerating Space Capabilities 100. Essentially, it's a marketplace of test beds and proving grounds, tests across the board, different domains, different capabilities, testing different capabilities. And we've overlaid a governance framework so that it has a set of parameters or criteria for each of the test beds and proving grounds. They fill out a profile against how do you do physical security, how do you do personnel security at your test site, how do you manage access, how do you manage the queue, the line, the priority, things like that, so that all of the test beds and proving grounds will have the same information they're providing to those decision makers, the gatekeepers that Will mentioned, the acquirers, insurers, investors, integrators, and regulators, so that they have that same information. How do they, what does the test plan look like? How do they, what do the test results look like? How do they do the testing? So that the information's common, a common governance framework. Excellent. All right. So I guess, similar, I guess to pull the thread a bit more, from an investor and insurer standpoint, what are those technical or operational benchmarks? And you all have, discussed these, whether it's a common standard or it's just understanding, what are the common risks. But is there anything else that in terms of, an acceptable proxy for flight heritage, that we can provide to those investors and insurers, so that they have trust and confidence in the testing? Anything else we didn't cover there? Or are there acquisition or policy changes that could be made to put this into place? Maybe we'll go there. Got to bring policy in, people. Okay.
So I was going to jump in on the first part, but now we've got the whole policy can of worms. I'll try and mix these two together a little bit. I think there are aspects of policy that do have direct bearing, and part of that goes back to the risk and benefit. And so we need to be thinking from an insurance standpoint, it's going to be, what is the problem that I'm trying to make sure doesn't happen? What's the bad day that I can't afford for you to have frequently? And as we've learned from the insurance effects that occurred a couple years back, there isn't a lot of resilience in that insurance marketplace to be able to handle a lot of multiple failure scenarios or across the environment scenarios. And so I think, to your point, there needs to be some policy support for rapid expansion of capability where it's addressing the weakness in the market systems that we're hoping will be there to support expansion as we go Moon to Mars especially, but also for Golden Dome.
One thing, just, it pulls on the triad, the policy, technology, and economy, and we're going to hear about the economy later from George Pullen. So over to you.
Yeah, it is a really interesting question. What would insurers or investors view as a litmus test or a confidence builder for them to insure a product or invest in a product other than flight? And it brings up, I think insurers and investors are both very smart, and they'll look at all the nuance. They'll look at the TRL scale and, where do you fit in on the TRL scale with your technology, and have you truly qualified? And there's a, TRL 7 can be a gray area. Some people we try to get very specific about it, but there is a lot of nuance there, and they do dig deeply into that. But at the end of the day, when you're being judged for a mission or by an investor or by an insurer in a very quick scenario, which can often be the case, where you don't have, more than 30 minutes or 15 minutes to make a decision on, am I going to invest in this company? Am I going to insure this company at the end of the day? You might just go back to that TRL scale. And maybe it would be interesting to think about a different level there, where we judge our own qualification in essence on a program, and we call ourselves TRL 7. But is there an external standard? Is there an external entity that is judging the level of your qualification and how good that qualification was? I think that does actually happen today, where, for us, example, if we have a mission that is with the Department of Defense and Air Force Research Labs, and Aerospace Corps coming in and judging our qualification efforts, or a NASA program where NASA is judging those qualification efforts. That's one level of TRL 7. If we have a commercial mission where a commercial entity is judging our flight readiness, it's a bit of a different level, maybe a different type of qualification. Right now, insurers, investors have to understand all of that nuance.
And I think, to your point, insurers and investors are going to be a little bit different in how they approach the marketplace. The insurers are really looking at what's the risk posture that I'm taking financially. It's a pure financial downside mitigation. The investor's looking for a financial upside, and it's going to depend on the kind of money that's being brought to bear as to what kind of risk tolerance they have for the downside. But in a way, you're looking at the two sides of the test environment. Did it work or did it fail? And so to the earlier conversation, I think there is a need for having, especially, I'd characterize it as process control in my test environments and test beds. Because what I'm looking for is belief that if company X went in and had a test done and company Y went in and had a test done, that I can equate those results of those tests. Where I don't think that's always the case when you're talking bespoke systems and bespoke solutions that NASA does for Discovery class missions. There you're looking at burning down mission risk, but not necessarily looking to say, did the testing I did for this Mars rover versus that Mars rover equate in some way for me to evaluate the relative risk between those two platforms? They're just looking at how do I get the insight I need to each of those systems. And so it's a different approach to how you do process control in your testing regime throughout the ecosystem going forward.
Interesting. It kind of reminds me of the standards development process and how that's managed in terms of certification, because there's 3 different types. You could do, a formal third-party certification by a standards organization, or you could do self-certification, or you could do a peer review certification. It's sort of in between. But let's move over to interoperability across facilities. So again, back through the lens of layered missile defense and Moon to Mars, we're going to need to scale capability to deploy, accelerate it. That means we need to test, probably synchronously with systems of systems. So how do we coordinate testing across facilities? How was that done? How are we sharing data? I know, John, you had mentioned putting things into a digital environment at Ascend, so that might be part of this. But sort of how do we share data across test facilities, if that's something we need to do?
It's a great question. I think how we do it today is fairly disjointed, right? We have to follow all of our CMMC and make sure we're adhering to all those rules. And so we have to use kind of our standard systems. And, really, if a company is using external test services and doing part of that testing at one facility and part of that testing at another facility, there's no central system, right, where that data is shared. It's the responsibility of whatever company is managing those test results or the test effort to create the communication between those different facilities, and it's difficult. I would love for a way to share data anonymously. I think this is something we've talked about before, where if we could submit data in a way that doesn't key the data back to the original product that was tested, but anonymizes that data and create a database, where it's broadly accessible to the community. And, how accessible by what community, I'm not sure, but I would like access to it. And if I could put my data in there anonymously and start to build kind of better empirical models than we can as a company at Agile just with our own data, if we could anonymize everyone's data and put it in a spot and let AI interpret that data and show us empirical trends that we can compare our analysis to, that'd be a pretty awesome thing.
Luckily, Space Isacs platform is enabling that for members of the community, because it's a trusted community. You know, everyone has NDAs, and so based on that trusted platform, we are looking not necessarily anonymized data, but just within that network to identify some of the anomalies that have been identified in testing, and to find solutions, you know, within that community. So that's one thought. John, did you have?
I'm trying to remember the original question because I want to build off of both of them. I think I love the idea of anonymized learning. We actually had a conversation at a CTO summit last week where that was one of the weaknesses we identified as something that the community ought to come together to try and solve. And that's especially from a failure modes construct where you don't expose who had a failure, but you all get to learn from what went wrong and how it was missed or how it realized, if you will. So more to come on that. That's still a very hard nut from an IP standpoint to work through. But I think it was interesting what you were saying, Will, because really I see us, when it's our testing, as the collector of all those test results and the integrator of those test data to help provide value back to the organization and how we operate the system, how we manage development of the rocket, things like that. But if you think about Moon to Mars and the entire cislunar ecosystem that you're going to end up having, you end up in a different world where I now need two companies to, as I've been saying it, cooperate, where they're not working together, but they're not harming each other while they're working next to each other. And so that requires a different level of insight than we're used to having to have in an ecosystem that was built around bespoke missions and bespoke solutions. And so that becomes a nuance that we've got to go figure out in order to enable something like Moon to Mars to have that second segment where you get a commercial ecosystem to emerge that supports a financially viable path to going on to Mars.
Excellent. This might be a toss-up. Oh, that's right. Toss-up, last question. So in terms of dual use, is there anything unique in testing that you need to think about, requirements for, you know, capability that's considered dual use? And or in terms of, you know, working with international partners or testing overseas, maybe leveraging, I don't know, an Australian test site or something like this? What kind of things come into play? ITAR, any of those considerations? Onward.
All of the above. Yeah, I think the biggest challenge is dual use opens the door to ITAR. And even if you don't claim it to be dual use, you need to be cognizant of how others would claim it to be. And so just because you think you're just pursuing this benign science mission doesn't mean there isn't a dual use application that can cause trouble in the future. But I think really what we need to do is design this arc of testing in order to facilitate both dual use and bespoke solutions, either for commercial or for science. In that way, you can basically manage the relationships in a way so that you can protect the ITAR things that have to be protected, leverage the capabilities that are out there that you can leverage, but more importantly, recognize what we need to provide domestically to fill a gap that you wouldn't otherwise have to have if this wasn't a dual use question.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of battle scars and pain we could talk about with ITAR and working internationally and those sorts of things, and it does present some challenges. I would say on the good side, there's a lot of mutual respect there. So between the different communities, you know, dual use. So, you know, if you're doing something in commercial, you're doing something with government, or you're doing something in civil space defense. As soon as you fly something or go through a CDR even, or even get a contract with NASA for a certain technology, that means something to the Department of Defense. It also means something internationally. Or conversely, if an organization has an international contract with JAXA or an international organization, and that organization has bought into a technology. NASA respects that. Department of Defense respects that. I think there really is a mutual respect there, and just knowing that the other party bought in is a good starting point. So I think that works well, and there is a good kind of collaborative nature there where there's a good mutual respect. Then when it comes to sharing actual technical information, things get more difficult.
Yeah, I did want to pull the thread a little bit on the policy piece of this as well. There every few years there's a new conversation around, do we need ITAR? Why are we doing ITAR? Our peers have advanced far enough that there is no risk there. I think there is always risk when you start thinking about global delivery of capability. I do rockets, and rockets can easily be attributed to missiles. And so even though all of my things are going to space and doing cool things for the government, for people, for science, it doesn't mean that I don't have to be cognizant of how I say things and what I say and even what questions I ask, because that provides insight and learning to foreign peers and competitors. The thing I want everyone to understand, though, is there are other
Mic check.
Okay. It doesn't matter. For those of you who didn't hear me, if you've got a pre-printed badge, we have lunch for you. If not, we didn't count on that, sorry.
Mic check, 1, 2. Microphone check. Microphone check. Microphone check, 1, 2.
Special one-on-one interview with someone that I rate as a real business and space leader. And here in the United States, powerhouse. Jane is an engineer and a West African business leader. Jane leads Nigerian Communications Satellite Limited, or NIGCOMSAT, as the managing director and CEO. Jane is a tech executive, author, and angel investor. Jane has worked with Meta, Avanti, Ericsson, Nokia. Gosh, am I leaving anybody out here? On behalf of the entire STAX Talk team, thank you so much. We are so honored to have you, and thank you for making the time to join us today.
Thank you so much, Laura. I am excited to be here. I can't wait to kick into this conversation, but I'm truly excited to be here to have this session with you.
So let's start with an introduction to NIGCOMSAT. You know, what kind of organization is it? And I say this because the government's involved, but it also does business. It has revenues for communication services. It delivers to a variety of customers. I know it delivers services to local governments, the military, and to companies, I believe. And what assets does it have on orbit? How many people does it employ? And what sectors does it serve? So yeah, an overview. You know, what is this organization that you lead?
Thank you, Laura. I'm always excited to talk about NIGCOMSAT. So NIGCOMSAT actually stands for Nigerian Communications Satellite Limited. Started about 2006. So is an actual limited company owned by the Nigerian government that manages, operates, commercializes the communication satellite that is owned by the government. And it's interesting to note that it is a limited company, because people tend to think, oh, it's owned by the government. It is a limited company. It's when it was started, it was actually off the vision of the government in 2001 when we came up with the national space policy. And that space policy wanted to achieve two things. We were looking to foster indigenous competence in space technology, and we were trying to push for socioeconomic development. It ended up being creating a roadmap, implementing two agencies, a research agency called NASTER and the commercial entity called NICHCOMSAT. Now, while the research entity holds some of the Earth observation assets we have, maybe I'll come to that, NICHCOMSAT owns, manages, runs, commercializes the actual communication satellite we have, which is called NICHCOMSAT 1R. Now, we originally launched NICHCOMSAT 1 in 2000, we launched it in 2007, I believe. It had a bit of a mishap. It wasn't a very fruitful venture. So we had to relaunch it, and that's why we call this 1R. It was a replacement. So we relaunched 1R in 2011. And we've managed that communication satellite since 2011. I think the great thing about it is that even though it's a limited company mandated to really commercialize this asset, it also has a core pillar, which is to help in providing broadband penetration and supporting sustainability within the government. So it's driven by three things. National sovereignty, so especially for some of the agencies we support. Security also relates to some of the agencies you see us working with. Then sustainability, that's some of the ecosystems or sectors we tend to work in. So you see us work with agriculture, healthcare. Those are sectors we're intentionally working with government agencies to provide broadband so that they are present in even rural areas. You see us work a lot with the defense sector, the military, the Air Force, the Army in Nigeria, and really driving, not just supporting them in terms of security-wise, but also in terms of national sovereignty, making sure that we are pulling our weight when it comes to supporting these government agencies. And we commenced that journey. We're still on the journey. It's been interesting because I took up the helm of affairs about actually 2 years ago.
Yeah, it is just 2 years for my research.
That was 2 years ago. I took up that role 2 years ago, and it's been a joy to see how we're gonna work at moving this whole vision to the next phase.
Well, let's talk about that a bit more, right? Because you just said that NICHCOMSAT really came out of a policy, a government shift and change in approach in 2001, right?
Yes.
And so that really shows that Nigeria has had space goals for decades, right? So, in fact, there's some really good policies that seem to indicate that Nigeria's political leadership understands just how important space systems will be for Nigeria's future, for its economic prosperity and its national security. But these initiatives have kind of been slow-rolled, and it's not like Nigeria hasn't had demands, though, right, on its national budget. It has security challenges, it has educational challenges, it has economic challenges, broadband connectivity challenges, just like you said. But, space could play a huge role in addressing each of those challenges. So what's the state of Nigeria's space ecosystem today? Could you just give us like a snapshot of where we are today in terms of that ecosystem? Because I know there's a lot more inside than people realize.
Oh, no, there is actually. So when I talked about we came up with that policy in 2001, and in 2005 we came up with a roadmap. We called it the Horizon, the 2005 to 2030 roadmap, where we wanted to highlight things we were going to target. Like, we wanted to train Nigerian astronauts. We wanted to be able to build our own satellites indigenously. We wanted to launch Nigerian-made satellites. We had this big ambition of what we wanted to do with associated goals, rocket systems, large-scale commercialization of the space technology. We wanted to have spin-off industry, in all kinds of applications, software. And the truth is an audible goal, ambitious, but the important thing with goals, you have to keep your eye on the ball. Good intention, started well, but we haven't truly achieved all that we wanted. But we've got some great milestones. So like I said, we ended up launching, in terms of the geostationary satellites, we launched about, in terms of the Earth observation satellites, we launched 3. There's Nigeria Sat-1 we launched Nigeria Sat-2. We actually also launched the Nigerian Sat-X. Then we also launched the communications satellite, which is NightComSat 1R. But some of the other things we didn't achieve like we wanted to, like, astronaut training or space flights, or we wanted to have a spaceport or rocket launch. But I think more importantly for me is the biggest socio-economic development we wanted to achieve, which I believe could drive the economy, spin off a whole space economy, because we have realized, of course, you have the traditional economy, and we've been totally, for most people know that Nigeria as a nation has been totally dependent on oil or crude oil for a long time, since we found it in the late 60s, early 1970s. And it's like the black gold it is. It could also be a black curse, because we came, at some point, we're totally dependent on that single source, which hasn't helped us, because with the fluctuations and the challenges that come with just being focused on one single sector, we have suffered the repercussion. And there's been a need to diversify the economy. And one of the greatest ways we've seen to do that is the ICT, or the digital economy, which could also spin up to the space technology. And I know that one of the things we also did in the past, which was to privatize this, the telecom economy in 2001, saw a spin-off where, just by doing that and inviting private players and opening it up and looking for partnerships, that ICT or digital economy grew from just a single digit to the contribution to the GDP to currently contributes about, I think last Q4 it was about 17% to the GDP from a single digit. So like literally next to services industry like agriculture and oil. So it's important to know that in really creating socioeconomic development, you could do multiple sectors. It doesn't have to be totally dependent on one. And I think that was the original intention, if you were trying to do that, if that was the vision. But what I think is really important now, looking at the state, is making sure we can go back to implementing that by being intentional. I mean, we're doing a couple of things, but really being more intentional. And that's why I do appreciate this administration. Now, it might be sounding like, this is, you're part of the administration, but, we've had this ambition since 2005, or since 2001 when we created the policy. We started well, but it's 20 years, 2 decades. What can we learn from that? And how can we ensure we put our eyes back on the ball? Because we've seen what the ICT and the telecom has done, and this is another opportunity to do that, because it does have the tendency to create more jobs, help the startup ecosystem, improve the GDP of the country. There's so much it has. There's a lot of potential in doing that. So I think in summary, what I'm saying is that we have started. We put some investment, we put some asset there. We haven't achieved every goal or target we put our hands to try to achieve. But this is a good time, especially if you see the way the space sector is going, to really go back to the drawing board, take from our experiences and relaunch and re-strategize. So that's how I would summarize the state. Is that we're doing something, but there's more that could be done.
Well, let's go beyond the summary, though, right? Let's take a look at, Nigeria's space ambitions and what they should be. And you've just sort of laid that out. And these ambitions have been laid out in policies and in initiatives, and a lot of good ideas. Nigeria is in a really amazing place in the world. Launch would be actually quite cheap if it was done from Nigeria, right? It's a great place to have a spaceport. Right? I mean, let's be real here. And Nigerians know how to do infrastructure. But what does your nation need to get there, really? I mean, I know that there are plans for a spaceport. These things have been drawn. I know that a satellite manufacturing facility, at least one, that those plans have also been drawn. And, Nigeria has people that can do these kinds of things. But I'd also really like to know, and I think it would benefit this audience a lot, is what is Jane Eridan's vision for Nigeria space in 2035? What do you want to see in Nigeria?
I think in very
in 10 years, right?
In 10 years, in very simple terms, what I would like to see Nigeria achieve is take up leadership in the space sector, especially in the African continent. We have all the, you can see all the elements that there, but it's the intentionality to pull that together in a cohesive manner and walk towards that goal. Because you could have fragmented elements, but it has to be intentionality to take that leadership and walk towards the goal. And I think we can truly take up that leadership space, especially in the African continent. We could help drive policy, space industrialization, partnership, attract funding, attract investment, create jobs and sustainability within the continent. And it's evident that there's still a lot to be done. There's still, like, if you look at West Africa, I think, look at all the nations in West Africa, only Nigeria has its own communication satellite. A couple of them had tried, to do like a CubeSat for educational purpose. It's quite a lot of investment to take on that journey, to go to space, to take on that journey, to build space assets, to use space as a launch pad to enable socioeconomic development. And with all this experience we've acquired doing this in 20 years, I think it's now to be intentional, because for the next phase, you just don't only want to create those opportunities and grow the economy. We want to export and support nations within Africa. I think that's, for me, that's really taking leadership. We want to be at the forefront about thinking about the future and how we want Africa to play a role in the global space sector. And that will really take us being intentional. It wouldn't happen by chance. It wouldn't happen by just writing down the goals. You know that already. It wouldn't even happen alone by just the government, because I think the first phase, if I look at it, I think one of the things I think probably could have been improved is it was a heavy dependence on the government as an entity fulfilling a lot of that task. We have seen that if you open it up to the private sector can drive a lot of these sectors and help DFIs, cohesively achieve that strategy, collaborate with other partners. So it's really been intentional, really going back and drafting what's going to be the next 10 years. What do we want to achieve in 2035?
Yeah, but what do you want to achieve in 2035? You've got leadership. I got you. And that's for reals. And Nigeria really is in an incredible position to take that leadership position, just like you said, because Nigeria actually has the know-how, has assets in terms of most of West Africa, if not all of West Africa. But if you could take it a step further, I mean, here's another example where I think Nigeria also takes a leadership role. I mean, you NIJCOMSAT, very specifically have experience with bringing broadband to the back of beyond, right? That's the 774 project. And if I'm not mistaken, I think you brought, actually, I have it written down right here because I needed those notes, right? It's really hard, but no, I mean, you connected 45 local government secretariats in 8 states in roughly 2 months.
And that's just the start. The intention is to cover 774 in 2 years, and we will do that. And that goes to show what we can, because our ambition, that's why I'm talking about, taking leadership. And leadership starts with fixing, I'll come to that. First things first. I believe
leadership is not just talking the talk, it's walking the walk, right? And so this whole 774 project, NIJCOMSAT is actually walking the walk.
Yes, and that's what we want. That's what we want.
Possible.
What is possible, and that's what we want to see happen in the sector. I think the first thing for us is to fix the foundational issues. And you see me talking about leadership, because I think if you go and look at that big ambition, how do we achieve it? Some of the things that had been our challenge was implementing the goals. The goals themselves were laudous, they were ambitious,
they're good
local goals, but they have to be implemented. And some of the things could be relating to really drafting cohesive policy and making sure that we can activate some of the key requirements when it comes to governance and policy, and also evolve it, because the sector is evolving. The fact that we created something in 2005, there's a lot of things that will no longer be relevant. That policy, that whole strategy can be relooked at. We want to, Now, some of the things I'm saying, because there's already some things happening, really look at the national space strategy for now, 2035. We should be sitting and putting that together. Now, for the next 10 years, what do we want to do and how do we want to lay out that roadmap? What will be the KPIs? What are the rules that will guide us to engage for the next 10 years? That is so really important that it's really laid out clearly. And not just the in terms of the policy. I think, because I'm talking about inside out now, so we're starting those foundational things, looking at our industry moves as well. That is really important. Spacing, really creating a clear space industrialization plan of how we're going to do the next 10 years. What are we going to do in terms of all those targets about local assembly, about skill sets, about manufacturing, about supporting enabling sectors with space? How do we want to do that? How do we want to build in Nigeria? We have to be intentional. You just don't say, I want to build in Nigeria. How do you want to do? Who do we help? And you see some of these things play out in some of the things we're doing. And night comes like we have an accelerator program we've been running for 2 years, really to encourage startups in the space ecosystem. We want to do that. We want to pull investors to be attracted to want to invest in space. We want to support startups that are launching into that arena. We want to see startups move not just from downstream but to upstream. There's a whole, that's what I'm saying, it has to be intentional. It won't happen on its own. So we've run this accelerator program for 2 years. When we started last year, we started with 25 startups. This year, 35. We want to see more. We want to do 100 startups next year. You keep scaling it. I think that's the intentionality, having that plan and being intentional. The same thing about we wanted to have an assembly integration plant here. We want to build here. It's really going to be working together as well with private sector. I don't think everything should be totally reliant on the government, which was part of the original plan. There should be part commercialization, then full commercialization. So that's where we have to encourage the private sector, partner with the private sector, partner with also DFIs. The government is also there to, kick off some of those things to start to open the industry. So important. Things like even launch a space fund to help that. Those are some of the, plans that will come along, because we're right now helping them to accelerate, but funding is a thing for that. We also know that space, especially upstream, is a heavy capital intensive project and they will need support there. So those types of things in terms of supporting them with the resources. So if we do that, we can then move to the next phase. And some of these things I'm saying it because they're already happening, but I'm telling you what we will need to do for the next years, which is more to revamp some of our flagship projects. I talked about all the assets we had launched in 2007, 2011, but some of these assets are end of life. It's time to replace them, which is what some of the things we are working on, from the Earth observation satellite to the geostationary satellites, some of these assets to the ground equipment. We need to go back because those assets are also required to achieve some of the programs we want to do, the sustainability, the security solutions we want to present for us. Those assets are required. And you could do both.
Let me jump in because I don't want to lose this opportunity to talk about the assets a bit. Yeah. And the intentionality, right? Because Nigeria's space assets have been built and launched by China,
yeah,
right? And I just need to put that out there because, we here in the United States are a little nervy about China, right? And what you're saying actually would be a move to have sovereign capabilities, right? Sovereign manufacturing, sovereign launch, sovereign STEM workforce, right? That this is really Nigerian, has Nigerian DNA in it.
Built
right?
in Nigeria, built in Nigeria.
Right. How important is it to Nigeria to actually have those things really built on Nigerian soil, launched from Nigerian soil? I mean, I can assume, which is a bad thing to do, but it would grant Nigeria that leadership position, but also that independence from other sort of tides that are ebbing and flowing in the international community. No? So how important is sovereignty or achieving that in your goal set for 2035, let's say?
So if you look at the global trends, we say that data is a new oil, but data sovereignty is a thing today. It's actually the rules of engagement and the warfare of today is different from the warfare of the past. And that where things like data sovereignty start to play a key role. And I think as an African sovereign nation that's taking up leadership, that's one of the great ways to show that is to build that sovereign capability in sectors like this, to implement it, to support it. And that was the original plan. If you look at the roadmap, and I talked about, what the policy was saying, that's what we really wanted to achieve. Now, have we achieved it? We haven't achieved, but it's so important for what we are trying to. It's so important that we build in Nigeria, built for Nigeria. And if we haven't achieved it, then we have to make sure we look at the elements that will allow us to achieve that. Not just investing in being intentional about the talent, and being intentional about encouraging the sectors, the market to embrace it. Being intentional about making space a known discussion topic in the nation and people to appreciate our role in space and what we are doing. Because I know you were talking about a lot of the media activities. It's an intention.
Oh yeah, you have been on a roll over there at NICE This like past 7 days. I mean, you have been, taking a cat o' nine tails to journalists, telling them that they have to cover space, that they have to educate the Nigerian population about the importance of space to the nation, to kitchen table issues,
because
to the unbanked, right? I thought that was really amazing. And then another thing that I also found really interesting in the recent news coverage that NICE-COMSAT has had is that you have claimed that if there were resellers, if there were more resellers, that you could actually improve NICE-COMSAT's revenues while also improving connectivity, but that those resellers need to be in out there and outside of Abuja per se, right? That there needs to be more of a commercial ecosystem to take what NICE-COMSAT can do forward. And what I also found really interesting was that you said that the full capacity of NICE-COMSAT 1R is not being fully used.
No, it's not fully being used.
So what is with that? Because it's an incredibly powerful satellite. It provides incredible connectivity. You're able to get to places and bring broadband faster than if you were to lay cable. I mean, it's kind of like a jumping of technological generation in terms of connectivity. So yeah, what's holding NICE-COMSAT back from being able to, let's say use 75% of its capability?
So I think it's back to some of the things we're discussing. It's really focusing on the goal. Why is NICE-COMSAT there? And if you focus on the goal, in achieving the goal, you utilize the capacity. That's the truth. There is so much demand, but we need to focus on the goal. We want to, today, the nation.
Well, see, that's really interesting. I'm so sorry to butt in again, but you said something really important. There is so much demand.
There is so much demand.
And there is also the capability, right? So where's the... How do we...
I think it's creating...
How do you build the bridge, right? Because it's that middle spot, right?
There is so much demand and there is so much capacity, but we need to create the right business models and structure that can move the capacity to the demand. Because I don't think we are having a demand problem.
No.
The demand exists. You can see even private operators coming to the market and really doing great. And there is supply, but it's that intentionality to bridge both. And it's the structures, the business models really have to work. And I think that's one of the things I was trying to say to our to the session I had, inviting potential partners, is that we've discovered we can't do it alone. Then we become a bottleneck. We can't. You do have the capacity, but you don't have the structures and the models to actually activate the entire market. So you do it in partnership. and it's been shown to work. We see that happen in the telcos when we did that, fintech. So even in the oil and gas, we did something similar, and it does work. So because you have a large population, even the West African market, even the African market, like a huge potential, but you can't be everywhere.
Well, satellite technology in terms of sending signals down, it can be pretty much everywhere, well, kind of once every 19 minutes.
In terms of the structure, not in terms of technology can be everywhere, but in terms of structure to activate the market is required that you understand that you have to work with partners in the market. And that's one of the things we realized that, if we really want to focus on the goal, we have so much capacity, it has to be utilized, and we might not be able to take all to the market. We need to build the right models and find the partners that would help take that to the market. And that's what's trying to solve that. That's what we're just trying to solve that, bridge that gap between demand and supply to say, oh, there's a huge chasm here and we need to solve it. And I think that's what's about being intentional. You really need to go back to what's your vision, what's the mandate, how far are we achieving the goals, why are we not achieving it, and just keep asking the question why. And once we keep asking the question why, what could be done starts to come up. And in answering the what, we start to find out what is required. And I think that's one of the reasons we did that, because there is so much. Nigeria, just even Africa, the penetration levels are still low. In most cases, less than 50%. That means there's a huge demand. We don't have a problem. Now, you could say Africa is a nation, maybe there's a supply problem, but Nigeria shouldn't have a supply problem because we have assets.
We have assets. I mean, you have real, no kidding, assets.
So I think it's now being intentional. That asset should be utilized to bridge that gap.
So let's talk about, again, that middle, and I'd like to understand a little bit more about the space entrepreneurial ecosystem that you have, as through NICOMSAT, been supporting. You're also an angel investor, so you know what it takes to get young companies through to the next stage where they really can be independent and they're not just looking for money to keep the lights on, sort of thing, right? So what is Nigeria's space startup ecosystem? I mean, I know that there's at least a dozen Nigerian space companies.
Probably more than a dozen, because so when we did STAX...
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know what I'm talking about. Educate me. I just know it's there.
We do know we have an awareness problem, definitely. I can always tell you that we do have an awareness problem. So one of the things we realized as well is that, talked about you can't do it alone, is that you need to get the private sector activated, invested, and interested in space. And one of the easiest ways to go for this is, look at the ecosystem and look at the startups, because that's where the ideas start from. That's where the innovation starts from. And, instead of trying to innovate alone, you should have partners and innovate with partners. And that's why we did start the accelerator program. And when we started, I know when we first put in the application, we had over 400 applicants. And we shortlisted them to 25 because we were looking for some key criteria. We wanted to be sure that the leadership was ready and invested to work as hard as required. We wanted to be sure they already had a product in market, stuff like that. Even if they might not have some kind of funding, they've not been, maybe none of the, private or PE funds have come in, or, VC funds. But we wanted to be sure that, you already had a product market fit. So, we decided to narrow it down. So it just showed us that there was potential. It's just that nobody had been intentional really looking at that sector and saying, how can we support this ecosystem beyond just putting policy in and regulation? How can we invest into it? And there's so many ways to invest. And when we started that journey, it became clear that we're going to do this again and again. So we were trying to support them, especially in trying to make sure that these businesses can thrive and they're sustainable. They have a product that is bridging a solving for an actual problem, and the addressable market is big enough for them so that it can be monetized and it is profitable, because nobody's going to invest in something that is not profitable. but they cannot see the long-term goal that this thing is sustainable over time. So
and you know, I mean, you know how hard it is, though. I mean, if you invest in a space company, at least here in the United States, the way it's really viewed is that you really cannot expect to have an off-ramp for 10 years because space A is hard, it's capital intensive, and it takes time. It just is, right? So, speaking of investment, who can invest? Who should invest? You know, who should be investing in Nigeria? A, and B, you know, can foreign entities, whether they be individuals or private equity funds, I mean, can let's say an American private equity investor, you know, invest in Nigerian space? Is that possible? How could that all work?
So, in terms of who can invest, that's based on the landscape. Nigeria is a capitalistic country. There's no limit.
Yeah, it's got a reputation for like being, you know, some of the best entrepreneurs ever for the past like 1,000 years, right? I mean, this is like part of Nigerian DNA.
Yes. So in terms of who can invest, I would say anybody can invest. We don't have any closed. The market is not closed in that sense. It's actually very open. I think where the issue is that there's no awareness that that does exist. Investors have been keen on sectors which we've seen grow, and it could be possible because those are sectors that are really solving for problems that are really visibly out there, and those are sectors we've shine a lot of light on. And nobody has really been intentional in saying that, oh, you can use space technology to solve problems. And these are people doing it. And these people doing it, we need to invest because there are opportunities in this sector and in this market to grow it, to scale it. So I think those conversations have not been had, because it's when you have the conversations, people become aware, investors become aware. Investors don't wake up and decide, oh, I just got this hunch, I'm going to invest in this sector. You know, it's the information they gather, that informed decision they analyze, and then decide it makes sense. And those are the discussions we want to have. So when we run, I'll give you an example, when we run the accelerator programs, on the last day of the program, we run it as a 6 to 9 month program, we do what we call a demo day. And it's really deliberate. For the demo day, we bring investors to the room, from VCs to PE to angel investors to other sectors, because there are all kinds of ways you can invest, partnerships, to be in this room and get the startups to pitch. Because I think that is when it starts to make sense, because sometimes people don't even know how space plays a role until they start to hear about the solutions and what's being done. A good example is a Nigerian company that makes drones in Nigeria, and signed over $1 million contract just like a couple of weeks ago, and I believe it's with the U.S. With the U.S. market. That's where we want to see the startups go, that they could innovate and export their innovation. We're not just consumers of innovation or technology. We can also help in that whole sector and export this innovation and technology. But it's to create that awareness as well. So having those sessions have started the conversations, and we don't want the conversations to stop. That's the reason we are always making sure that the media is also part of the conversation, because they are very good at telling the stories. And when we tell the stories, it's to get into the right audience, or we get to the right ears of the investors or people that are looking for ways to take up that opportunity and help them scale.
Jane, we're running out of time, unfortunately. I could just keep talking with you forever.
I thought we just started.
So we need to have you back. We need to have you here in the United States more often. So really, on behalf of everyone that's part of the STAX Talk team, the Space Isac, the Value of Space Summit, I want to say thank you so much for making the time to come on and talk to us about all things Nigeria, NICOMSAT, ecosystem, entrepreneurship. Really, just thank you so much.
Laura, it's definitely a pleasure it's been a pleasure being here and chatting with you, having this conversation. It's so important that we tell the stories and we share. I would love to next time have this in person. I promise you, we're going to make it work.
We should work that out.
We
'Cause
should
I
make
know
that-
that you have
we should-
events in Nigeria on space. I have seen. I am already.
Maybe we get to invite you to
envious.
my events as well. That would be great. That would be great. Yeah. So
All right.
thank you so much.
Well, hello everyone. The sound has stopped and the music has stopped, so I think that means it's time to start, so here we go. My name's Josh Carlson. We're going to be doing a panel on workforce development, which I'm very excited about. And I have to say, I have the unenviable role of introducing a bunch of people that need no introduction, really. So to my left, we have Dr. Joel Mozer, as you can see, first chief scientist of the Space Force. We have Kathy Kirby, and we have also General Retired D.T. Thompson, first Vice Chief of Space Operations for the Space Force. I think this is a very timely panel, and it's one that I've been looking forward to quite a bit. As we've been listening to a lot of the panels earlier today, I noticed there was a trend of we talked about economic development, we talked about all sorts of other things, but we highlighted workforce development as one of the things that we are so interested in. That's what we really get a chance to get into. So as we get started, workforce development, both of you gentlemen were there from the very beginnings of Space Force. Could you tell us a little bit about what Space Force was looking at in the area of workforce development and problems you saw, and then some of the solutions that you looked at?
Yeah, well, you know, the space domain has only recently been recognized as a warfighting domain. And if you think about what that means, that's everything about it. That's operating in space, that's the warfighters, the capabilities that it provides, the laws, the ethics, the policies, the diplomacy. There's just a ton of things that the space domain applies. And we need workforce that covers down on all of that. This is an area that's relatively new to us. We haven't operated in space in the way we're doing it now. So workforce is just fundamentally critical for the future of space. And the organization or the entity that develops their future workforce the best will basically come out ahead in space. So it's very important.
When we started the Space Force, we had the opportunity to look at some of the things new and fresh. We built all of our processes on the foundation of primarily the U.S. Air Force. And the Air Force had what I would call workforce development programs for its military members and its civilians, but it was also almost development for the sake of development as opposed to development for the sake of improving the skills of the workforce, specifically in manners that were important to the United States Air Force. And what we decided to try and pursue as a Space Force was ensure that every member, whether they were military officer enlisted or civilian, had the opportunity for advanced educational study, whether it was technical study, whether it was bachelor's degree, master's degree, or beyond that, to have an opportunity to pursue those sorts of development opportunities, but it had to be in a way that mattered specifically to the Space Force. The Air Force got to the point as part of my career where, you know, for example, for officers, they didn't really care what kind of an advanced degree you had to have an advanced degree. Well, there are a whole lot of advanced degrees that are of value to somebody like the Air Force, and there's plenty that are not. And so as we thought about workforce development, and because we were dealing with a relatively narrow set of skills, space operations, engineering and acquisition, cyber, and intelligence, we started down the path and tried to develop a roadmap that said everybody has the opportunity to develop. Everybody should develop in a manner that matters not only to them, but also to the Space Force. And I think you find the Space Force is still on that journey today.
And so as you were building out the programs and looking to solve some of the problems that you saw, so could you talk about some of the things that started then, talking specifically maybe about like the University Partnership Program, the University Consortium, some of these other opportunities, as well as Guardian focused?
Yeah, Joe, why don't you start with the University Consortium, then
Yeah.
I'll try and tie in UPP.
Yeah, so one of America's great assets are our universities. It's a great source of critical thinking, technical expertise. We develop our future workforce, education. And, you know, it would be crazy not to take maximum advantage of that. And so under the University Partnership Program that DT will talk about, we focused on workforce. Under the university consortium, we focused on science and technology and the engineering and the capabilities that could come out of it. And not just specifically the technologies, but the related fields, the policies that would have to be put in place for a technology to be successful, or the ethics around it. All of those things exist in universities. So I felt very strongly that we needed to create when the Space Force was first stood up, that we needed to create a strong tie with universities, and that's where the University Consortium came from. And we created a program called Strategic Space Technology Institutes, and that was all about getting pockets of expertise from different places in academia and putting them together to think about our unique problems, not only today, but in the future and in midterm and the far term. And that's what Josh manages today. It's a great thing. So we have these pockets of university consortium looking at things like power and propulsion, or advanced remote sensing, or cybersecurity, or dynamic space operations, very specific areas that we need a broad picture look. And we really hope that these university groups will actually lead the Space Force into the future. We're not just looking to them to fill some gaps. We're looking to them to think critically about where this technology could go, what's the art of the possible, what do we as a service need to know to be prepared for that kind of future. And so that's what the University Consortium is all about.
And so on the University Partnership Program side, while Joel and his team was focusing on the University Consortium and the Technical Research Institutes, we were looking primarily at education of the workforce in a couple of senses. First was Reserve Officer Training Program, ROTC programs that were already in place around the U.S., and also taking advantage of or developing civilian education programs. And so, you know, the Air Force has somewhere on the order these days of about 100 ROTC programs and detachments that serve multiple universities, in some cases scattered around the United States. And we were forecasting about 120 new ROTC graduates entering the Space Force every year, and thought we would try and focus a little bit on just a handful of universities that were nationally renowned with respect to space or cyber or other things, and not necessarily be exclusive to them in terms of we only wanted Guardians going to those programs and coming out of those programs. But when we sent folks in to be part of the ROTC program as instructors, and also to get a little bit of mass behind them, is to put a weight of emphasis behind them in terms of ROTC programs that might have more Space Force instructors, might have more ROTC cadets who had the goal of joining the Space Force, might create a flight or a squadron or something specifically focused on space, so that we could, as such a small group, focus a little more. A step beyond that was then, with the University Consortium, was those going on to advanced study programs, trying to marry up research opportunities through the University Consortium and the Space Technology Institutes with Guardians who are pursuing advanced degrees, but pursuing advanced degrees and doing research directly connected to what the Space Force cared about, and therefore using the University Consortium and the Space Technology Institutes as the vehicle by which to let them pursue that advanced degree, but also do research in world-renowned research institutes that had that had direct benefit for the Space Force. And again, we're still trying. I think we're still trying to build that bridge and make it a stronger connection.
Yeah, I think that's a great transition of, as Joel mentioned, I'm the program manager for the Space Force's University Consortium. We have 5 technical focus areas. 3 of them are active. We have teams of universities, about 33 universities, 15 small businesses, all working together to generate the next generation of Space Force technology. It's really an exciting program, and I'm quite humbled, quite honestly, to be able to lead it. It's very exciting. We haven't had a chance yet to hear from Kathy, and obviously we've been talking about the next generation of workforce development as well. And we'd be curious, obviously we're up here on stage with just us and a couple people watching us. Curious what sort of questions you would have on, or what sort of impressions you also have from Space Force, space employment, and how that looks to the next generation of the workforce.
Yeah, so is that working? Okay, good. So a lot of my peers in the physics department specifically are very, very interested in organizations like NASA. Everybody you talk to, oh, I want to go work at NASA, oh, I want to go work at NASA. Not all of us can go work at NASA. So that's where I think that the Space Force has a big opportunity to reach out to those students, all of the ones that can't go to NASA and don't want to go into private industry. There's a big opportunity here for you guys to reach out, like I mentioned, with the university partnership program and all of that. Students are excited by the prospect of working on something that's bigger than themselves. A lot of students want to go into research. Basically, everybody that I talk to wants an advanced degree. And so like y'all were talking about, that is important to the Space Force, an advanced degree. So all of that is really interesting. And I think that this is just a fantastic opportunity. Although students are a little bit worried about upcoming research, especially with certain budget cuts that sent the universities into like a total panic, which was really interesting to watch. So I think that if y'all can provide some sort of security and some sort of incentive for these students to come and join y'all and work with you, I think that would be a fantastic opportunity and fantastic for you guys.
Yeah, so I would say Joel or DT, if you'd like to comment.
Yeah, and you know, I see myself 30 years ago looking at the same questions, but there's a lot for you and your generation to look at that's different. You know, not to be too Trekkie, but space really is the final frontier. We're learning new things about how to do and operate, as this whole conference and this week is all about. There's a lot of newness to space, and there are going to be careers with new titles on them. You know, cislunar logistics engineer, space quantum physicist. There's all this excitement about that. And if you're interested, and you brought this up, if you have a spirit of service and you want to give back to your country and you want to be a part of national defense and national security and you have a spirit of service, there's still a lot to be done. We need people who are technically minded, who can figure out all this new final frontier, all the new things that are going on. You know, I can only speak for myself. I started with the Department of Defense in the early to mid 80s, 1980s. We're in the middle of a Cold War. The internet, for all intents and purposes, didn't really exist. We didn't have smartphones, and things have changed greatly in the DoD, and had to figure out how to evolve their operations alongside all this technology. So we need folks with the technical skills that understand the big picture so that you can define the art of the possible and lead us in that direction.
Yeah, and I would add, any young person looking to enter a field who has a vision for doing it over the course of a career, 20, 30, 40 years, I'll tell you right now, unless you're very lucky and a very small percentage, you're going to see cycles in any career field over that length of time where things are up and down. Like Joel Mozer said, entering in the mid 80s, we were on an upswing. We were spending more money. There's a whole bunch of money they were looking to put anywhere, which we've kind of come through that phase right now. And within 5 years, it wasn't a question of, what are you going to do with all this money? It was a question of, we don't have as much money. What are we going to spend our time and energy on? So the first thing I advise those entering career fields are, if you're passionate about it, if you're excited about it, if you think that you want to pursue this over the long term, you just have to understand there are going to be times of dearth and times of wealth, and get ready for that. The second thing I'll say in this most recent conversation, especially as it relates to national security space, certainly commercial and civil space, similar but not exactly the same. We talk about cuts to research and things like that. Let's understand we're still talking about research budgets in the Department of Defense that are measured in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And as part of reconciliation for this past year, the Department of Defense added $150 billion to its top line. So I understand you're reading the press and concerned about what you may see out there. There's a lot of money. There's a lot of important work to do. And if you're thinking national security, things like Golden Dome for America, going back to Mars on the commercial side, the explosion of commercial space, I don't think we're going to run out of people interested in pursuing new and exciting capabilities or the money to do that research and turn them into capabilities in the near future.
And I would say I work closely with AFRL to help execute the university consortium. And so a bit of a pitch for both the Space Force, which is very proud of the fact that it's not yet missed a recruiting goal, and we certainly would hope to continue that since its inception. And then the Air Force Research Labs, which are the lab for both the Air Force and the Space Force. And I know that there's always interest in highly skilled individuals being able to assist with the wealth of research and the wealth of things that we need to be answering. We've covered some of the initial stuff, looking at some of the history, where we are now, and some of the questions. I wanted to give a chance for the panel to get a chance to ask each other questions, and then don't worry, we'll save a few minutes for folks at the end to also ask questions of the panel. But wanted to give a chance to ask questions to each other if anyone has some.
I have a question for Kathy. Just with your colleagues, your fellow students, I'm interested in, you mentioned everybody like to go to work for NASA. What's their impression of the Space Force? Do they know what it's all about? Is it something that they're targeting, or is it just a plan B? I'm just curious, what's the level of knowledge about the Space Force with your community?
So complete honesty is that I don't think I've heard really anybody talk about the Space Force within the physics program. I'm sure there are people, but the ones that I'm interacting with, I haven't heard anybody say, yeah, I'm going to go to the Space Force. So I think people need more education on that sort of thing. Everybody just looks at NASA, and then they go, that's it. I don't need to think anymore. So if you want to recruit the students, you definitely have to get out there and make sure that they're aware of what you do and how they can get involved.
Can I follow up that question? As a digital dinosaur / product of the 20th century, how would you argue, or how would you propose that the most effective means by which to reach those people, at least with knowledge and enough understanding to say, hey, maybe this is something I want to learn more about? Because, like I said, sitting around rooms with people like me, sending emails sounded like a great idea, but we're pretty sure that's not the way that, the current generation, the new generation, gets information and gets inspired to do something.
Okay, so everybody knows about the importance of social media. So that would probably just be like step one, is make sure that they know what you are and know what you're looking for. Are you looking for students? Are you looking for graduate students? What are you willing to offer them? That's step one, just getting them interested and getting them knowledgeable. Step two would probably be to, in my opinion, North Carolina State University does a lot of career fairs and stuff like that. A lot of students attend these, and they come with their, I can't remember the word. Yes, thank you. Their resumes in hand, and they go around table to table. So if the Space Force could get there, and I know the Air Force usually goes and stuff like that, so if we could get a Space Force table, that would really get students interested, because then they can give you their resume, and then you can say, hey, here's what we offer. You hand them a little pamphlet. I think that would just be a fantastic opportunity, and then you can move up from there.
Yeah, I spent this past weekend with my cousin, who is an F-18 pilot, he retired as an F-18 pilot for the Marines. He was recruited back in the days of the original Top Gun. Him and his colleagues became pilots for the Navy and the Marines because of a movie that inspired them to do that. And they're all sort of aging out and retiring at this time. Guess what? They came out with a new Top Gun a couple of years ago, and there's a whole new crowd coming in. I think there's a lesson to be learned there, is all I have to say.
Yeah, and then you think about movies like The Martian, which is also fabulous. Gravity, okay, maybe not quite The Martian, but both NASA And I think the American public, who understands a lot of what NASA's about, what they do a fabulous job, just like the Navy and others with Top Gun. I don't know what, we have Space Force, the Netflix series, but that's not really much in terms of...
Great chief scientist.
Yeah. But the other struggle that we have, first, NASA does a fabulous job of that public relations. The other is, so many Americans, just by innately with growing up and understanding and either having family members or relatives or friends, they know what an Air Force is and what kinds of things you do in the Air Force. They know what an Army is and the kinds of things you do in an Army. They know what a Navy and a Marine Corps are and what you do, but the Space Force is so, first of all, so small. Even 5 years after we were created, in my last days of active duty, I still routinely got people who looked at my name tape that said U.S. Space Force and said, I didn't even realize that was a thing, because we're so small and nobody's ever met, the vast majority of countries never met a member of the U.S. Space Force. And so we also have a natural disadvantage in the fact that we're new, we're so small, and so few people understand that, hey, your cell phone, your nav app is powered by GPS and it's timed by GPS. Thank you, United States Space Force. When I worked at Cape Canaveral, we, first the Air Force, then the Space Force, launched the majority of the rockets that flew out of Cape Canaveral, but even the local newspapers congratulated NASA on their latest successful launch, even though it was done by the U.S. Air Force then, or Space Force. And so we have a lot of work to do in that regard. And while I think it's great from a science, technology, education, and career opportunity perspective, we're looking for that Top Gun or Martian type thing that will help people, inspire people to also understand, hey, the Space Force is a thing, and maybe they do some cool stuff.
It's funny you mentioned that. If I could add a story real quick. I was at Lowe's on Friday checking out, and I had my little Space Force shirt on. And the guy's like, what's that? I'm like, oh, it's Space Force. He's like, oh, do you guys fight aliens? I was like, well, no, not really. He was like, oh, but obviously you'd never have somebody, a soldier, walk in there like, oh, do you, I don't know, something that would be ridiculous for the Army.
For 40 years, every time I told somebody I was part of the Air Force, their question was, hey, what do you fly? Right? The answer is real. I fly satellites, but everybody thinks about the Air Force and airplanes. Same thing.
Yeah. One question that occurred to me while we were sitting here chatting, so I wanted to get a chance to ask the panel, and I'm the moderator, I get to do that, is especially for Joel and DT, and I think an interesting question for Kathy as well, and to think about. Obviously, we started the Space Force. We have the version 1, so to speak, of the Space Force workforce development elements. As we go into the future, what sort of things, I think you guys already kind of said joining the two programs and figuring out a way to do that. What other areas do you see that you can see for future growth, future improvement for Joel and DT looking at it from the inside, and then Kathy obviously looking at it from your perspective as well? What sort of things would you want to see?
So I'm sure General Thompson will have something to say about this too, but we carved the Space Force out of the Air Force and brought in folks from other services as well, but it was a very operationally focused service. So the primary folks that came over became part of the Space Force were operators, some acquisition folks, a lot of the career fields that are not directly related to flying in space, things like the lawyers or the contracts management, all these other things are still handled by the Department of the Air Force or the United States Air Force, which means that we have a very operationally focused force in the Space Force, but we don't necessarily own our own broad thinking folks that are thinking about where's this going, where's the art of the possible, and what are the second order effects of that and supporting all of that. So as the Space Force grows, as space grows, we're at sort of at a tipping point of space being a critical element of the DoD and the national security. As that naturally grows, I think we're going to have to develop some of our own indigenous folks to cover down on some of those areas. So We need science and technology folks, but we also need STEM and STEAM people with the heart and the leadership to take us into an unknown future that includes all of those other things too.
Yeah, and some people in this room may know, but I suspect maybe not. The Space Force is 1 year into a brand new program to train every officer that comes into the Space Force, and they're looking to expand it to civilians and the enlisted force as well. Every single new entrant into the officer corps, they just graduated their first cohort that spent a year together, all of them, learning about the physics and the science and the engineering of spaceflight and the operations aspects of spaceflight, learning about the technical and operational aspects of cyberspace operations, operating networks, attacking networks, defending networks, learning the basics about how you learn from an intelligence standpoint. You understand what an enemy's systems are and the tactics are and the doctrine that they use to employ it. And then from there, they'll spend time in each one of those areas in their early career before specializing as they go on. And I think that has again, because we don't have doctors, we don't have lawyers, we don't have civil engineers, those are all provided by the Air Force today. They will be both generalists in knowing all of the things the Space Force does, but also they'll be very specialized in terms of it. It all relates to operating, building, flying, maintaining systems in space or related to space. And I think that general knowledge in a very relatively narrow sense should build the kinds of technical and operational and engineering experts who understand the possible, the gaps and where to go in that regard, as opposed to, in many cases, I think, many parts of the government and the Department of Defense have gotten a little too narrow. They're going to be more like submarine operators in the Navy, who are supposed to know about every technical system on the submarine, every weapon system on the submarine, the tactics of the submarine, how you lead the submarine crew, how the reactor works, all of that stuff. That's what a Navy submariner is supposed to know. And I think we have the opportunity to build Guardians with that sort of general but specialized knowledge. And let's just be frank, there is no peer on the planet to the Navy submarine force. No other submarine force comes close. I think a lot of it has to do with that education, training, and development model and the expectations they place on Navy submarines.
Yeah, so I really liked how you mentioned that y'all are going through a officer training program and sort of an educational program, because I feel that a lot of students, especially since they're unfamiliar with the Space Force, they'll probably look at it and go, oh, well, I'm not entirely sure I know what to do and I know what I need to know. So how am I going to learn? So if y'all go in and you teach them exactly what they need to know, you can work from there. And then other sorts of things that would entice students are, we'll go ahead and get the obvious out of the way. Number one, money. Everybody knows that if you want to make money, you go into private industry. So what can the Space Force offer to students who want money? Number two, stability. This is in no particular order, by the way. Number two, stability, especially like I mentioned earlier with the budget cuts and stuff like that. What assurances can you provide to students that you will continue with this research and you will continue with this job opportunity for them? Another important one, I think, is growth. A lot of people, especially if they come in from like an undergraduate degree, they don't have a graduate degree, they come in and they want to work up the ranks and possibly get to the point where maybe y'all pay for a graduate degree, a PhD. That's something that is very, very appealing, because most of the people that I talk to, they want graduate degrees. They want that PhD. They want the doctor in front of their name. So if the Space Force can provide those things, I think that students would be really, really interested and excited by the opportunity.
Did you guys want to respond to that? That actually dovetails nicely with my next question. So maybe I'll ask that, and it basically gets to that same thing. So funny how that works. So we heard earlier the flag following commerce, or commerce following the flag. And I think there's also an interesting implication there from a workforce question of which one is more emphasized by the workforce, which one is the better option. And I wanted to give a question, so dovetailing off of what Kathy was just asking, how would you gentlemen answer the student that wants to go into both, is considering both industry and government service in the space area, and what sort of things would you highlight in the space area that would make them think about that?
Yeah, and you know, to answer your question about what if a student wants to go into it to make big amounts of money, and I think there's opportunity for that, and it's important to remember, we come at this from a national security perspective, but a huge element of national security is our free market economy and the growth and the innovation that comes from that. We need a strong space industrial base, and we need people who are driven and aspire to do that from the outside. So that's a perfectly valid career path. We also need people on the inside who can think critically and evaluate some of that technology. Look for the dual uses where maybe it's not obvious. Identify the snake oil when it's out there. Those kind of things. So there's plenty of opportunity on both sides of that environment. And then the last thing I'd say to your question about flag following commerce and vice versa, you know, we're in this ratcheting world where new developments are being made, like things like Starship and other capability, reusable launch, which then gives us an opportunity to ratchet up some new capabilities for national security, which then enables more commerce. So it's a self-fulfilling process. It helps on both sides.
Yeah, I would say a couple things. The first thing I would say is, if you're interested in national security space, military or intelligence community, civil space, NASA and the like, commercial space, my first answer is, hey, pick one. Just go. Because space power for the nation will be stronger and more secure if you get into the space sector in any one of those areas. So pick one of those areas and go, we're already winning. That's the first thing I'd say. Second thing I would say, though, if you want to be more specific, is it's been the case for a long time, and in most cases it is still that way today. You're going to get a whole lot more experience, authority, responsibility, and opportunity sooner in the Space Force than you are in most companies, right? Not 100% true, but that's been the case for decades. That is still the case today. And so that growth and that opportunity and the ability to go get an advanced degree on the government's dime, those opportunities exist much more so inside of the Space Force and government organizations than they do other places. And then the last thing I would say is, you hear the stories about, you know, the person that started the space company in their garage and sold it for $1 billion. You know, that's like two people. But there's a whole lot more people who went, you know, through an ROTC program or a technical training program, got their experience in the Space Force or in the National Reconnaissance Office or NASA for a couple of years, built their experience and understanding, and then jumped to the commercial side. And there's a whole lot more people in that category who are doing extremely well in the commercial sector today. In fact, you see the commercial sector rife with those who have former either Space Force or other government spaces.
So as we were talking about it, and it occurred to me, I think I'm hearing, in some respects, echoes of Mahan about the fact that the merchant, for those who are unfamiliar, famous naval theorist, wrote 1898, basically argued, among other things, that a merchant marine and a navy were mutually beneficial. A navy would produce lots of trained sailors, and then the merchant marine could employ them, and then they could flow vice versa. And I think that's largely what I think I just heard, which was kind of interesting. Do we have any last questions for the panel to each other?
I'm going to put Joel on the spot.
Outstanding.
But he's been there before. So, and I don't know how much this has been discussed throughout the day, but technology, let's look at space technology. How about one or two things that, as you look into the future in space technology, one or two things that are undervalued and are going to pay huge dividends, and maybe one or two things that, yeah, maybe the salesmanship is more than the capability.
Thank you. Great opportunity. So, I think there's a huge, and it was mentioned earlier today in a different panel, huge opportunity for biotechnology in space. I think we are just not even thinking of the possibilities of things that could be done in space from a biotechnology. Just manufacturing of pharmaceuticals and development of structures using biology and things like that is a huge untapped resource that I think is out there. I think manufacturing in general, once we figure out how to take advantage of the microgravity and the vacuum of space and maybe some in situ resources of space, manufacturing could really take off. In the overvalued category, I have to think of things like space tourism. Sure, sounds like fun. I'd love to go up for 30 seconds of free flight, but I'm not sure it's worth the price of admission to me. And I don't know until that becomes much more accessible that that's really a thing yet. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, you want to fire back? Yeah.
What do you think, DT?
I absolutely agree on space tourism. It's kind of like, I kind of think, in the 1920s and 30s, everybody went out to the local airport, got on an airplane, went for a ride, and that was awesome. But we don't do air tourism. We use, air travel as passengers for very specific purposes. And I think someday maybe it'll, not in our lifetime, but it won't be, oh, let me just go for the fun of it. There will be reasons for humans to travel to space to do things, not just to travel in space.
I don't think it'll be the Jetsons exactly, but I think it'd be interesting to hear my kids or grandkids say, "Ugh, I got to get up early. I got to get to a business meeting on the moon today."
Yeah, and the other, so I go back and forth on it, but this idea of being able to refuel spacecraft on orbit, and I think there's a lot of engineering and conservative reasons why it doesn't seem like it makes sense. Those are increasingly being put to the wayside as manufacturing spacecraft and delivering them to the orbit gets cheaper. But the second thing is, I think there's a whole realm of possibilities and new ways about thinking about operating in space if you said, hey, guess what? I don't have to load my spacecraft full of fuel on the launch pad. Maybe I can not put any fuel on board, and or I know that, some period of time later I can get it refueled. And so I know I would say there's a lot of hype, but even the hype I think is focused too much on conventional thinking about how we would refuel based on today's operating concepts. I think there's a whole frontier of ways to do things differently in space if you could pull up to a gas station and tank up.
Excellent, appreciate it. Unfortunately, we reached the end of our panel time. We have 5 minutes left for questions. We'll be more than happy to field a few. Wow, that was excellent. Apparently, there's not a single question.
Oh, yes, sir.
All right, so in the line of work that I'm in, then we're continuously focused on building trust for dual-use technologies. And we envision at Space Isac that we're going to have a new career field for cybersecurity, space, and intelligence, and really transform the way that people think about space systems architecture and teach in a different way. Have any of you experienced any of the same shift in mindset that we need to really transform the way that we teach the future space operators, or even more people that aren't operators but design or build or manufacture space systems to be able to get through to the next phase of trusted technology?
I have a general comment about that, but it's an excellent question. Technology has always been exponential in nature because technologies grow on other technologies. Things happen. You know, the applications of space that we're thinking of today may not be the big things. The market will figure it out. The evolution of things will drive us in a particular direction, and we, as humans, will have a hard time imagining that because we don't think exponentially. We don't think about the combination of things. The cell phone is often used as an example of who thought about camera, a phone, a communications device, navigation system all put in one package has enabled great things, of course. I think the same thing will happen in space cybersecurity, that there's going to be things that even Kathy and her generation are not thinking about yet, that are going to pop up. And so what we really need from a workforce perspective is people who can ride that wave, who can identify the technologies as they emerge early, the threats to cybersecurity systems, how do you make it resilient, things that are not obvious to us today, but we're going to learn about as time goes on. And we need to be faster than the other guy in figuring that out. That's just the nature of this. So it's a general comment, but I think it relates to your question.
Well, first, let me start by saying I'm a propulsion and an astrodynamics guy, so you can decide what you think about what I say next. But I think the more we think in the future, today I think we still believe that cyber systems and IT are part of space systems, right? The big thing is the space system, and we need cybersecurity, we need cyber operations, we need IT to support it. I think the sooner we start thinking about space as part of a larger, IT system is where we need to go and where we're going, whether we like it or not. Space is just another node in a larger network / IT part of a IT infrastructure. Moving data, processing data, storing data, using data. Space is just going to be another part of that broader IT infrastructure.
And I think part of your broader question was related to changing cultures and doing things a little differently. I did want to give a plug for the University Consortium and the fact that I've been told by some of the professors that we work with that we give them a significant amount of funding and ask them to develop technologies. And it's been a cultural change for them to recognize that we expect them to perform at speeds that they were not accustomed to, and it's a different mindset for them. But so far, they've been very appreciative of it, and I think it's been very successful. It's not at all influenced by the fact I run it, but it's been quite an experience. Actually, I think we are out of time, so that was well timed. Thank you, everyone.
Our world faces intense challenges and immense possibilities. At Amentum, we believe in a secure, vibrant future, but achieving it requires protecting our people, resources, and planet. For over a century, we've tackled pressing issues with historical significance. Yet we remain focused on what's next, advancing initiatives that clean our environment, support our nation and our allies, and explore our universe. We're delivering advanced engineering and technology solutions to address the most significant challenges in science, security, and sustainability. Our mission is clear, and our time is now. Amentum, advancing the future together.
Okay. I can now hear myself. All right. Welcome back to STAX Talk. We have another wonderful session for you. And in this session, it is nothing ventured, nothing gained. And the reason why I really wanted this session is that you kind of get out of something what you actually put into it. And this is an economic thing. This is the government investment in space systems. This is private equity investment into space systems. This is public market investment into space systems. And there's a lot to understand. And because I'm not as smart as my friend George, George is the chief economist from Milky Way Economy. I'm actually going to hand over the stage to him, where he's going to give us a little bit of ground truth, a little baselining for us to start this discussion. So George, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we're going to do this like it's one of my classes. Okay, so there's going to be audience participation. I see everyone's badges and names, so it's going to be fun. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to start with getting an idea about what I mean when I talk about the fifth industrial revolution. So if we think about the industrial revolutions that we've been through and that you've all learned about before in Economics 101 or Finance 101, if that was your thing, the first thing that happened was the British, in particular, learned how to harness the power of coal. And when they harnessed the power of coal, they were able to produce a greater amount of work than what they could just by burning wood. And this also freed them up to use the wood to do other things, like build giant sailing ships and take over a big chunk of the world, right? And then after the first industrial revolution, we had another industrial revolution. It was the second industrial revolution. And for the second industrial revolution, what did we do? Well, now that we had all this power, we were mechanizing around that power. And we had to have more connectivity, and we did that through the railways, right? And so the railways allowed us to connect greater distances, travel greater distances, and transport those goods. But we had to coordinate with each other. It used to not matter so much if I said I'm leaving at 8 o'clock and I'll see you when I see you and we can unload the horses when I get there. Now we have trains, and trains have to have schedules. And so we have to talk to each other. And how do we do that? Well, we did that with telegraph and telephone, right? So there's your second industrial revolution. Again, we had the second industrial revolution because it created needs out of what was built in the first, all that extra energy, right? Now we have mechanisms. And then we have our third industrial revolution. Some of us in the room were alive for the third industrial revolution. That's when we started getting into telecommunications, right? We started getting into chips, microchips. First, of course, like chips, or processors the size of this room. And now, of course, they all fit in our phones and our pockets. Yeah, that's your third industrial revolution, right? And we had that. Why? Because now we had power that we had captured, right, through coal. We now had mechanization, and now we had standardization, electrification, and miniaturization, okay? And again, why do we have that? Because the first and second industrial revolutions necessitated that need was met, right? And then we have today. Today is our fourth industrial revolution. I sort of stand out here on a little bit of a limb. Some of the other economists that you'll hear from time to time, they won't say we're in a fourth industrial revolution. They'll say this is just a continued trend line from the third. I disagree strongly. I think that if you think about some of the things that we've seen, especially when it relates to the four key elements of the fourth industrial revolution, biotech, fintech, new energy, and big data, for each of these, and of course when I say big data, I mean AI. Thank you, somebody. I'll give it to you. Yes, sure, quantum, throw it in there too. We'll play buzzword bingo after this. And the reason those four things are important is, again, which things from the second and third industrial revolution haven't been solved yet, right? Where is innovation leading us, right? It's to solve these next four things, right? And then it comes to our next logical conclusion, which I will tell you is our fifth industrial revolution, which is the industrialization and the economic reaping of what we've sowed in space. So it's going to be opening up of the space economy. Now, we are not there today. And so now let's go back to nothing ventured, nothing gained, nothing earned, right? So today we are in a market where you have about $125 billion a year spent on space by governments around the world. And guess what? The US spends the majority of that. And then we have a couple competitors who spend a little, but again, that big number, that headline number, that $125 billion, that's coming from government spending. And we can't ignore that, right? We have to admit that they're a huge driver of the spend, okay? The investments that come in from venture and private equity, right? So my old banker friends, those investments that come in, they sometimes register in the $15 to $20 billion range a year. That's kind of small compared to that $125 billion number, right? And again, we love Wall Street to be interested, right? We love Silicon venture firms to be interested. But we have to be realistic with each other and talk about following the money and where it's coming from and who's writing the bigger checks, okay? When we have a real space economy, it will be a space economy where the government is one of many participants. That is not today's market, but that is the idealized future state of the market, okay? So I think when you have to then take that next step back and say, okay, for the firms, whether they be private equity or venture capital, they're participating. Why are they participating, right? Well, they're participating because they all want to make their 2 and 20, right? Everyone knows what the 2 and 20 is, right? The 2 and 20 is the 2% that you make on every dollar that comes in. Because remember, venture capitalists and private equity firms don't actually have money themselves. These are other rich people's money that they get to manage. It's their job to manage it. They're not actually the rich ones. Well, they get paid well, but they're not the actual rich ones. The really rich people are the limited partners, the LPs, right? And so they collect a 2 and 20, which is the 2% on all the capital they have in, and the 20% on what they make them, okay? But remember, if I'm a greedy banker and I want to make as much of a 2 and 20 as possible, I'm going to invest in everything, right? I'm going to invest in everything that meets my IPS, my investment policy statement, that can get me the best risk-adjusted returns, right? Now, some IPSs have very specific call-outs. Some investment policy statements say, I'm a fund, and it's my job to pick the best AI company out there. And we've seen dozens and dozens of those lately, right? That's why there's so much money going into it. But other investment policy statements are more broad. They say, here's a lump of money, go make me money, and be ethical about it if you can. That was a joke. And so you can laugh. We all know it's Wall Street. And so with that in mind, there's not a lot of call-outs for space. And there's not a lot of call-outs directly targeting our industry. So what do we have to do? We have to realize that to bring more money in, there's a conversation gap here, right? Because we all know that space is deep tech. We know that space is hard, right? It's difficult, it's expensive, it takes experts and a lot of money to make things happen. Well, guess what? That's the definition of a deep tech company. There are plenty of investment funds out there that have deep tech imperatives who don't currently invest in space. So they have an investment policy statement that says they can do deep technology, but they're not doing space. That's a miss for our industry. That's a miss for our industry, that we're not communicating that space is part of deep technology. That space is an integrate part of space technology, because those dollars can be unlocked. Because again, with that investment policy statement, these guys making the 2 and 20 and gals, they're incentivized to put money in those buckets, okay? So the second part of this is, for the folks that don't have the investment policy statements that directly call out deep tech, you have to think, okay, what are they going to do? Well, they're going to do whatever makes them the most money on a risk-return basis. And this is really important, because something I talked about earlier, but I want to make sure I hit it again, is that when you have risk, that means that sometimes I don't get my money back. And if I don't get my money back for investors, a couple of things happen. So the first thing is, I don't get to make my 20, and I really want to make my 20%. But the second thing that happens is, they usually won't invest with you again. So then you have to go find a job, and you have to sell your house in the Hamptons, and all of that sucks, right? And so, your wife leaves you, your dog leaves you. It's awful. And so what do you have to do, right? You have to make money, but in a way that adjusts for risks. How does the space economy adjust for risks, right? The space economy adjusts for risks because we have to communicate to them that we have a great buyer. We have a great customer. It's Uncle Sam, the red, white, and blue with the little white beard and all that, right? We have a great customer. And guess what? That customer is reliable, and he's faithful, and he's there for us. Oh, wait. Oh, is that not always true? Oh, it's not always true. I see the grimaces in the room. No, and let's just be honest about it. It's not always true, right? Sometimes programs get stood up, and it says, hey, here's a couple $1 million to go do some research, and don't worry, there's going to be a contract at the end. And guess what happens? That's right. There's no contract at the end. And that's hard. And you have that happen 2 times, 3 times, 5 times, 50 times, and a pattern develops. And then the bankers say, well, wait a minute. I'm not sure you're going to be able to convert that program. that's deep technology. That's great stuff you're working on, but I don't know if it's going to result in revenues, because you know what I care about? I care about revenues and making money, because then I can say you're worth more when you sell, when you IPO, right? So we have to realize that someone making investment decisions balances all of these things, right? They have to think about the risks of your customer, the risks of your products, the likelihood that you're going to get that magical thing called a purchase order, right? It doesn't just work on a hype cycle. And so when we talk about space, and we talk about the space economy, and I promise, Laura, I'm bringing this back. We talk about space, and we talk about the space economy. I think it's just important that we effectively communicate that we have a situation where we have a monopsony, right? We have a government, we have the US government, who is a major purchaser. And you know what? That's okay. The US government as a major purchaser buys down risk. And for companies that are located in other jurisdictions, particularly friendly jurisdictions, those companies are also getting risk bought down when they get major contracts from their corresponding governments. This is the same pattern that we've seen in plenty of other industries. This isn't unique to space, right? There are many companies out there that have a great living and have public company stocks that get 90, 95% of their money from Uncle Sam, right? Booz Allen gets something like 85, 90% of its revenue from Uncle Sam. Lockheed Martin, same thing, 85, 90% of its money from Uncle Sam. And many others, right? And it's okay. We don't chastise them. We don't kick them out of the S&P 500, right? We're like, hey, good. You're providing a service. You're making good returns. But for some reason, when we talk about space companies and we talk to space investors, what do they always say? Oh, where's your commercial customer? Where's your dual use? There's not a lot of dual use for missile tracking, right? There's not a lot of dual use for figuring out where the submarines are that we don't like, right? Those are really specific use cases that are really expensive that no one else is going to pay for, right? And we can't fool ourselves, but most importantly, don't try to fool the Wall Street or don't try to fool the investors on this, because they know it too, right? So tell them, right? Because they're going to find out in their research, they're going to hire a consultant or someone else to tell them this. And it's better if you just make sure it's very clear that, listen, at the stage that the space economy is in right now, it's really important that we have a government customer. And this government customer has provided us this contract, and here's our pathway to the next one. And this is this other contract that does this, and this other technology that does this. And we're working on all these things, and these are their pathways, right? And this is what the purchase orders look like. And oh, by the way, this one, right, this one out of the 5, that one has dual use, and we're really excited about it. And we've got some telcos who are also going to buy it. We have some people who want to track emissions, right? It turns out like it tracks how much diesel fuel is being burnt in the desert, and there's only a couple reasons to burn diesel fuel in the desert, but also allows you to check methane emissions, right? Great, dual use. Let's sell that too. But don't hide the ball, right? Don't make it sound like everything is commercially available off the shelf. Not everything is COTS. Not everything is dual use. And investors are okay with that, right? It's no different from in biotech. Oh, I'm inventing something that allows me to deliver customized antibodies, right? Customized antibodies. That is very specific use cases. You don't then have the biotech company turn around and say, but guess what? It also turns out it's a diet pill. That's not how it works, right? What ends up happening is they do their testing and they find out later, oh, guess what? It actually also made you skinny, and then we all inject it in ourselves, right? And so, and so, I mean, I haven't injected it, but people do. And so, the point is, be brilliant, right? Be brilliant space scientists. Be brilliant operators, right? But when you're interacting with the economy, just know the realities of it. When you're interacting with a financial guy or gal, be honest with them, right? Because they're going to do the research. They're going to figure it out. So I'll leave it there.
I probably should have said that into a microphone. You had quite a quick end there, my friend. But hey, right? How, with Uncle Sam being, a major contractor, a major funder, the #1 funder by far. We heard it this morning. We hear it every year from the Space Foundation, from their annual space economy report. But how can space attract more venture capital privately, as in private venture capital, right? Because at the time that we're talking right now, we know that the big shiny object that the government is spending a whole hell of a lot of money on, right? Everywhere we hear it. Everywhere we hear AI this, artificial intelligence that, and it's coming from people that don't even really know what it is. And I'm not really sure I do exactly either, but hey, I've got you. So that's a start. But the thing is, you know, PitchBook, just for the first half of this year, they had stories coming out saying, oh, wow, you know, there's so much more venture capital coming into the system for space companies and for space technology and for startups and space exploration. And it's just for the first half, maybe a wee bit over $4 billion. That's a big B. That's a lot of money. I could do it just like a fraction of that, and my life would be pretty good, right? I could retire now, but that's not going to happen. However, artificial intelligence in the first half of this year has gotten $40+ billion of venture capital investment for things that aren't proven out. They're kind of sort of a part of the fifth industrial revolution, but it certainly isn't like building the railroad to the moon, right? I mean, so how do we get more venture capital into the fifth industrial revolution? How do we actualize that?
Well, there's two things there, right? So
there are actually 5.
Well, there's 5. Oh gosh. well, there's a minimum of 2 things that I want to make points on there. So the first is some of us have seen this dance before, right? The markets go through these ebbs and flows where they get excited, okay? And right now the markets are pretty excited about this big backlog of companies that haven't gone public. And they go public, it's called an initial public offering or an IPO, right? And so right now the market's excited because there was a real drought in IPO activity for the past 24 to 36 months. But now we're starting to see a lot more IPO activity. And some of that IPO activity is space companies. And so when you have space companies IPOing, what that does, and think about how the IPO works, right? Just mechanically here for a second. The way the IPO works for us, right, in this room, like average people, is now I can trade something on my Schwab or Robinhood app, right? That's how an IPO works for me. Right now it's on my app. That's how it works for all of us, right? But the way an IPO works for the big boys and girls is when they have the IPO, that's their liquidity event, right? And a liquidity event is when they're able to take some chips off the table, right? And that means that they're probably done participating, right? They're winding down their positions. They were around for the Series A, the Series B, the Series C, the big run-up of the technology, the big run-up of the company before it was public, right? When it was just in somebody's garage, right? We have all heard these stories, right? That part of the journey is before the IPO, okay? And so...
And that's the part what I'm talking about, like where venture capital should be jumping in, right?
This is where they play, right?
Okay.
But again, what's important is that money doesn't get unlocked until the IPO, right? So when you don't have companies IPOing in your sector, that means that somebody has to IPO in another sector and then come to your neighborhood, right? So let's pretend that I made a whole bunch of money in consumer goods, right? I'm a coffee salesman, right? I made a bunch of money in coffee.
You are making money in coffee, George.
I am. I own a coffee company. And so we... But I didn't say its name. It's not shameless. And so when it IPOs, if I then decided to put that money into space, I'm crossing industries, right? That is not the way the majority of the money flows, though. What happens is someone goes through the iterations of a company's growth, and then it IPOs. And then when IPOs, what do? They turn around and they go, okay, what kind of looks like me around here? Oh, you kind of look like me, and you kind of look like me. You know what? I think I'm going to write some checks to you, right? And then they write checks to them, and then they grow up, and then they have their IPOs, right? And when that happens, it's sort of self-fulfilling for an industry. If we look at space, we haven't had a lot of that. And unfortunately, the last time we had a market phenomenon with these ebbs and flows, which are normal, it was during the SPAC phase. Right, I know.
I was wondering who was going to mention the dirty word first.
It's like the dirty word. You can't spell space without SPAC. Ooh. Anyway, but we all remember those memes back from a few years back. And
hey, it saved Iridium. I mean, that was the first space back, and it needed the money, and it's returned its investment.
There are some that's happened for, and then there are another 11 that it hasn't. And so what that means is that without those big outcomes at the end, there's no investor standing there that just made their $1 billion in AI or their $1 billion in, a sweatpant line that people shouldn't wear because they're too tight, right? And when they make that money, they just pour it back into that same industry. But in space, we haven't had that, right? And so that really holds back the capital coming back in. So what space needs to have more capital is space needs some success stories. Space needs some IPOs that will drive that capital back out to the smaller mid-sized firms. Because without that, you're recruiting capital from other markets, and that is hard.
Well, then, is that kind of a public relations issue? And I say that because we have the ISS, and it is going to be retired, allegedly, sometime before the end of this decade, right? And we have recently had an IPO for a space station company. Uh-huh. I mean, does anybody? Yeah, I know. Okay, that
No,
that hurt. Go on. No, answer it, George. Just answer the question I haven't asked.
So space is expensive.
Space stations are expensive.
Space stations are really expensive, and so if you're going to put a space station up that even looks a little bit like the ISS, you're talking numbers that start with B's, billions of dollars in cash, right?
Yeah.
Probably between 2 and 5, right? And so, depending on how small it is.
I hope it's bigger because they need spins so that we don't
kill
our
rack
astronauts.
Space. We're already out of rack space, right? So it has to be bigger.
Yeah.
And so then the question becomes, even if we have other companies IPO that want to do space stations that are currently private, is that going to return to them $1 billion in capital expenditures and CapEx? They can go turn around and pour it in to build the space station? Maybe. But really, the question is, does the venture sector, does the private equity community believe that there are ISS replacement contracts out there that are going to be awarded, right? We've seen delays in those. And so that makes me more nervous than excited. Even though I want a U.S. space station, let's be really clear. It just makes me more nervous than excited. And that if I'm nervous, not excited, and I love space, what does that mean for the company that normally invests in AI, and now they're looking at space, and they're like, well, that's not a great signal.
All right, well then, what would you say to venture capitalists? What do they need to know?
I think the big thing is that space is diverse. And I know we know that, right? Because we're at church, and I'm talking to the choir here, right? But we know space is diverse. We know that there's all kinds of different space companies, and all kinds of different space technologies.
Different space opportunities.
That's right.
That aren't just space, that there are opportunities for rockets.
Yeah, there's other
that
things.
These opportunities are in pharmaceuticals. These opportunities are in agriculture.
Yeah.
These opportunities are in transportation. These
I love drugs, I love
opportunities
food.
are in fuel.
Yeah.
You like drugs? Yeah, I like drugs too.
Big business, right?
Yep.
And so, but you have to explain to them, right? You have to explain to the venture community. There's this information gap. There's this PR gap, like you talked about, where they can't
connect the dots.
No, they think you're a space company. You must make rockets. Nope, I don't do that. Oh, then you make satellites. Actually, I don't do either of those two things. Shh. And then there's like just silence. It's awkward. They start playing with their phone, and the Zoom call ends, right? And so that information gap, that's our problem as an industry. We have to let them know that, no, I don't do either of those two things. I actually make a sensor that does this. I actually don't do either of those three things. I analyze data that's coming down from satellites. I'm still a space company, but I'm really sort of a big data company because I analyze data. And you like big data, so, right? Like, we have to be able to have those types of conversations. And so when we get painted as one big industry, which again, there's not a lot of us, so we do have to cooperate. But when we get painted with one broad brush, it doesn't do us any favors, right? Because there's some real specialty things that we're doing that can individually be interesting, but they have to be willing to drill down.
Well, what about corporate venture? And that actually could play into assisting the space community, the space bubble, the space church, as I like to call it, in proselytizing, right? I mean, if you got 3M, if you got a pharmaceutical company actually investing venture capital into space systems to further their business case. So what do the corporate venture offices need to understand? What should they be doing? What are they missing?
So corporate venture, or CVC, right? It's like venture capital's cousin, right? So CVC, corporate venture, is really interesting, right? Because they have very different IPSs, investment policy statements. We talked about this earlier. And the reason it's interesting is because their primary goal is to drive returns for the corporation, right? And to drive returns for the corporation, what do they have to do, right? Well, if they're going to win their contract or service their end users better than the other guy or gal, that means they need the latest technology. Well, maybe that latest technology has something to do with crop monitoring, right? Maybe that latest technology has something to do with like the protein folds like this instead of like this, right? And so they're more willing to participate and take chances when you are parallel to them, right? So corporate venture capital, because it has a different set of investment goals, is, I think, really ripe for space companies to access.
And how should space companies then go about getting that? I mean, I think about, for instance, Varda, right? And they were working on a particular drug that I believe protected people from a particular kind of a virus, right? I think it actually was HIV. But anyway, it's pharmaceuticals, right? And it's a platform for testing as well as a transportation company, all wrapped up into one, right? But they're not a full stack, as in they don't have the rocket that sends it up, but they have everything from that point onward. What is corporate then missing? That's an adjacency that one would think that you would want to bang the drum even louder for. I mean, why don't we have more, pharmaceutical or type companies investing in space?
So you know, but I sit on a
don't.
board.
That's why I have you.
But I sit on a board for a biotech incubator also, and I will tell you there is a tremendous amount of demand there, and dollars, right, sitting over there. I think what it comes down to is what I talked about earlier, which is this de-risking, right? They need to know that these drugs, these proteins, these experiments can be safely returned. And if they're not being safely returned, that they can get the data they need, right? They have good access to the data. And also that their study lines and study programs have continuation. And that's a big issue right now because I have talked to several biotech companies right now. They're saying, okay, even if I get space on the ISS today, if I have a 7-year test cycle, what happens if my space goes away in year 5? Because that does not work for a multi-million-dollar drug that they're trying to turn into a multi-billion-dollar profit center. And so I don't have a good answer for that. They're looking at alternatives on ground testing, right? If biotech decides that it can figure out a way to do micro and zero gravity ground testing without actually having to really go to space, that's not going to be good for our industry.
So then, how do we move that forward then? I mean, right? I mean, I'm talking about adjacency. I was talking about it also in terms of being able to proselytize. So then how do we flip that around?
I think
how do we solve?
So the solve comes in what all humans want, right? We all want the big win, right? We all want it to be our team. Right, and if you're a Red Sox fan, right, like we all want it to be our team, right? Like go Sox, right?
Go Dodgers.
Okay, there we go. I knew it was coming. I set you up for it. But we all want our team to win, and I think in space, especially for this particular thing, we need a win, right? Just like I was talking about with the IPOs and the liquidity events for some of this capital, it's a lot the same way when it comes to biotech. Doing some interesting experiments that folded proteins this way or that, or get to the 5 nines of purity versus the 4 nines we struggle with here on Earth, right? That's a whole chemical thing, and it's really hard to get things more pure than 4 nines here, and when it gets really expensive at 5 nines, but going to 5 or 6 nines of purity in space is actually pretty cheap. And so if we can have some wins there, where this results in, the new little purple pill or blue pill or, shot in the thigh, then what that'll do is that'll create the win that feeds the next economic wave. If I'm on the board at AstraZeneca and I have to hear about how Merck or Pfizer just had a big breakthrough from their space research, that's going to be a really awkward board meeting when the chairman turns to me and says, "Hey, how much are you spending?" We say, "We don't have a space program." Like, that's really awkward, and that gets fixed immediately, right? So we have to have these wins so that everyone else has to pile on. And we're so close to them, but we just can't trip over our own feet right now. And it makes me nervous.
All right, something that's really important to me is that, space isn't just about pharmaceuticals, space isn't just about business, space is about national prosperity, the economy, as well as national security, right? And people do want to participate. And it doesn't mean, going and signing up for Space Force. So I know that D.T. Thompson would like me to bang that drum, I'm sure. But, sometimes people want to put their money where their mouth is. And they're not like you, as a qualified investor. And they don't have a few thousand, shekels sort of hanging around in the mattress, but they might have a bit something. And they can play in the retail market. Well, how does, Jane and Joe Six-Pack participate? Like, how can they do that? And how should they do that and not get burned? Yeah, I know, it's a tall order, but hey, gotta try. Swing for the fences.
You gotta swing. So this is not financial advice, and this is George, an economist, talking, so please consult your tax advisor. No, but what I would say is it's hard. Right, you do have a few ETFs out there. You do have a few diversified mutual funds out there, but there's not that many pure space plays.
Well, do you even want to do a pure space play, though? Because that's dangerous.
So for me personally, I don't. Right. So for me personally, I don't do pure plays on a public company in any sector like that. Right. And that's just me personally. Right. Because I think you just have to realize the risks associated with it, and really, we all know that it's compounding that makes a lot of our money anyway, right? Make sure you're putting away your $1,000 a month and it's compounding forever, right? Isn't that what everyone always says? And they're not wrong, right? Because you picking a big winner is possible, but you picking a big loser is also super possible. And so I don't think we're at the point in the market where that's accessible, but really, that's not accessible to the market at large. At large, people participating in the market are participating through their 401ks or work. Right, they're participating through free mutual funds or no loads. Right, that's what everyone already does. Right, it's no different here. Right, because individuals, Jane Starbucks or Joe Sixpack, they're not the folks who are actually making the vast majority of the capital allocation decisions. Right, the capital allocation decisions, the people I was talking about before. Right, those are the bankers, those are the private equity firms. They're making the capital allocation decisions, and that's really where we can have conversations that can move the needle.
You have 5 minutes? All right, well then, how about we do this? Why don't we open up the floor? Should we try?
Let's try.
Let's try. How do we open up the floor? In fact, I am definitely going to give it to Rip Kirby. Yeah, Rip definitely has a question, and I can just see it bubbling up.
I really didn't have a big question for that, but going back to some other things, how do you feel about the future? How does energy play into all this, especially clean energy, solar energy, space energy, fusion energy?
The question was about energy. How does energy play a role? Solar energy, oil energy, fusion energy. Maybe we could talk about fission. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, in space, and the economy, the space economy.
Right. So, ooh, this one's louder. So I think there is a lot there when it comes to the research that's happening around space-based solar. I think you see a lot of conversations about it within our community. It's not probably something that's prime time for your average investor, right? But it's something that is part of the conversation right now. I think in terms of the other parts of the energy equation, There's not a lot of bones in space or peat moss, so probably not a lot of oil in space. Sorry, Exxon. But that's okay. We have a lot of sunlight up there if you're close to Earth. And also, let's just talk about nuclear renaissance, right? We had the lead for a long time in nuclear, and it's kind of slipping away. We got to fight for it. We got to keep it. And you know what a great way to do that is? Start making sure that we have the SMRs that we need for space, and those technologies, as they're developed for space applications, they have wonderful terrestrial uses.
What is an SMR?
Small modular reactor.
Thank you.
Sorry. And so there are definite connectivities and connection points to energy and how it relates to space. But yeah, I really think this is about how nuclear has a future in space and also here on Earth. And so as we solve the really hard problems in space, a lot of times we return those benefits to Earth. And I think nuclear is going to be a great example of that.
Anybody else? Or are we actually that brilliant? No, there's a smile. Maybe she's got a thought. Yes, no? All right. Yeah, there is. Let's do it.
Yeah, could you advance or discuss the risk associated with really leading edge technologies versus the investment criteria to invest in those really leading technologies?
Yeah, so when you're talking about leading edge or first of its kind technologies, the investment criteria is quite different, right? So the way it works is this is all just probability, right? At the end of the day, if any of you have played poker, you understand basic probability. This is all just probability, right? So if you have a first of its kind or a bleeding edge technology, and I have a 1 in 100 chance of it succeeding, which means I have to believe that you and your engineering team will be the successful ones on this, I then have to believe that you're opening up a 100x market from there. That's a really different equation from I'm going to put money into a local power plant that's expanding how many solar panels it has, and it's going to pay me a steady 6% a year for the next 10 years until I have to be replaced. These are vastly different formulas. And so when you're talking about cutting edge and first of its kind, it really does come down to that 1 in 100 type of math that the team can execute on something that's 1 in 100, but the returns are also 1 in 100. So is the market need that they're meeting a 100x need? Is it this hair on fire problem that they're conquering and solving for? Because if it's not, and I don't see that 100x, it's really hard to put money into it.
Okay, I think we have run out of time. Thank you very much, George. Everyone, please give it up for George Poland. And we'll be right back with our last.
Our world faces intense challenges and immense possibilities. At Amentum, we believe in a secure, vibrant future, but achieving it requires protecting our people, resources, and planet. For over a century, we've tackled pressing issues with historical significance. Yet we remain focused on what's next, advancing initiatives that clean our environment, support our nation and our allies, and explore our universe. We're delivering advanced engineering and technology solutions to address the most significant challenges in science, security, and sustainability. Our mission is clear, and our time is now. Amentum, advancing the future together.
Our Space Isac Watch Center is working with over 100 member companies today, as well as dozens of different government partners. We work across the globe. We work here from our headquarters in Colorado Springs, also in Australia, the UK, Canada. We're working across European Union nations, as well as Japan. And across the world, we're encouraging companies to adopt a standard or an expectation that they will implement security into their space systems. And the future entails a world where companies, thousands of them across the world that are part of our space system supply chain that we depend on, are going to be trusted. When they join the Space Isac and they get access to our trusted threat intelligence, then they now can be relied upon because they have timely, actionable threat information to be able to secure their systems. Not only that, but we expect that companies from different sectors will also start joining into the space community. Every single different industry sector that we use on Earth will use on the moon and will use on a space station. So we had a very interesting dialogue with the FBI one time at Voss. This was about 3 years ago. And the FBI was looking at the ethics and the legal aspects of conducting work on a space station or being on the moon. And when different nations come together and you have blended identities and you're not just a citizen of your own country anymore, and you're using the agriculture community, you're using space flight and transportation, you're using water if it's available. All of these critical resources and critical infrastructures that we rely on Earth become an imperative to identify how they're available in space. And this is the future that we foresee. Not only that, but also on Earth, an increased, ever-increasing dependency on our space systems. Everything we do today already relies on space systems. I mentioned agriculture related to the moon or on a spacecraft, but agriculture on Earth also relies on space systems. 90% or so of our agriculture community and the way that we get access to food relies on connectivity to a satellite.
introduction of enterprise-grade quantum computers that can revolutionize life sciences, logistics, chemistry, and just about every other industry on the planet. We started decades ago by gathering a group of PhDs who pioneered quantum computing, then used the atom, nature's perfect quantum system, to create flawless, perfect qubits. In doing so, we unlocked unparalleled stability, durability, and quality. After years spent developing groundbreaking quantum technologies to deliver performance, scale, and enterprise-grade solutions, we were able to create quantum systems with a modular, highly connected, flexible architecture to solve complex problems faster and more efficiently. We went on to develop quantum technology that enables unparalleled performance with high qubit quality, fidelity, and gate speeds. We opened America's first dedicated quantum computing manufacturing facility. We designed our quantum computers for interoperability by making them rack-mounted, allowing them to coexist in data centers along with classical high-performance computers. And we engineered these computers so they could be manufactured and transported across the globe. With all these capabilities, the world's most complex and impactful problems will likely be solved. Advances in medicine can explode. Supply chain, energy, cybersecurity, finance, and industry as a whole will potentially be revolutionized. Because with Ion Q, quantum is now.
Hello and welcome back to STAX Talk for the final session today. And this session is called Unhackable by Design, the Future of Secure Global Connectivity, and it is brought to you by IonQ Capella Space. So for today, I am joined by Corey McClellan, IonQ's Senior Director of Quantum Networking, and by Capella's Vice President of Constellations and Operations, Constellation Operations, just to be more exact. Sorry about that. Corey, Chris, thank you so much for joining me today.
Great to be here.
Uh-oh. Does Chris
Thank you.
Gahant have a voice? There we go.
I
Good.
do.
You know, earlier today we had a bit of a discussion, right, about quantum. And that was brought to us by the wonderful Joel Mozer, Dr. Mozer of Secured Quantum Services. Thank you so much. And by a couple other gentlemen that explained quantum technology to us. The basics. I wouldn't call it, and he would kill me if I said he explained everything because he's sitting right across from me and giving me that look. But truly, right, he did give us some of the basics of what that is. But what I really wanted to know is what is the quantum future? And for that, I know, Corey, you have a view.
That's an interesting question because it's so diverse and unknown at this point. First of all, I'm Corey McClellan from IonQ. Been in the quantum industry for about 7 years now. Came from industrial control, cybersecurity perspective with Sempra Energy. And the way I found Cubitech, we were looking for an out-of-the-box solution to an energy protective, to protect the electric grid. And what was more out of the box 8 years ago now than a quantum protected network. So that project went on, very successful, California energy system for the 21st century across a number of different areas, but quantum was very interesting. So I ended up leaving Sempra and starting with Cubitech. That was actually 7 years ago yesterday. So what makes the future of quantum unknown is I remember a time before the internet, and nobody knew what the internet was going to do once it came out. Scientists had a better idea than anybody else, but nobody knew that a company like Amazon would be one of the biggest companies in the world in the early 1990s when the internet revolution started. Quantum powered AI is going to change the world beyond anything the internet ever dreamed of doing. And that's in our future, and it's not that far away. IonQ's roadmap now has the possibility of enabling Shor's algorithm in a 2028 timeframe, which brings in Q-Day, when quantum computers can break current security. So there's a lot of change coming up. Quantum computers will enable a lot of that. And so to answer your question, I don't know what's going to happen.
That's a truthful one. Well, then take a moment right now and really introduce, what is IonQ, right? I know it from, looking at stocks and trying to see if there was a quantum company that was publicly traded when I was looking at quantum stocks, right? And there it was, IonQ. And in fact, IonQ is the first publicly traded quantum company, right? But what is it really? Besides something that's got really great videos, which it is really great. I mean, don't get me wrong. But yeah, what does IonQ do?
So IonQ is a full stack quantum company now. It started out as a quantum computing company. Chris Monroe out of University of Maryland came up with quantum gates using ion traps probably 15 plus years ago. And so that was the genesis of the company, focused on quantum computing using ion traps. We've since diversified into quantum networking and into space, and Chris will tell us more about Capella and the integration of quantum onto the Capella bus. But it's a full stack quantum company, and like you said, we're publicly traded on the New York Stock Exchange and have a number of firsts, including the first commercial quantum network at Chattanooga, Tennessee. It's up and running, and that will also have a Forte Enterprise quantum computer tied to it that IonQ is installing right now.
Can you actually take a second and compare like a quantum computer to a classical computer? Because I'm not really sure everyone really gets the magnitude. I mean, they read stories of quantum computing coming out of Alphabet or what have you, and it's faster than something or other and faster than blah, blah, blah. But yeah, what does that, what does that really mean to, let's say, someone sitting right here in the room?
Well, Joel did a great presentation on that this morning.
He did. But just refresh us.
So quantum computers give us exponential power over computers of today. And Joel did a really good description of that and why with superposition and entanglement that is enabled. So every qubit that's added basically doubles the compute power that a quantum computer can access. So some of the intractable problems we have today, take the traveling salesman problem. A quantum computer will be able to solve that, keep our fingers crossed, at some point in the future.
Now, before I let you go and move on to Chris, when we were preparing for this session, you said something to me that really has stuck in my mind. And you said that quantum will, quote, blow the future away. Okay.
Yeah, and we
what do you mean blow it away?
So we talked a little bit about that this morning. Whoever wins the quantum race is going to dominate the world, both from an economic perspective and from a national security perspective. And whoever gets there first will have the first mover advantage. And whoever gets there first, especially as an example, breaking encryption, they're not going to tell anybody. They're just going to start absorbing all the information because they can crack all the codes. So we need to put both our resources, energy, workforce, basically similar to a Manhattan Project with quantum and AI to enable that so we get there first.
All right. Now, Chris, I really want you to introduce Capella Space. Now, I know Capella Space, and I've been following Capella Space for a long time, but not everybody knows Capella Space. Capella Space is very well known here in the Space Isac because Capella Space is a founding member, right? So, but for the audience on this live stream, yeah, tell us about Capella Space. What does Capella Space do? What is synthetic aperture radar? Because that's very key to what Capella Space is, does, and provides to the U.S. government as well as other governments around the world.
Okay, so that's a pretty good sized list. I'll see if I can work through the whole list. So
Well, only if we count country by country, right?
Right. So to start off, my name is Chris Jahant. I'm Capella's Vice President for Constellation Operations. So at Capella, I'm responsible for all of the ground software that's used to fly our spacecraft, as well as all the operations teams that execute that software for conducting all of our anomaly operations, our nominal operations, mission operations, and launch and commissioning exercises. So my area of expertise is in ground architectures and ground execution, and my history is in position navigation and timing, satellite communications, as well as Earth observation. So all those different types of architectures are ones that I've designed and fielded in the past. So for Capella Space now, Capella Space has been around since 2017. We are an organization of about 250 individuals that has designed and build capacity for our bus, our payload, and all of the ground software. So we are a vertically integrated full stack provider of SAR imagery. So SAR stands for Synthetic Aperture Radar. Okay. We have been in the business of providing 24/7 automated mission operations now for SAR imagery since 2021, so 4 years for fully automated operations. So you might ask, what is SAR imagery? So SAR imagery is a capability that instead of using a telescope to take a picture of the Earth, it uses radar to bounce radar waves off of the Earth and then receive that back at the satellite, allowing you to take very, very accurate millimeter level readings of the position of all of the elements within the array of field of view. So what that allows you to do is some really interesting things. So the first is the radar frequency that we broadcast in can see through certain materials. So if you have, say, a piece of equipment that you're hiding from an optical telescope under a tarp, that doesn't do anything from a SAR imagery perspective. It can see directly through those tarps, and it can see what the device is that's hidden from an optical telescope array. Another thing that's very interesting about SAR imagery is that it doesn't require light for you to be able to resolve the image. So that means you can take imagery at night. It's also not susceptible to issues like cloud cover. So if you need imagery done and you need to get the results no matter what time of day or night and no matter what the weather is, SAR imagery can do this. And then the last one I want to bring up is that beyond day or night, that millimeter level deformation modeling lets you record information over time about exactly the position of different elements. So for example, we've had issues where the
dam.
Yeah. So at the Mosul Dam in Iraq, we're able to take imagery over that particular substructure over time and determine that there were structural deformities within that dam and allowed us to identify for the engineers how to avert a critical failure of that dam. We're also able to do things like, crazily enough, monitor roads and determine if there's been troop movement over a road at a period of time because it has such a fine grain level of accuracy, you can tell if a heavy piece of equipment has been driven over that particular location.
And
piece of equipment has been driven over that particular location.
And didn't Capella also provide us with imagery that confirmed that Russia sent tanks across the border from Belarus into Ukraine? And it was a big deal because it was a cloudy day, right? It was in February. February is really cloudy. It's rainy. It's cold. It's mucky. It's yucky. And you just, I mean, you couldn't see it with the regular optical.
That's correct. That's an example of the day or night operations and the weather independent operations. There are certain regions of the world that are routinely in a cloudy space where you just can't take imagery of them. So Capella was, I think, the very first commercial organization to detect the troop movement into Belarus from the invasion of the Ukraine for that reason.
And how many satellites does Capella have?
So Capella currently has a satellite constellation of 6 SVs. We have 2 more that are launching in January, with a 3rd launching in February of next year.
Okay, so now IonQ, you're now a space company. And if you don't know this, you should, because IonQ actually closed on a deal with Capella Space for $310 million, mostly a stock play, if I'm not mistaken. Excuse me. And yeah, that closed about 7+ weeks ago. Not at quite 8, but getting there close, right? So what is the space play for IonQ? Why buy into space? I mean, you were doing fine. You're shipping computers around the world, so why get involved in space?
Very interesting question. So back when I was at Cubatech, we had an Army contract to harden our equipment for launch and space operations. So we had a vision of a quantum network in space about almost 2 years ago now. We actually used Aerospace Corporation to help us get all that certification done. It was a very interesting project. We met a bunch of people in the space industry because of that. And as we started to talk with IonQ about purchasing Cubatech, that was one of the pushes that we had. That not only was it terrestrial networks, but it was also space networks, and you really needed to look at quantum networking as a whole. And so pushing into space is going to be really important. If you think of a quantum network on the ground, we have certain limitations, the distance, et cetera. But in space, we don't have those because we're using optical free space communications as opposed to fiber on the ground.
And optical free communications is?
Optical free space is basically using optical terminals for both downlink and uplink.
So that's laser communications?
Similar to laser communications, just a little different.
Okay, just wanted to, make the delineation so that all of us can, follow along with you. But yeah, what do you want to do though with space? I mean, so Cubatech wanted into space. Cubatech was also acquired by IonQ, right? I don't know how much the deal was for, but it was also acquired, so bought into the idea of space. What does IonQ want with space?
So there's a couple of plays. One is security, to utilize quantum entanglement key distribution in a constellation to allow for secure communications of the SAR data to go back and forth. But in the future, we're also looking at other applications utilizing entanglement, which brings in alternate PNT, synchronized timing down to the picosecond level, and other applications that even today we don't know what they'll be.
And you can only do that in space?
Well, space enables so much more because of what we're looking at as far as the coverage of the Earth. So if you looked at the ARPANET when it started, it was node by node on the ground, tying together what became the internet, which today is ubiquitous across the world. With quantum, it's going to be the same way. We're going to be doing quantum nodes from site to site, but the communication is going to be slower by utilizing satellites. We're going to be able to span the distance a lot faster. We're going to get to a full worldwide network, quantum network faster.
Let me pose this question to you, though. Let me just tease this out just a wee bit more. Isn't there also, not just in terms of security of your communications, but there have been quite a few stories, I would say, in the past 12 months where we have undersea cables, the fiber optic cables being cut, right? I mean, if you own the thing that is actually communicating and nobody's dragging their anchor across an orbit, doesn't that give you more resiliency, more dependability?
It does. It really helps with the overall resiliency of a network. And to be clear, on the internet side, the quantum-enabled internet will not be like today's internet. It'll be very specialized for quantum applications. So you won't be doing transactions to buy something on a quantum internet. It'll be very specific, allowing quantum computers to talk to each other and communicate back and forth.
All right. So, Chris, then, how will Capella make use of quantum technologies, right? I mean, it's an Earth observation company. with 6 satellites. Like how are you, what are you doing with this stuff?
Sure. So there's a couple of places where quantum technologies can be used to enable better capabilities from a SAR perspective. So to start off with, secure communication of data from the space vehicles to the customer that's requesting the data. As we approach Q-Day, secure communications are going to become very, very important in a quantum-enabled world. So Capella is going to be the first Earth observation company with quantum secure communications of important data to customers that can't be intercepted and can't be broken through an encryption device, right? So that's number one, is the security. The second thing to consider is that there's going to be applications for position navigation and timing from quantum technology, where you can get much more accuracy, but more important, you have the ability to do PNT missions where they are not subject to RFI, which is radio frequency interference. Well, that's a big impact to a space constellation that needs to know exactly where it is in order to take measurements from the space vehicle to the ground and back again. The largest source of error in a SAR imagery constellation is from not having very accurate understanding of where your space vehicle is over time. So there's certain regions of the Earth that when you pass over them, we're experiencing enhanced levels of RFI. If we aren't subject to the RFI, now suddenly our imagery in those regions is much more accurate and much more clear. But the biggest thing, I think that's most interesting though, it is beyond just the enhancements to our SAR capability we have now. Capella intends to take our current constellation size of 6 vehicles, growing up to 9, and growing that out to become a proliferated LEO constellation with dozens, hundreds of satellites over time. So in this way, we intend to leverage our capability of building buses and technology with a very tight 15-month design cycle, and our build cadence, which currently is at 6 satellites a year and is growing to 12 satellites per year. And we want to enable that to be able to field test technologies from IonQ in space, to be able to show that we can field systems that are doing the transmittal of quantum entangled particles from one location to another, to be able to show that we can take quantum memory and field that in space and be able to hold a quantum entangled particle in that memory storage device for later delivery to another location on the ground. But even more exciting, though, is the idea that when you're talking about a quantum network, okay, it can only travel, as Corey said, so far along the ground before you have loss of that data through the fiber optic cable, and it's only about 400 kilometers. So if you're talking about being able to do transoceanic communications, like we were talking about earlier, you have to deploy thousands of repeater stations across the ocean floor, and you have to keep them operational over that period of time. This is something that's going to take decades.
And keep them safe from adversaries from dragging their anchor.
Yes. So what that means is that for long-distance communication, for able to link a campus to another campus, a government institution to another government institution, you can't rely on having long-haul fiber optic cables to achieve that mission. What you're going to need is the ability to communicate entangled particles through space communication links down to your next location on the ground. And that's something that Capella Space is going to enable for IonQ.
Would you need repeaters in space, though? Because, I mean, 400 kilometers is 400 kilometers wherever you are, right?
Right. So no, you don't need repeaters in space. And the reason why is because when you're in free space, you don't have the atmosphere or a fiber optic cable that's causing degradation of the signal. As long as you have line of sight in space, you can communicate through laser comms, and you can transmit that entangled particle from one location in space to the next until eventually you can drop down to the ground at a ground station as a optical enabled terminal.
Something that also kind of struck me about the deal, right, about the acquisition and about quantum and about the product development and capabilities, is that when you speak with your government customers, right, and, you know, God had to be blessed off by the U.S. government. There was a time period when people could make comments or organizations could make comments, agencies, et cetera, et cetera. But I kind of wonder, you know, what do you tell your government customers about what you're doing? Like, what problem do they have that this will solve?
So I can start with this one. So obviously the one that everyone knows about from a quantum computing perspective is the ability for the quantum computing power, right, for the ability to process through problems so much quicker than a standard computer can, is going to break our standard equation, right? So the first thing everyone talks about is security, and we talk about government security all the time with customers. But the thing that I think that is more interesting, and the thing I'm excited about talking about, is the ability for quantum entangled particles and being able to distribute those quantum entangled particles between quantum processing facilities enables global scale distributed quantum processing. And that's a pretty big deal. Right now, our computer infrastructure, as you know, has large-scale computer farms, right? They're distributed across the globe in various locations, and they are linked by fast fiber optic cables for them to communicate data back and forth. There's an equivalent of that on the quantum side, where you can do the same thing, except for standard fiber optic communications between those nodes isn't sufficient to achieve that distributed quantum computing capability. What you need is for each of these quantum computing facilities to have a collection of entangled particles that are distributed across the other nodes within the network to allow them to coordinate their processing capabilities.
Just for my brain, right? I'm not a physicist, and Joe will probably tutor me if I pay him enough. But could I conceive of this as being like cloud computing? Is that what you're talking about? That kind of power, and that the computing that computing power could be available wherever?
Yes. So, and beyond just cloud computing, if you have a collection of quantum computing nodes that are linked together, you are not limited then by the qubit processing capability of the single location. You can combine several together. So when you think about Q-Day, which is rapidly arriving, what we're really talking about is how many qubits of processing power can we assemble into a single computing platform to be able to break that encryption model. Well, if you aren't reliant on a single computer, if you can take a host of computers that are now linked together from various geographic distributed areas.
Through space,
which is required. You have to be able to transmit through space to be able to get all these things linked together. Now what you have is the ability to field a collection of smaller facilities, but together represent one large computing platform. It's a huge accelerator.
All right. So guys, right, we've got a quantum company that has bought a space company, right? In the process of merging, what are the capability couplings that you can see like right away? Like what could we see in the next 12 months? Because a lot of the things that you're talking about are, well, kind of a few years out, right? But yeah, what's gonna be the first thing? What's gonna be the second thing? That you guys are actually, you know, merging these capabilities as you are one entity now.
So initially, we just need to start testing and getting our quantum equipment enabled on Capella satellites. That process right now, we're looking at about 18 months to get it to the point where it's ready for launch and for our first testing. We're going to be doing a lot of ground testing before then to make sure that everything works and as engineered and designed. But after the 18-month period, then we're looking at a 15-month cycle for new innovation for the Capella satellites and the IonQ quantum technology. We're also, longer term, looking at getting quantum computers in space. So not only will they be on data centers on the ground, but we want to get them up in space as well. We just are in the process of acquiring a company called Oxford Ionics, which is going to increase our quantum computing capability by about 50 times over what our current capabilities are, and that's the roadmap that increases us to get the number of logical and physical qubits in the 27-28 timeframe that will enable Shor's algorithm. So those three acquisitions will make us a powerhouse in quantum computing and in the space area.
And to add on to that, you can talk about why Capella, why not some other space organization? So like Corey mentioned, we have a 15-month design cycle, right? And we're going to be moving up towards monthly launches. So you need that kind of rapid development capability in order to space certify equipment. Other things that I think are interesting about that, though, is that for Capella Space, we're going to be launching our first optical telescope for optical comms in February. Cubitech has equipment that's already space certified that we can get hosted onto our platforms and launched into space there as well. I had one other point and I forgot it, so I'll go ahead and pass it back to you.
So one of the other things about ion trap computing is the energy consumption. So we don't need to get our computers down to near Kelvin to do the computing. We basically can plug it into the wall room temperatures for our computers to work, which will be an advantage for the amount of swap that we need when we launch satellites.
And swap is, just for the general audience?
Size, weight, and power.
Thank
yes,
you.
And that was the last point that I forgot to mention earlier, is that one of the things that's very interesting about SAR imagery is that it's incredibly power hungry. Across all the various space missions, it's one of the ones that uses the most power. So we have satellite buses that are specifically designed for that particular mission, which means that our ability to host very, very power intensive payloads is something that our buses already support, and it'll be leveraged very handily when we start equipping them with IonQ technology.
All right, so get out your crystal balls, guys. Because, well, first of all, this is not going to be the one and only STAX Talk, right? But I do want to know, if I get you two together and we get a couple of beers 5 years from now, right? What are we going to be talking about? Right? What is actually the frontier? Because you're talking about stuff that you kind of already know about, right? So what are we going to be talking about in 5 years?
Well, I'll just keep talking about my lifeguard stories.
But what?
My lifeguard stories.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, you do the
those go
lifeguard
on.
stories, I'll do the war stories. But no, I mean, when it comes to quantum and space systems, what is going to be the frontier then? Where are we going?
Well, in 5 years, I hope that we have a quantum computer in space, that the amount of front-end computing that we're doing limits the amount of data that we need to transfer back to the Earth data centers. Any ideas?
Sure. So from a SAR imagery perspective, as we look into the future, where you're going to start seeing from Capella is beyond, like I mentioned earlier, secure delivery of data products to customers. In addition to that, you're going to see lower and lower service level agreements that reduce the amount of time from the image being taken from space to its delivery as we build out more and more ground capabilities for the satellites. So you're going to see 1 hour SLAs, where an hour after you've taken the image, you can receive it. And that's also enabled by being able to do processing on the spacecraft. So where you're going to start seeing then from a SAR perspective is tipping and queuing being handled not from the ground, but from the space, where you have the ability to identify an object of interest in a region and have then an automatic communication from one spacecraft to the next to take repeat imagery over that location, so you can now track changes in a region over a period of time. That type of advanced tipping and queuing is something you're going to start seeing from an imagery perspective from Capella. And then when we talk about IonQ and quantum computing, like Corey mentioned, having the quantum processing in space starts getting very, very interesting then, because that means that you can now take advantage of a proliferated LEO constellation that has quantum processing in space, as well as quantum processing on the ground.
And lastly, I want to leave everybody with a bit of a thought. We're sort of talking here as if, hey, we all have this in the bag, right? That we're going to be leading the world in quantum and space technology and marrying them up. But, China's all over this, right? They've already demonstrated some quantum capabilities in space, right? So if you could ask for something from the viewers from this room, what would it be?
I think what we're seeing is from governments, China has outspent all the other governments combined today on quantum.
And why would that be? Like, what's their plan for that?
They're incredibly focused on quantum and AI. So they also lead all the other countries in the world on the number of patents that they've put forth. So we have some catch up to do. When we look at the amount of commercial money going in on top of government money, we start to get a little bit closer. As an example, in the last couple of months, there's been deals announced, in the multi-billion-dollar range with Capella, Oxford Ionics, Quantinium, Inflection just announced one in the last couple of days. So there's more and more commercial momentum going forward, but we do need a whole of government looking at it instead of separating and diversifying the investments.
Anything to add to that, Chris?
Yeah, we can't afford to move at the speed of government for this. From a national security perspective, we need to be able to unlock the potential of the commercial markets to be able to accelerate our advancement into quantum technologies in order to catch up to China, frankly. That's where we're at. Now, the thing that's really positive about that outlook, though, is that there's a tremendous amount of power in our capital markets to be able to fund the research and development, fund the delivery of space vehicles, fund the advancement of capabilities in these quantum companies, right? And in addition, I think the technology platform that we're working from, particularly at IonQ, is very, very strong, with a lot of places where it has unique advantages that can't be competed with. For example, the ability to do quantum operations without having to cool the chip down to 0 degrees. We have the ability to do room temperature computation cycles. So I think that the urgency is real, but the capability is there for us to be able to catch.
Corey, Chris, thank you both so much for making the time to come on STAX Talk. And everybody, please give it up for Corey and Chris. Now, that's the end. Oh, and Aaron has made it. Fantastic. Good. Oh, and we are going to play a video first? All right, we're going to play a quick video.
Exactly when does the future start? At what point do ideas become reality? History tells us over and over that the future begins with a whisper, not a shout. Only those listening the most intently can hear it. And for quantum computing and networking, that future is now. Because IonQ has taken quantum from the lab to manufacturing and into the real world with the international introduction of enterprise-grade quantum computers that can revolutionize life sciences, logistics, chemistry, and just about every other industry on the planet. We started decades ago by gathering a group of PhDs who pioneered quantum computing, then used the atom, nature's perfect quantum system, to create flawless, perfect qubits. In doing so, we unlocked unparalleled stability, durability, and quality. After years spent developing groundbreaking quantum technologies to deliver performance, scale, and enterprise-grade solutions, we were able to create quantum systems with a modular, highly connected, flexible architecture to solve complex problems faster and more efficiently. We went on to develop quantum technology that enables unparalleled performance with high qubit quality, fidelity, and gate speeds. We opened America's first dedicated quantum computing manufacturing facility. We designed our quantum computers for interoperability by making them rack-mounted, allowing them to coexist in data centers along with classical high-performance computers. And we engineered these computers so they could be manufactured and transported across the globe. With all these capabilities, the world's most complex and impactful problems will likely be solved. Advances in medicine can explode. Supply chain, energy, cybersecurity, finance, and industry as a whole will potentially be revolutionized. Because with IonQ, quantum is now.
So now we have reached the end of this STAX talk. And just to remind everybody, what is STAX? STAX is actually an acronym, STAX. STAX stands for Science, Technology, Acquisition, and Exploration. And talk is like, hey, we talk about it, right? We want to talk about it not just within our own groupings, like we talk to ourselves. We don't need convincing that these things are important, but to speak out to folks out there, right? So that they get to understand why this is important to national security, international security, prosperity, our economy, and our future, and a peaceful future at that, right? And before we close this out, I want to also say a few thanks. First is a thanks to Amentum. Amentum is our presenting sponsor. Without Amentum, we would not have been able to do this today. We also want to thank IonQ Capella Space, which also has made this event more fun because it has also sponsored us, and also to Secured Quantum Services, right? They are the ones that are going to be feeding us and imbibing us with some wonderful beverages at the close of this event. And a huge thanks to our strategic sponsor. That is the Space Isac, the Space Information Sharing and Analysis Center, and we have the executive director right here. Aaron, would you please come up here? This would not be possible without Aaron. Aaron is really the leading face of space systems and security. She travels all over the world. How many countries have you been to this year?
Oh, I don't know, a different country every month, it seems.
It feels like it, right? I mean, you were in Japan, France, Germany, Belgium,
Luxembourg.
Oh, Australia.
Australia. Great. Yes. Trip coming up to Australia to IAC in Sydney, of course. Hope to see you all there. Wouldn't miss it for the world. And then also Japan for the Nibanoshi. Oh, I got it wrong again. Nimbashi Space Week. Japan Space Week. Cannot wait. There's so much happening. So thank you for joining us for VOS this week. STAX Talk is a significant contribution to Value of Space Summit. And I think also the three sponsors that you mentioned are really leading the way. I want to highlight that after listening to this panel and hearing that video, oh my gosh, I was so excited because really IonQ's acquisition of Capella Space to me represents a no turning back point, that security has to be part of every space system going forward, and it's not optional anymore. And so every agency should have security acquisition requirements written and planned and done in collaboration with industry today or yesterday. So thank you for putting together such an excellent lineup, and thank you both for such a great conversation.
Thank you, Aaron, and thank you everybody out there on the live stream. This is the end of this STAX Talk. My name is Laura Winter, and until next time, hey, get interested in space technology. It's a lot of fun.